Miss Morgan will take care of everything. She'll give you the formula and so forth, and then you can go downtown and buy whatever's necessary.
like you said. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first event of the 2025-2026 TC's Rocket Series. Kicking it off with some Modern today. My name is Joe Vetti. I'm going to be here by myself to start out, and then we'll probably bring in a friend to help out later on, bringing you some Modern action. We got 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8. If you are returning, you will be familiar with the overall running of this series. If you are new, welcome. This is a multiple event running series taking place once a month from now until April. Players will play a variety of formats from Modern to Pioneer to Standard. We have a sealed event. We have a legacy event this time, so come check that out for sure. And players will accumulate points for wins as they run through this series. You get an extra kickback and bonus if you top 8. And at the end of the final event, the top 16 are going to have a separate event that's we'll say, invitational format here. The players with the 16 highest point totals across the series events will be the 16 that play there. Always a blast, super fun. If you're local, come check this out. Participate in an event. And we see here that Judge Jared has put on the table. Gabby is on the left side. She was the champion of the previous season. And you get a custom token. So Gabby requested a monstrous roll token. It's her on the card, dressed up as a mouse, which unfortunately doesn't really work out in Standard anymore, but still deck and Pioneer. Anytime you need a monstrous roll token, you can get one here with Gabby on it. On the left, we've got Gabby, I believe, playing some Ruby Storm. We're gonna see. It looks like we're still trying to refresh everything technically. John is on the right here, and although the deck says map, he's playing some green-black Yawgmoth. Not the meta force it was about a year and a half, 2 years ago. John has been playing Yawgmoth consistently. It's his modern deck of choice. He definitely knows what he's doing and is very comfortable with the deck, which is a good spot to be. Players are evaluating a starting hand. John, it looks like he's keeping his. I saw an Agatha's Soul Cauldron, a Dredger's Insight, an Endurance, starting with a Boseiju, and a Delighted Halfling. Gabby draws for turn and plays the backside of a Valakut Awakening as a tapped red source. It looks like John has a Yawgmoth in hand, the new Amano art from the Final Fantasy set. Got a Spymaster's Vault as a second land drop. Playing a Young Wolf, and that Spymaster's Vault tapped, getting in for 1 with the Halfling Beats. See what Gabby's got. I believe she is playing Ruby Storm, and that deck list is correct. Cracking that Arid Mesa down to 19. Finding a mountain. And my guess here is we're going to have one of the 2 cost reducers, the Storm Enablers for this deck. They're a Ruby Medallion or a Ral. And there's the Ral Monsoon Mage. It's a card that really, really made Ruby Storm viable in Modern. Yes, we got both Ruby Medallion and Ral in Modern Horizons 3, but Ral is both the cost reducer and a win con, which is huge to have both in a combo deck like that. John playing a fetch land. Going down to 19. Finding an Overgrown Tomb. Get a second black source in play. 4 mana, and here's the Yawgmoth coming down. And immediately using that ability, you're going to pay a life, sacrifice that Young Wolf, targeting the Rao. Young Wolf comes back with a +1/+1 counter on it from the Undying trigger. John using the Halfling, sacrificing to remove that counter from the Young Wolf, and it looks like he's going to use his resources to kill this Rao and just draw 4 cards in the process, and then remove Gabby's play from last turn. Gabby's looking at her options. She likes to play with her cards a little bit more close to the chest, which makes it a bit more difficult here in the booth. Always appreciate when a player holds their cards like John is right now. It's easy to see what's in their hand. At some point today, early on, we're going to get a metagame breakdown. We'll get some deck archetypes, and I'll be able to bring you all a summary of what we're expecting, what the field looks like. For the most part, with the modern events here at TC's Rockets, we have a fairly typical top of the metagame breakdown, as you would expect to see in like a Magic Online challenge or other high visibility competitive event. Gabby playing a Ren's Resolve, I believe, or Reckless Impulse. The 2 cards are the same. Exile 2 cards from the top of your deck. You can play them till the end of your next turn. So she's got a Desperate Ritual and a Ruby Medallion out there. You know, John has a Forest in hand. Going to attack with the Yawgmoth. Just get some damage in. So he's doing some quick counting to see what he's got available. Playing a... I'm actually unsure what that one is. It's altered to have a Hulk on it. What's a Green Sun Zenith? Yeah, shuffling it back in to with a very cool altered Green Sun Zenith by John. Pay 2 mana, put that Young Wolf into play. John's got 3 lands, an Endurance, Delighted Halfling, and Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which is coming into play right now. He's looking to send it back to Gabby here. So this leaves John with the ability to pitch cast and evoke the Endurance by exiling that Halfling in his hand, and keeping the Cauldron up to exile something in Gabby's graveyard in response to a Past in Flames, or something along those lines. Can exile the Rowl just to get a 1/1 counter on Yawgmoth if John wants. Gabby playing the Ruby Medallion to start out. Playing the Desperate Ritual. Single red mana, turning into 3. So Gabby's got 3 red floating, passing the turn. Smart play by Gabby there. Just doesn't have a use for the mana, and this puts the ritual into her graveyard to play at a later turn with a Past in Flames or other flashback effect. And John deciding to pick that off with the Cauldron end of turn. Green Sun Zenith was a draw for John. John's got several options now with a Cauldron, Young Wolf, and Yawgmoth in play, and the Zenith in hand. Going to be able to choose what he's doing here. Playing a Zenith, my guess is finding another Young Wolf. Be able to set up a Yawgmoth's Bargain. Pay a life, draw a card by sacrificing 1 Young Wolf to target the second one. And he's running a newer tech for this deck with Spymaster's Vault. It lets you connive for the number of creatures that have died this turn. So you can pay the life, sacrifice the Young Wolves, ideally draw into a Walking Ballista. John attacking for 3. Put the Walking Ballista into your graveyard. you can use the Cauldron to exile it, put it on one of your Young Wolves, connive 12 times for John right now, put 12 1/1 counters on it, and just blast your opponent. John also just drew the Walking Ballista, so have it right now. Play it for 0, it's going to die. Put it under the Cauldron, and going to just put a counter on a Young Wolf. Explaining the loop to Gabby. So John has the option to just use the Ballista, shoot the Young Wolf, just accumulate as many death triggers as he wants, use Spymaster's Vault, draw Connive to draw his entire deck, discard 30 to 40 non-land cards to put 1/1 counters, and just fire all that damage off at Gabby's face. John takes that down very effectively. Quick win for Yawgmoth there. Going to sideboards here. You see John bringing in a Torpor Orb, grabbing a few other cards. See some Thought Seizes. So Scavenging Ooze, I believe those are staying in the board. Gabby taking a look through her deck. And John bringing in a Pithing Needle, bringing in Thought Seizes. Bringing in an Endurance. For a deck like Yawgmoth, where it is a combo deck, but it's also probably more so a mid-range deck, where you're just kind of trying to just play creatures that are sticky or resilient, and just you have the option to put Yawgmoth into play and draw cards, and a lot of ways to sort of cobble together an A+B combo. Even if it doesn't win you the game, you can gain a bunch of life, or just make things really difficult for your opponent. As much variety and options you have with a deck like that, you are usually at a fairly big disadvantage against a very linear, fast combo deck like Storm, where while you're trying to put your pieces together and like you're paying 4 mana to put your Yawgmoth into play, Storm can just kill you the turn before that. So John had a good setup that last game where to sort of let him just put everything in play, use the Yawgmoth to answer the Row, and then use Green Sun Zenith to assemble a combo kill there. With Gabby on the play here and both players sideboarded, Gabby's going to have some more options to sort of protect herself or disrupt John or even just accelerate faster. While John's trying to be a little bit more disruptive here. We saw from those Thought Seizes and the Endurance to be able to stop a Past in Flames, a Pithing Needle to stop Row from giving you an 8 free cards if Gabby manages to flip Row. Both players shuffling up here after a fairly quick game 1. Although we're still working on that full metagame breakdown, we do have 51 players here today, which is fantastic to see. Love a good, strong start to the series. Got a lot of players showing up, excited to play Modern. All right, both players drawing opening hands. So they're keeping. Gabby starting with an Arid Mesa. See John with a couple lands. Got a Thought Seize. John starting at 16 after shocking the Overgrown Tomb. See Gabby's hand with a Glimpse, a Hallowed Moonlight, which is very useful to exile any Young Wolves coming back with the Undying triggers. Have a Rend Resolve and a Desperate Ritual. So got 2 card draw options, a Hate Piece, and some mana. Really what John should be taking here is going to depend on his hand and how fast he can cobble together a kill. Because if he has the option to win in a turn or two, which sort of going against that, the Thoughtseize is slowing him down, taking the Desperate Ritual could be a good option for him, just to prevent Gabby from playing multiple spells in a turn. Because if she's using her mana to play card draw spells, but doesn't have the mana to play additional spells, that's letting John continue his game plan in the meantime. With John taking the Ren's Resolve, my guess is he's trying to set up to play a bit of a longer game and just strip Gabby of resources where he can. So Gabby surveilling a mountain into the graveyard, drawing for turn, playing a Scalding Tarn, passing back. Drawn with another land draw for turn. See a Green Sun Zenith, see a Walking Ballista, see a Fatal Push. There's a Malevolent Rumble. I'm going to put the top 4 cards of the library into the graveyard. Grab permanents. John's picking up a Damping Sphere. Making a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn. Very fun Futurama spawn for John there. Gabby surveilling again, finding a commercial district. Gabby surveil. Another mountain into the graveyard. Draws for turn. At this point, because Gabby hasn't played a spell yet at all, or even to set up. So this is really going to be the turn where she's either going to play a cost reducer if she's managed to draw one, which would allow her to play that Desperate Ritual in hand, and then start accelerating from there, even potentially going for a kill this same turn. But she's just playing another fetch land and passing back. My guess is her draws have not favored her the most at this point. John playing a second Spymaster's Vault into the Damping Sphere. Passing back, not attacking for 0. Yeah, be fetching again. So far, all the damage this game has been self-inflicted, with John with a Shock Land into a Thoughtseize and Gabby with 3 fetches, putting life totals at 17 and 16. Gabby finding a basic mountain here. I'm going to play a Valakut Awakening. So it lets her put any number of cards onto the bottom of her deck and then draw that many +1. So she's basically wheeling her hand. Just replacing everything she had, drawing 5 fresh cards, and hoping she's able to do something more than she's been able to do the past few turns. Drawing for turn, got 3 mana, a land drop available, 6 cards in hand for Gabby. Although John does have the Damping Sphere, he hasn't really done much to present a threat, sort of allowing Gabby time to find those Surveyor lands or cast that Valakut Awakening and just try to accumulate resources to be able to kill, either through the Damping Sphere or destroying the Damping Sphere with a Prismatic Ending. There we go. Exiling that sphere, playing a Scalding Tarn, fetching immediately, 16 all. From that life total, looks like she's going to shock. There's a Sacred Foundry. Got 2 mana into a Ruby Medallion. Be sending it back over to John. John drawing for turn. Got basic forest as the draw there. John's got a Green Sun Zenith, a Fatal Push, and lands in his hand right now, which isn't ideal. Isn't exactly where he's looking to be on this deck in this matchup. He's evaluating his options. He's got the chance to Green Sun for a 4-drop. I don't believe the deck is playing anything findable for that mana cost. John looking to Green Suns, X equals 3. Forest, and then 2 Spymaster's Vault, and the Scion mana. You see an Endurance here. He's looking to clear the graveyard. As he's looking for something specific, maybe just skimming through his deck, seeing what's available. Looking at his options. And it is going to be an Endurance. Just going to get a 3/4 into play and clear Gabby's graveyard. Just going to shuffle that and put it on the bottom of her deck. John passing back. Gabby with 4 mana and a Ruby Medallion in play. Really lets her cast multiple spells. Starting off, we have... I know that is the Storm card from one of the recent Secret Lairs. But it's a Manamorphose. As great as the options are now with having arts that you're looking for your cards, it does not do any favors in the commentary booth. Did confirm that is Aurora Borealis from the X-Men Secret Lair. It's Manamorphose. Gabby makes 2 red mana, indicated with the die on that little index card. Useful little tally counter there for both the players and us here watching. And then has it set up to have the overall storm count for all spells cast, as well as the specific RAL storm count, which only tracks instant and sorceries. Gabby using 2 red mana, playing a second Ruby Medallion, reducing her red spells by 2. Moving storm count up to 2, but the RAL count stays at 1. Ruby Medallion being an artifact, not an instant or sorcery. Would love to get a glimpse of Gabby's hand right now. Doing some mana counting. So John is prepared for a RAL if Gabby goes that route to try and accumulate a win. John with a Fatal Push in hand to answer RAL. Otherwise, we might be seeing a Walking Ballista just hard cast, just to put a threat in play when we go back to John. All right, single mana from Gabby. Playing a Desperate Ritual. 1 red, making 3 red. She is committing to, if not going for a full win or digging for resources, is playing spells, looking to put something together. Gabby playing a Wish for a single red. Able to go into her sideboard and play a card from there this turn. Could have something like either a Past in Flames, some sort of Ren's Resolve, or either like Bottle Effect to exile cards off the top of the deck to be able to play those. Potentially even a Past in Flames if she'd wanted to, just kind of rebuy the Manamorphose, the Desperate Ritual, and the Wish. Looks like she's just going for a Prismatic Ending. Going to looking to exile the Endurance. Past in Flames from hand, and then... Ooh, interesting here. So Gabby tapped that Sacred Foundry. Prismatic Ending for just a single white, targeting the Endurance, which will not have an effect, but you can target. So Gabby looking to tick up her storm count there. The Wish found the Past in Flames. Pulling the cards out, or letting her recast the cards from her graveyard with Flashback. Had the single mana left, playing a Desperate Ritual. And playing a Manamorphose. So paying 1 mana, getting 2 into the pool. Double checking the sideboard there. Making a red and a white mana off that Manamorphose. I think they're double checking Storm Count. Which I think she missed one on the Ral counter, because I believe the only card cast that would not tick that one up is the Ruby Medallion. Playing another Prismatic Ending. Targeting the Endurance with no actual effect. Playing a Wish. Going for an Empty the Warrens line. Gabby going to put 20 goblins into play here. That Walking Ballista in John's hand actually being a great card to help out against these goblins. Able to put it into play, block 3. Still not in a great position, but not out of the game yet. Yeah, John playing the Ballista for 0. Going into the graveyard there. Play a Cauldron. Put the Ballista onto the Endurance under the Cauldron there. So letting the Endurance be able to remove a 1/1 counter and ping anything for a damage. I believe the Spymaster's Vault is any creature that died this turn. So John looking to put something together with the Connive 2. He just drew 2 lands there. So I think this is not enough for him to survive here, unfortunately. Because he will be able to discard the Fatal Push and a land, put another counter on the Endurance, shoot 1 more Goblin. But that leaves him at 16 and Gabby with 18 Goblins. They're still just dead on board. 18 Goblins in play for Gabby. And John scoops it up. Not able to withstand the Goblin Horde off of Empty the Warrens there. It's always a card you need to respect playing against Storm, but you can't build your plan around. This makes a really neat sort of pivot payoff, I guess we'll say, where you still need to accumulate your storm count, but if your opponent's ready to, or has built a board state to prevent you from casting a bunch of other spells, or just hasn't really played to the board to put creatures into play, you play Empty the Warrens, put 20 power in play. That's very, very removal resistant, because you will need a board wipe to answer them, which you will not have against Storm. And the Storm player just gets to attack for 17 the next turn. Attack for 18, hit for 17. Shuffling back up, John's going to be on the play for game 3. No changes to either player's sideboarding. See if Gabby remembers to pull out those wished cards from her deck. I believe she's got a Past in Flames in there. Oh, I didn't see it in her graveyard, so maybe she'd kept it off to the side just to make sure that wouldn't happen. Because it is legal to have more than 60 cards in your deck and fewer than 15 in your sideboard, so you are allowed to leave a wished-for card in your deck in the next game. Like, there's nothing wrong with that game-wise. Like, you won't get a game loss or any, like, deck registration error or anything like that. It just can really hurt your game plan when you go play a wish or other card to grab something out of your sideboard and it's in your main deck. So John with, I believe it's a Sephiroth, a Delighted Halfling, an Agatha's Soul Cauldron, a Damping Sphere, and some lands. Looks like he's satisfied with this. He's gonna keep this hand. Gabby is not shuffling up looking for a better 6. Gabby presenting, giving it a cut. See what Gabby finds here. Is she going to like this hand any better? It looks like she does. John's starting off Overgrown Tomb, Delighted Halfling, Gabby playing a Scalding Tarn and passing. Damping Sphere turn 2 by John, and getting him with the Halfling beats. Gabby fetching and surveilling. Put a Pyretic Ritual in the graveyard, draw for turn.
How'd it go? What? Thank you for telling me.
Fetching again, finding a mountain. Let's see what she's got here. Playing a Reckless Impulse, gonna put a Sacred Foundry and Glimpse into exile. Be able to play those next turn. John with a few options here. So Cauldron has the Sephiroth, which will give him the option to sacrifice the Delighted Halfling, which he's doing. So going to hit Gabby for 1 with that Blood Artist effect and draw a card. The Court of Calling is the draw for John. Playing a Verdant Catacombs and passing back to Gabby. Shock in that Sacred Foundry into that Glimpse. And 3 cards off the top. Just play this turn And if not, they go to the graveyard, and you make Eldrazi spawn equal to the number of cards you put into your graveyard. So Gabby was 6 mana on her next turn when she untaps. John fetching down. See what he grabs here. My guess is we're going to see a Surveil land. We're getting the Dryad Arbor. I like this as well. Gabby doesn't have red mana, so John should be good, safe to put something into play like the Dryad Arbor, have an extra mana, have an extra creature to sacrifice.
And I'll play tomorrow night again. I'll be playing all weekend. I got a game until about 30, so that's cool. That's cool. So, man.
Tap and draw. Another Verdant Catacombs. Draw for John's turn.
I'll put it up here. Whenever you're, actually, what's your name?
On Gabby's side, the Eldrazi spawn do help her out a lot. Is they're just really good chump blockers. She does have to lose mana, but just it does help her just keep her life total up. John attacking with the Sephiroth, sacrificing the Dryad Arbor to draw a card and drain Gabby for 1. Drawing a Green Sun Zenith here. Gabby not blocking, electing to keep her mana. So taking 4 in total there off of the Sephiroth and the trigger. Drawing 2 mana for an Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Playing that Catacombs. And passing back here. Has the Cauldron for a little bit of graveyard hate. Has a Boseiju in hand, which Sephiroth reduces the cost of. So it's trying to channel to hit a Ruby Medallion, if that's the route Gabby plays. Looks like Gabby has 4 cards in hand right now. 5 cards in hand, apologies. And again, with 6 mana in play, gives her a lot of options. Starting with an Impulse, looking at 2 cards. A Mountain and a Desperate Ritual. John using a die just to sort of inversely track Storm. Gabby playing a Sunbaked Canyon. Sending it back over. John cracking that Catacombs, going to find... There's the Surveil land. And take a look at the top. So Gabby's got 4 cards in hand, 7 mana in play with the Mountain in exile. So, and then with a Ritual as well. So Gabby has access to 9 mana this next turn. John electing to leave the card on top. And remembering he's got a Soul Cauldron. Going to use that. Taking a look at Gabby's graveyard. Looks like he's going for the Halfling. Gonna make Sephiroth a little bit bigger, allow him to tap for mana. Thoughtseize there. Leading with that. Let's see what Gabby's got here. She's sitting on a Manamorphose, a Ruby Medallion, a Pyretic Ritual, and an Arid Mesa. So all kinds of mana, but the only card that draws anything that she has is that Manamorphose, and that's John's pick here. Just going to leave Gabby with a ton of mana, but nothing to spend it on. Let's see what John's going for. He has the option to Green Suns, but it will cost an additional mana from the Damping Sphere. Yep, Gabby pointing that out. Not able to Green Suns for 1. That's going to cost him 3. You can tap the Sephiroth for it. Deciding against it and just going to combat there. Swinging in with a 4/4. Gabby's going to throw the Eldrazi spawn under it. Going to use the mana after it's blocked, which will trigger the Sephiroth Death ability, so going to drain Gabby for 1 still off that spawn. Gabby drawing a card. And John playing the other Surveillant he had in hand. Taking a look. Gonna put a Yawgmoth in the graveyard. It's a good call when he's a little bit choked on mana and has the Cauldron here. Cauldron turning Sephiroth into a Yawgmoth to give the option to flip it, to buff that power, give him the the emblem. Really nice option. Typically not the matchup you see that in, but still good to have that ability. Gabby playing the Desperate Ritual, leaving the mountain in exile. I guess we're just gonna see a pass back. She just doesn't have any resources to really spend all that mana on. As much mana as Gabby has, if she doesn't have card draw or any, like a wish or any other enabler, she's kind of just has to pass, unfortunately. Yeah, John using that the Cauldron, putting the Yawgmoth underneath it, making Sephiroth a 5/5. John with a Court of Calling and a Green Sun Zenith in hand. So John does have the option. There we go. Got a fetch there. Can Green Sun for a Young Wolf, and then Cord for 0. Has to be 4 mana. Put a Walking Ballista into the graveyard. That would let John set up the Young Wolf with the Cauldron. I think he sees the line here. So if this is what he moves forward with doing, he's able to use the Walking Ballista ability on the Young Wolf, target the Young Wolf itself, which removes the 1/1 counter, kills the Young Wolf, which triggers Sephiroth to drain for a life, and triggers Young Wolf Undying to bring it back with another 1/1 counter. Looks like John's going to go to combat first. Attacking with Sephiroth, electing to not sacrifice the Young Wolf. Gabby blocks, gonna lose a life regardless because of that Sephiroth ability. And John passing back, it looks like. Gabby fetching and surveilling. She really needs something here. John's got it set up to win at instant speed. Assuming he still has a Ballista in his deck, that wasn't changed anyhow. Gabby with the Surveil. Gonna be looking for some card draw, something to use all that mana on. Was going to keep it on top. She's double checking, looking at her graveyard, and just thinking it over again. Fast and Flames could also be huge for her. So I remember right, she does have a Ruby Medallion in hand, which would let her accelerate on her mana and really make use of all the cards in her graveyard. Deciding against the Wish. John on Gabby's upkeep, going to Court of Calling for 0. Ballista in play. Ballista's going to die. Death trigger from Sephiroth. Cauldron targeting the Ballista. And John looking to assemble a kill. Just Counter on the Young Wolf. Young Wolf targets itself. Infinite drains. And it looks like John gets there with that. Congrats to John, taking down the first match of the new Rocket series. Kind of rough beats for Gabby there that game. Just lots of cards, lots of mana, not a lot to do with it. That's just kind of what happens with Storm sometimes. Just kind of name of the game when you're a mono red deck without a lot of really filtering or other options other than just your payoff cards. Really, really good showing for Yawgmoth here, taking down a rough matchup, showing the deck still has some legs in late 2025 Modern. And if everyone sits tight, hangs out, we'll be right back in a few minutes with round 2. All right, everyone, thanks for sitting tight. Welcome back. Here with round 2 for some more modern action. On the left, we have repeat Rocket Series champion Chaz Tanner. Did not take it down this last season, gave someone else a chance. We had Gabby in. Chaz is on some Eldrazi-tron. On the right, we've got Rob. Rob is playing something with Emrakul. Looks like a 4-color pile of a deck, a whole bunch of lands. We got one Emrakul of Promise and got Ketramos, some Solitude, Renin 6, Leyline Binding, just a bunch of multicolor control cards. Chaz with 2 Tron lands starting it off into a Mind Stone. Rob fetching to 19 on Chaz's end step. Rob with Xander's Lounge. Looking at Chaz's deck list. We have those here now, so I can help guide everyone watching a little bit more. It makes it easier for all of us. Chaz is on the basically full colorless version, single swamp to help break Voidmere, if that's in play. For each of the 3 Tron lands, 4 Ugin's Labyrinth, 4 Eldrazi Temple, single waste, single swamp on Devourers, 2 Sire of 7 Deaths, some Thought-Knot Seers, some Glaring Flesh Rakers, 4 Karn, and 3 Ugin Eye of the Storms. Just a lot of big Haymaker cards looking to just make a bunch of mana and cast 4 to 7 drops and just really disrupt the board. Rob with another fetch for a Temple Garden into a Malevolent Rumble. I'm going to see 3 lands, a Ketramos, and a Rumble off that. And with Chaz on Karn the Great Creator, got a bunch of singletons in his sideboard. Rob is on a wide swath of hate in his sideboard here. A bunch of different removal spells and some counter spells, hate permanents. Looks like Rob's really just playing more or less a tap-out control deck. Lots of cards to just make your opponent need to answer them. Chaz with 4 mana into a Karn the Great Creator. Karn minuses to 3. I have Chaz finding some artifact from his sideboard. Huge selection of them. That'll go to his hand. I'm going to find the liquid metal coating and just look to set up a land lock on Rob. Rob drawing for turn. Currently 3 mana available. The Breeding Pool is his draw for turn. We know he picked up a Ketramos off of the Malevolent Rumble. See a Solitude there. See what Rob's looking to do. With his deck, he's really looking to set up some sort of card advantage engine, either Ketramos or Renin 6, and then just play control until he can use a Flage or just beat down with Ketramos or cast the Emrakul. Rob electing to play another Malevolent Rumble, picking up the Boseiju, giving him the option to remove Chaz's Liquid Metal coating if he goes for that. Rob also put a Flage in the graveyard, and with 2 Malevolent Rumbles, sets him up easily to be able to have those 5 cards. Plays a Flooded Strand. Passing over to Chaz after a quick hand size check, making sure he doesn't have to discard to hand size. Chaz with a second Urza's Tower. So 2 towers and 1 power plant. Still not quite there. I think Chaz has the full playset of Mind Stones between what's in play, the 1 in play and the 3 in his hand. And then we have the Liquid Metal coating we knew about and a Thought-Knot Seer. So Chaz unable to use the Thought-Knot Seer to take the Beseiju from Rob, but still electing to play that coding out. Probably just going to try to slow down Rob, pick off mana. My guess is, looking at Rob's list, he does not have multiple black sources. So if he does have a Goblet Shrine, but still, picking off the Xander's Lounge does hurt Rob's ability to have domain, all 5 types of land, off of just a few land sources. Chaz activating the coding. Assuming targeting the Xander's Lounge, Rob floating mana in response. I think Chaz was looking to move to combat to burn that floating mana. Rob cracks that Flooded Strand. Finding a Hallowed Fountain, shocking that in. So Rob put himself down to 13 so far. Chaz hasn't done anything to damage Rob or really even advance his board much. Just played a Mind Stone, has the Karn. Looks like Rob is looking to use that floating mana off the Xander's Lounge. Doesn't have green, so is unable to channel the Beseiju right now. 3 mana, looking to March of Otherworldly Light to exile the Liquid Metal coding. Chaz electing to just find the Liquid Metal coding, replay it, play a Mind Stone. Mind Stone first, then the mana from the Mind Stone for the coding. That works out. That's all tracking. Got Karn at 1 and the untapped coding. I'm going to send it back over to Rob. Chaz's deck is in Japanese, from what I can see here. It looks like they're double-checking Oracle text on a card. Checking the Liquid Metal coding. That it will turn a permanent into an artifact until the end of the turn. I think he was checking for beginning of next end step or not. Using the coding, unsure what he's targeting right now, but looking to choke Rob's mana again. Rob using March of Otherworldly Light one more time. Exile the coding. Drawing for turn. Playing an Arid Mesa, sending it back over to Chaz. Chaz with a ton of mana here. 5 lands, 2 Mind Stones. Playing the Thought-Knot Seer. Gonna take a peek at Rob's hand, exile a card. Rob's sitting on the Beseiju, a Breeding Pool. 2 No More Lies, which is a mana leak. Chaz effectively dodged that, playing that second Ugin's Labyrinth. And that Ketramos we knew about. So Rob gestured at Chaz's board. I think he was pointing out that could not effectively... Actually, he was tapped out from it too. Multiple reasons that No More Lies would not have done anything here. Looks like Chaz is going to choose the Ketramos, play another Mind Stone, use Karn to animate 1, and get in for 2. Turning that Mind Stone into a 2/2 until Chaz's next turn. Rob fetching down to 10 here, I believe. Finding an Elegant Parlor. One of the 2 Surveil lands Rob has. He has this and a Lush Portico. Very, very white. Probably, I'd say Rob's very Naya heavy, so white, green, red. Has the black for Ketramos, the blue for No More Lies, so he's definitely a 5-color deck. but most of the spells are white primarily, and then we've got a good mix of green and some red in there. Rob, thinking about the card on top with that Surveil. Decides to leave it. See what he's got there. Another Ketramos for himself. Going to Shock in a Breeding Pool, going down to 8. And 4 mana to escape the Flage. So double white off the Temple Garden and Hallowed Fountain, double red off the Elegant Parlor and Xander's Lounge. Exile 5 lands from his graveyard, and Flage is going to pick off the Karn. Gain Rob some life again, which I'm sure he appreciates with Chaz's Thought-Knot Seer in play. And sending it back over. Chaz with 8 mana in play right now. 3 mana for a Glaring Fleshraker. This is going to give Chaz a bit of a reach with those pings from the making the spawns and then other Eldrazi being entering play, giving Chaz even more mana. Lets him start cycling the Mind Stones he has in play for more cards to ideally get more mana and then more damage, just sort of throwing that across to try and ping Rob down. Doing that while racing Flage is a tough spot to be in. But in theory, Chaz's deck can go over the top really, really well. Lots of big haymakers here he can use to both answer the Flage and put some more pressure on Rob. Chaz starting out, cracking a Mind Stone, drawing a card for, that's another Glaring Fleshraker. To pay 3 mana, play that Fleshraker. Got a trigger on the first one, make a spawn, deal a damage, deal 1 more damage when the other Fleshraker comes in. Passing back to Rob. Rob with a Wrath of the Skies is draw for turn. Unfortunately, can't do much on Chaz's board. He can hit the spawn and the Mind Stones, but if Rob wants to answer those Glaring Fleshrakers, he will also take out his own Flage. Flage coming in. Send that Lightning Helix at a Fleshraker. Put Rob up to... We'll see if they missed that trigger or not. Should be 12, might be 13. Chaz not blocking, taking the 6 with Flage getting in.
I'm not saying it's not easy, I'm just saying...
Rob spending 3 mana. Not spending 3 mana. Was looking at the Ketramos, deciding to not play it.
It doesn't help that I'll do this for about, I'll do this for a couple weeks and then not touching it for 4 months.
Rob looking at playing that Besage You instead of holding it as a removal spell. Going for... Oh, just going to wipe the board, it looks like. Wrath of the Skies. Take out 5 permanents from Chaz in exchange for putting his Flage into the graveyard. Gonna make 4 energy, spend all that now. Rob draws a card off that Thought-Knot Seer.
No worries. I didn't realize I didn't have...
Pass back to Chaz. Chaz was Fleshraker number 3 and Mind Stone number 4. Chaz deciding to not... Or draw the Mind Stone and play... Crack the Mind Stone to draw, play a land there, I think. Admittedly looked away for a second, and Chaz had moved some cards very quickly. Rob playing a Marsh Flats. We're going to see another Flage escape here. Rob cracking that Arid Mesa. Finding a Plains. We got white, white, red, red. I think Rob's looking to see if he can catch Ramos first. He cannot. The Xander's Lounge being his black source for the Ketchamos and his second red source. So, escaping the Flage, picking off the Glaring Fleshraker. And paying the additional cost of exiling 5 cards for escaping. Rob sitting on 2 No More Lies and a Ketchamos, I believe. Chaz sending it back. Sitting across from a Flage without Summoning Sickness is a scary place to be. Chaz taking 9 here, going down to 5. Rob gaining an additional 3 life. A Solitude in hand, 2 No More Lies. Yeah, Chaz had a Karn the last turn, which wouldn't have done enough. And congrats to Rob, taking down game 1 there. Very impressive showing with just the ability of his deck to dig and really just kind of turbo out of Flage, I guess. Lots of options, lots of powerful cards on Rob's end. Chaz had a very quick start, putting out a lot of mana. Didn't quite find Tron to really accelerate, but did really just get stuck with a lot of mana and not a lot of big threats. Looking at sideboard, Rob taking a glance at Ashiok Dreamrender. Looking at the Celestial Purge, the dead card. I don't know how much Rob has other than another Emrakul. Rob sideboard, not the most set up for this matchup, and surprisingly, no copies of Consigned to Memory in his 75. Looking at Chaz's sideboard, he's got 12 one-ofs and then 3 copies of the Stonebrain. I think every card in Chaz's sideboard is a Karn Wish target. He's got a Cityscape Leveler, Disruptor Flute, Ensnaring Bridge, Extinguisher Battleship, Forsaken Monument, Pithing Needle, Liquid Metal Coating, which we saw last game, Soulless Jailer, the Filigree Silex, Tormod's Crypt, Torpor Orb, and Trinosphere. Rob looking through. He's looking at cutting a Ketchamos. I didn't see that other card there. My guess is Rob's looking at bringing in a No More Lies, a March of Otherworldly Light, and probably another Emrakul. Some cards just hopefully slow down Chaz, and then probably provide another Haymaker with that second Emrakul to Promise End. Oh, apologies. Rob's got 2 Damping Spheres. Those are coming in here. He's going to slow down Chaz tapping for 2 mana with his lands. That's the first thing he's reaching for. Rob decides on that third cut. Deck is together and shuffling up for game 2. So with Chaz on the play, going to give him the chance to accelerate hard. If he can fully put together Tron, going to be a really good place to be. Let him really accelerate, do what Tron does, get out ahead, and then leverage those big top-end cards to do some damage. Players shuffling up here.
Can you take these up to the first drawer that it should go? The second drawer.
We've got decks presented and cut and drawn starting hands. I see an Eldrazi Temple, a Command. It's a Power Plant for Chaz. Keeping with the Fleshraker and a Devourer. A Karn, I believe, is his 6. Rob, I see the the Damping Sphere, I believe. Putting one back, both players on 6 here. Chaz with a pregame action, revealing a Devourer of Destiny. Taking a look at his top 4 with an Ugin. I believe that's a Power Plant. The Sire of 7 Deaths and a Mind Stone. It is a Power Plant there. Chaz was thinking of keeping the Ugin on top. Chaz considering the options and sticking with his first thought. Tron piece over to Rob. Rob with the Marsh Flats back over to Chaz. Chaz drawing that Ugin. 3 mana for a Fleshraker here. Making use of that Eldrazi Temple as a 2 mana producing land to accelerate. Rob draw for turn. I see a Ketramos in hand. Cracking that Marsh Flats. Perusing through. Probably going to surveil at Chaz's end step, it looks like here. Send it to Chaz. Chaz give it a quick cut. See, Rob's got a Solitude. Has that as an option to answer the Fleshraker. Choose to put the Xander's Lounge in the graveyard. Sort of cutting Rob off a the option to really accelerate into Domain to get all 5 land types. Play and crack the Flooded Strand immediately. Going back into the deck. Finding a Godless Shrine. I think Rob's looking to set up for the Ketramos in hand. We're going to get one of those into play. Doesn't have the multiple Malevolent Rumbles like game 1, so Rob's hand is a bit slower. But we do have the Damping Sphere. Going to shut down Chaz having Tron or turning the Eldrazi Temple off from being a soul land. So only going to get 1 mana out of that. Chaz playing an Expedition map, getting the trigger off of the Glaring Fleshraker. And cracking it immediately to find his land. He still has his land drop return here on turn 3. I see Chaz with a Command, a Karn, the Ugin he left on top of the Devourer, and Devourer itself. So, unfortunately for Chaz, not going to be able to utilize an Ugin's Labyrinth here. But still just proceeding with grabbing Tron pieces. Chaz finding an Urza's Mine, putting into play, and then sending in the Fleshraker for 2. And passing back to Rob.
And we're also signing up for the
Rob untap and draw the Malevolent Rumble for turn. Does have a Flooded Strand in hand, so we'll be able to find a green source to play that. You know, Rob can play the Ketramos he has in hand. has the option of evoking the Solitude to exile the Glaring Fleshraker. So even though the Fleshraker is just a 2/2, its ability to both accelerate mana and throw out damage makes it a huge threat. So leaving it alone is scary, for sure. Especially with Ketchermouse. Like, the extra little bit of damage can really, really put you in danger. It's something you need to balance, because that card draw does come at a price. Rob playing a Breeding Pool off of that Flooded Strand, so Shockin' down to 10. And Rob looking to play that Malevolent Rumble. Finding a Leyline Binding. And does have Domain, so can pass to Chaz and play the Binding through the Damping Sphere. So very, very nice for Rob. Makes that spawn represented by that germ, the Channel Fireball germ token Rob reached for. My guess is we're going to send it back over to Chaz. Yeah, pass back to Chaz. In chat, yeah, not. Yeah, was unsure if Rob was going to use the Binding in Chaz's upkeep or not. But he's letting Chaz go to main phase. Gonna have some Fleshraker triggers. Make a spawn, do a damage. Chaz gets that Mind Stone. Has 3 mana, but will need to pay for the Damping Sphere tax. Getting in for 2. Yep, and there we go. Rob firing off that Leyline Binding to exile the Fleshraker. Chaz is fine with that. Going back to Rob. Drawing a Flooded Strand. Rob sitting on double Ketchermouse, a Solitude, the Flooded Strand. I believe he's got a 5th card there as well. It's another land, I believe. Chaz with 5 mana here. You know, he's got a Karn, the Ugin, the Devourer, and the Command. Rob using the spawn to play a Ketchermouse. Chaz with 3 cards in exile, helping to, I guess 4, including that Devourer, helping to enable that Ketchermouse to be a creature. We are not quite there yet. I believe you need 5. Let me confirm this. 7, apologies. So we are 4 out of the 7 for Rob to be able to attack or block. Ketchermouse is still a creature, but cannot attack or block yet. But we'll just need a Flage or a few Solitude Evokes. Anything along those lines, even tagging something with a No More Lies puts the card into exile instead of the graveyard. So all of those can help Rob sort of increase the number of the cards in exile to turn on Ketchermouse. Because the lifelink there really, really helps to offset the life loss from drawing those cards. Rob fetching to 8. Chaz responding with a Kozilek's command, using the spawn mana. He's going to exile the Ketchermouse and make 3 spawns of his own. Rob's going to continue resolving that fetch, deciding to surveil with this Lush Portico. Finish fetching and surveil. Rob down to 8, which is kind of a scary place to be.
You know what? He'd actually just like put it from me when we bought that. We're talking about this.
Putting a mountain in the graveyard.
Brad's excited to Yeah. My actual doctor. You need to stand there. If you tap my shoulder on that side, I'm gonna step that way. If you tap my shoulder on that side, I'm gonna step that way. Gotcha. Yeah.
Let's see what Rob's looking to do. Set up with a rumble here. I don't believe, looking at Twitch chat here, I don't believe Rob drew for Ketchumos being exiled. It might have been Chaz's turn. I'm not positive there, to be honest. Rob picking up a Leyline Binding off that Rumble, making the spawn represented by the Germ. Played an Arid Mesa as land for turn. Rob with 2 cards in hand, or 3 cards in hand, including that Leyline Binding. Double checking, see card. Reading the text on Sire of 7 Deaths. Double checking that. Let's see what Rob's looking to do here. I know he has a Ketchermos I saw. So he could be using Ketchermos Solitude. Looking to use Ketchermos to sort of set up for more card draw. His life total is getting low though, which is a little bit of a scary place to be. Playing the Leyline Binding to pick off Chaz's Mind Stone. Constrict him down to 6 mana. Chaz did just draw another land, which gives him an Ugin. However, Rob doesn't. Or I guess Rob has the bindings in play. So there we go. 7 mana. Chaz playing an Ugin Eye of the Storms, exiling a Leyline Binding on the cast trigger, going to return the Glaring Fleshraker. See what Chaz is looking to do with the Ugin. Going to plus here. Gain some life, draw a card. Another Glaring Fleshraker off the draw there. I'm going to be sending back over to Rob. Rob fetching one more time. Out of Surveil lands. Got both of those in play already. Looking for Hallowed Fountain. Setting on a Sacred Foundry. Putting that in play tapped. Untap. Take Rob's turn. Rob draws a Plains for turn. I have access to 7 mana. Plains Ketchermos Solitude in hand. Fortunately for Rob, he's not going to be able to answer the Ugin, and Chaz will have the option to either use it for more mana to continue accelerating, or play that other Fleshraker and look to just do some pings and just really pressure Rob's life total a bit more. Sitting at, I believe, 6 cards in exile currently, including the Mind Stone under the Leyline Binding. Rob playing a Ketchermos, passing back to Chaz. Second power plant. Chaz zeros. Make 3 mana, use it to cast a Glaring Fleshraker. And Rob scoops it up there. I think that's a good call on Rob's part. Chaz being able to just pick apart Rob's board with any colored permanence he has, and start doing 2 damage per colorless spell cast, and make 2 mana. It's a rough spot to overcome. Chaz takes that down, going to game 3 coming up, tied up at 1-1. Rob double checking the sideboard. I think he's considering bringing in Change the Equations here. I think is just a You're just going to counterspell unless they pay 2. I believe there's a bonus if it's a red or a green spell. Double check. 1 second. Apologies. It's not even pay 2. It's a counter target spell with mana value 2 or less. If it's a red or a green spell, it's mana value 6 or less. So just kind of bringing in a pseudo spell snare. Helps him pick off Chaz's Karn targets and the Mind Stones. I don't know how much I really like that in this matchup. I think he's looking to trim a Solitude. I saw a Wrath of the Skies in that. Yeah, pulling 2 Solitudes out there for Rob. Double checking one more time. Chaz presents there. We'll have Rob on the play. We're going into game 3. Chaz with I see triple tower, I think. Expedition map. Devourer of Destiny, Karn, and a command. He has lands and spells and the map. Definitely is going to take a while to get Tron together for Chaz with that hand. Triple tower is a kind of awkward place to be. I see some lands, Delighted Halfling. I believe that's a Wrath of the Skies for Rob. Decides to keep it, and Chaz starts off with the pregame action, revealing a Devourer of Destinies. So even though you reveal the Devourer pregame, you take the action of that on your first upkeep. So right now, before Chaz draws, gonna look at the top 4, choose the one he wants to keep, which is the power plant there. Exile the other 3. Play the power plant into a map and send it over to Rob. Rob with another land draw for turn. Does have a Wrath of the Skies, which would let him exile or destroy the expedition map, but at the cost of his own halfling, which I'm unsure if that's the right move, but is defensible, I'd say. The game's going to favor Rob the more he can sort of tax Chaz's setup and just accumulate his own resources to be able to draw cards and leverage Flage or Ketramos, and ideally find that Emrakul that his deck name is on stream here. Yep, going for the Wrath. Gonna make an energy, use it, sacrifice his halfling, and taking out Chaz's expedition map. Chaz just drew the mine, so just has natural Tron anyway. Doesn't even need that map. Rob surveils, puts a Flooded Strand in the graveyard, back over to Chaz with an All Is Dust. Full Tron, plays a Karn. Rob does have a Nomoralize in hand. There we go. Chaz tapping correctly. Had a mana floating with that tower. Using the mana properly. Karn is safe from the Nomoralize at this point. There we go. Karn minus, finding a Tormod's Crypt. Still playing around that Nomoralize. Pass it back to Rob. Mountain. See a Breeding Pool, Nomoralize. That Arid Mesa there. Back to Chaz. Drawing an Eldrazi Temple. Those 3 towers are really going to come in handy here. Until Rob finds a Damping Sphere, I don't think he has a way to destroy any of destroy or disrupt Chaz's lands. So he has the Chaz is just going to accelerate it. Oh, actually, apologies. Rob has 2 Beseiju. Chaz has the Beseiju. Chaz can be disrupted through Rob's Beseiju. Sorry about that. That was rough getting that out there. Chaz minus and Karn, finding a liquid metal coating and playing that. Well, it's 8 mana floating, or 8 mana available. Rob with a fetch, sort of considering his options here. Looking to see what's available. Grabbing the Lush Portico to surveil. Rob taking a look at the top card. Keep it on top. Chaz going to lock down one of Rob's lands, targeting that Elegant Parlor. That's an artifact, cannot be activated with Karn in play. I think Rob did draw the Emrakul. We got the Leyline Binding coming down here. Guess Rob's gonna look to pick off the Karn and just prevent Chaz from utilizing that every turn. Stopping the Strip Mine effect Chaz can use with the Liquimetal Coating and Karn combo. Chaz gonna play a Command for 6. Huge casting cost here. Getting countered with that No More Lies Rob's been holding. Untap, pass it back. Tower number 3. All is dust. 7 mana, Chaz getting the Karn back. Doing the loop. Liquimetal Coating, animating the Hallowed Fountain, plussing Karn to turn it into a 0/0 creature. I think Rob's scooping it up at this point, and Chaz takes down the match with that. Congrats to Chaz. Very well fought. Rob, unfortunately, just didn't have enough to get there. Game 3 here. And Chaz progresses 2-0. Rob at 1-1. Still very live for top 8. Have another 4 rounds of Modern to go. And thanks for hanging out, watching round 2, folks. Finish up here. We're going to be right back with match number 3 with some more Modern. Sit tight.
Because this is all in your mind.
I hardly know how to begin.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back here with round 3, sweet modern gameplay. This round, we've got Jake on the left playing some mono black Necro, tried and true. He's just been locked in on this deck since MH3 came out and gave us Necro dominance. And we got Geo on the right playing Goryo's. As promised from before, have the metagame breakdown for everyone. Still doing some rough accumulation just to get the overall number of archetypes, but the field is wide open today. I don't think we have more than 4 copies of any single deck. If we combine all flavors of energy, we have 6 there. We've got 4 red-white energy and 4 Goryos. Other than that, everything else is 3 or fewer. A ton of one of archetypes. So we've got 3 copies of Brood Scale, 3 copies of Titan, few different flavors of Eldrazi with no more than 2 in any of the different categories. Got a few different people playing Wizards, have some very, very fun decks, and fingers crossed we'll be able to showcase some of those today. But for now, let's check in and see what's going on here. We had Geo on the start, playing a Marsh Flats, Jake leading off with an Inquisition of Kozilek and taking a Psychic Frog. Geo surveils, leaves the card on top, and leaves him with 3 lands, that Force of Negation he left on top, an Atraxa and a Faithful Mending. Jake playing a Swamp, playing a Dauthi Voidwalker, which is a great card against Geo. Unfortunately, for Jake, Geo will be able to get that Atraxa into the graveyard underneath the Voidwalker with that Faithful Mending in hand, which will leave Geo, depending on what he finds, with just lands and the Force of Negation. But an Atraxa in the graveyard's a pretty good spot to be for the Goryo's deck. Drawing 2, which is a Ketramos and a Plains. Going to discard the Atraxa and one of the lands. He's just double check and see what he doesn't want. Yeah, he's thinking about the Atraxa and the Plains. You know, Jake has an Urborg, a Fell the Profane.
Yeah.
Yep. The Dauthi resolves. Got Atraxa in the graveyard for Geo. No Goryos yet, or any other way to reanimate. Did draw the Ephemerate. See if Geo has a second blue source. He does have a Marsh Flats. So Geo will have access to double blue to hard cast the Force of Negation. As Geo's on 1 land, Ketramos, Ephemerate, Force of Negation. Jake drawing a Shieldred for turn. Opting to first get in for 3 with that Dauthi. Nothing in exile with that Void counter for it to cast. Playing an Urborg, giving Geo full access to black mana. Playing a Bogart Trawler to exile Geo's graveyard. Great follow-up for Jake, even though Geo managed to get the Atraxa into the graveyard under the Dauthi. Just can't escape all the main deck exile Jake has with his deck. Jake has a fairly wide spread of different answers, including a main deck Surgical Extraction. Got some copies of Inquisition and Thoughtseize, a few different options for removal like Fatal Push, the Soul Spike, which really gives this deck the huge combo potential. Jake catching the Void counter, that Marsh Flats is going to exile. Got some Orcish Bowmasters, March of Wretched Sorrow, Fell the Profanes. Jake on a, I would say, fairly spicy Unholy Annex. I don't think I've seen him on that before. And Geo deciding to flash back the Faithful Mending in response to the Bogart Trawler. Paying the 3 mana there. Urborg in play lets him cast tap the Marsh Flats for black. No reason to fetch. think he's looking at getting rid of Faithful Mending and either an Ephemerate or a Force of Negation. Keeping the Faithful Mending. Ephemerate and the second Force is what Geo's got right now in hand. We know Jake has a Fellow Profane, got a Bowmasters, and a Shieldred. Geo discarding a Force of Negation and a Godless Shrine. That will go into exile under the Dothi Voidwalker with the Void counter. Bogart Trawler resolves, clears the Frog and the Atraxa from Geo's graveyard. Geo playing a Ketramos. Get some options to draw some cards, hopefully find some more resources. Play a Meticulous Archive and surveil a Faithful Mending under the Voidwalker. I guess in the Void. Another Swamp is the draw for Jake. Going to have Shieldred mana available if he chooses to go that route. Also has a Takanuma as the Felda Profane, which doesn't do much against the Ketramos, unfortunately. Get in for 3 again. Playing the Shieldred. Gonna make those cards from Ketramos really hurt for Geo. Draw for turn. Shieldred's going to hit Geo for 2 there. We see Geo with the Ephemerate, Faithful Mending, Force of Negation, and a Goryo's. Unfortunately, has no graveyard and no way to get a graveyard right now. Geo's going to need to find a Solitude, but does have Ketramos enabled. So Geo getting in for some damage with Ketramos there. Gain some life. Jake playing Takanuma and did draw a Necrodominant. Getting in for some damage. Swinging for, I believe that's 10 right there. Doing a Judge Call first, though. Sit tight, folks. We're going to grab that. In the meantime, while we're waiting, let's take a look at their deck list. Delve in a little bit deeper, see what both of them are playing. I was running over Jake's deck list before. More or less where you would expect a mono black Necro list to be. They're not as common now as they were before, like a while before when Grief was still legal. But more or less the deck has stayed in the same place. You've got your 4 Necro to draw a bunch of cards, Shieldred to facilitate drawing more with Necro, 4 Soul Spike to just fire off 16 damage if you draw all of them, March of Wretched Sorrow to gain some life back. For the land base, he's got 9 Swamps, 2 Urborg, 4 Mutavault, a Castle Lochthwain, and a Takanuma. Looking at Geo's Goryo's list. More or less, the Goryo's decks that I've seen have looked fairly the same. Geo less in on Ketramos than some of the others have been, with only 1. He is on 4 Quantum Riddler, 4 Atraxa, and 4 Solitude. Beyond that, it's got some Prismatic Endings, Fourth Negations for removal, single copy of Teferi Time Raveler, single Gristlebrand as well for another big Goryo's threat. So making the 5 with, the 6 with Goryo's for Ketramos, Atraxa, and Gristlebrand. All 3 colors of the Surveil Land, Singleton Priest of Fellright, Singleton Subtlety. Nothing super surprising here. Numbers might be a touch different, but has what you would expect one of these decks to be. Geo ephemerating the Ketramos. I think the Judge Call, my guess is the Judge Call, was before blocks, just figuring out whether or not the Ketramos trigger happens. Geo ephemerates Ketramos, blocks the Bogart Trawler, both to soak up some damage and gain life. Jake casting the Necrodominance met with a Force of Negation from Geo. Does go into the Void, so Jake has the option to use his Dothi Voidwalker for 2 Force Negations. Geo with a Ketramose, 4 lands, Faithful Mending, and a Goryo's. No graveyard at all, though. He's on upkeep deciding to not play the Ephemerate with that rebound trigger, just leave it in exile. Drawing another Force of Negation. He has the option to hold back a Ketramose and block the Shieldred, or just get in for 4. It looks like Geo's deciding to swing, gain that 4 life off lifelink. End step, Jake flashing an Orcish Bowmasters, targeting Geo there. Jake untapping with 4 creatures, drawing second card in hand. Playing an Inquisition. Geo debating if he wants to either counter it or draw some cards, which will leave him shields down with that Force of Negation. Gonna let the Inquisition resolve.
I don't know, actually. That's
So the Goryo's for now is a dead card. The Force of Negation does prevent Jake from playing a Necro. Faithful Mending helps Geo dig. So few options there. Jake deciding to take the Force of Negation, leaving Geo with a dead Goryo's and a Faithful Mending, which is going to be draw 2 cards and then give Jake the worst 2 cards in your hand and gain 2 life. Jake going to combat, swinging for 9. Geo's debating if he wants to Surveil here. Opts to not, just untap, draw for turn. Another deterrent to that Force of Negation, which I did not consider before, is Jake has a Bowmasters and a Shieldred in play. Geo scooping it up. I think that's the right move here. Jake had a pretty thorough lockdown between the Dothy and the Shieldred. It just made any digging Geo would do really hurt. Looking at sideboards here. Jake's on a singleton Surgical Extraction, 1 Thoughtseize, 1 Damping Sphere, 2 Ashiok Dream Render, 2 Force of Despair, 1 Shatter Assumptions, 1 Break the Ice, 2 Dothy Voidwalker, 1 The Meat Hook Massacre, 1 The Filigree Silex, 1 Torpor Orb, and 1 Toxic Deluge. Geo is on 4 Consigned to Memory, 2 Nihil Spellbomb, 2 Thoughtseize, 1 Celestial Purge, 1 Pest Control, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Teferi Time Reveler, and 1 Subtlety. That Purge for Geo is coming in for sure. It tags every permanent in Jake's deck. Just 2 mana, exile any permanent is a great option to have. My guess is Jake's going to want those, at least one of the Ashioks. Will want the extra 2 Dothy Voidwalkers, just be able to really, really constrain Geo's graveyard. Probably taking the other Thoughtseize, maybe the Surgical. Just do what he can to pick apart Geo's hand and just play creatures and attack. Looks like he's also, as he's taken out, removing the Force of Despair, some Fatal Push, bringing in 5 cards. Surgical, Thoughtseize, double Dothy, and 1 other card. Looks like he's deciding to leave the Ashioks on the board. Geo looking through his deck, seeing what he wants to remove. Cutting a Goryo's. I do like that. It is the namesake card of the deck, but with so much graveyard hate that Jake has, it's really hard to pull it off for Geo. It's one of the things you need to sort of consider both sides of it, because without Goryo's, like that's your deck. Like you were losing a ton of consistency, a ton of power. But if you're all in on Goryo's and your opponent is locking it down as well as Jake can, you just kind of aren't doing anything.
I was like, literally, like, honestly, why is it the same?
And Geo's looking at some number of consigns, Subtlety, and Celestial Purge. And cut 5, so I was looking to bring in 1 additional card. Double checking there. Looking at the subtlety, leaving some consigns out. Going through one more time. So the consigns definitely have the upside of the trigger stifle. Being able to pick off some of the ETBs that Jake's deck might have, like the Bogart Trawler, Graveyard Exile, something like that. It doesn't stop, or probably it does stop Necrodominance and stuff. You can just stop the trigger to draw the cards. So that's another benefit Geo has there with it. But you're not like 2-for-1ing like you are against an Eldrazi deck. You can't stop the threat and stop the cast trigger. You're just using it purely as a worse stifle, we can say. Doing less than the typical card stifle would do in similar positions. Check-in, looks like cutting, just kind of trimming across the board for Geo. See an Atraxa, we see a Gorgios coming out, cutting an Ephemerate, cutting a Faithful Mending. And with Jake taking that down so effectively, we're going to have Geo on the play for this game too. Finalizing his list, and looks like we are good to go. Shuffling up. One last double check. So while we were waiting, another reminder here. This is the first event of the Rockets series for this year. We're going to have an event every month up through April. Winning a match gets you points. Making top 8 gets you a little kickback bonus as well. We're going to be tracking the points across all of the events. And at the end of the season, after the last event in April, at the end of the month, we're going to have a additional final tournament for the top 16 players in the leaderboard. You're playing in that top 16 for the opportunity to design your own token. You're going to get to choose what the token is, what art's on it, your likeness will be in it. We have these really cool Monster World tokens for Gabby winning this last season. Some of the past ones have been a food token, a Goblin Shaman from Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, a green-black insect like Grist would make. All of them just incredible art, very, very fun, very cool. You get to see a Rockets community member's face on your tokens. It's excellent. Great season. If you are local, if you're in the area, absolutely come out, come play. We would love to have you in here for these. Very fun time. Get to play some competitive Magic. What's not to love there? We got 51 players in today's event. And as I was mentioning at the start of this match, the metagame is very wide here. All kinds of singleton decks have some pretty spicy decks as well. Have a player on Infect, have a white-black land destruction, sort of like Ghost Quarter recursion deck. Have one player on Ad Nauseam combo. Got some Red Prison, have a Nile Landfall deck, have an Omniscient Shifting Woodlands combo deck. One of the blue-green Birthing Ritual decks that's been putting up some occasional results online. And then a few more common options. We have some the like blue-white base Jeskai like Ephemerate decks, some of the more stifle focused ones where you're running Consigned to Memory to try and stifle your like Flage cast and your Evoke trigger for Null Drifters. 2 copies of Yawgmoth, 2 copies of Merfolk, a couple Domain Zoo, 3 copies of Storm, copy of Rhinos. We have a Grixis Wizards and a Jeskai Wizards. 2 copies of Affinity. And then for the multiple ones, we got 3 Amulet Titan, And then for Eldrazi, we have a colorless Eldrazi Tron, which was Chaz we saw earlier, the more traditional red-green ramp. We have an Eldrazi like mid-range aggro build, so no Tron lands, but is more colorless focused. 3 copies of Brood Scale across a few different flavors there. Got some green-black, got some mono-green, got a green-red. All kinds of really cool stuff today, so we'll see what we can get on camera to bring out. And here we go. Geo with a Marsh Flats pass, Jake with an Inquisition, and I believe the only target is the Ketchermo, so Geo just throwing that right in the graveyard, leaving a Watery Grave, a Marsh Flats, a Quantum Riddler, the really sweet borderless art, and an Atraxa. Geo finding a Meticulous Archive to surveil the end of Jake's turn. See what he's going to find. Looking to keep it on top. Warp the Quantum Riddler. Draw a card, put that into exile in the warp zone, I guess we'll call it here. Jake playing a Dothy. A fantastic turn 2 play for him. That's probably ideally what he wants to see. Unfortunately for Jake, which Geo is very, very happy to see, he's got the Prismatic Ending. And then fun Magic interaction rules with when you're destroying a card that cares about exiling. Does it go to the graveyard or not? They are correct here. Prismatic Ending it will go to the graveyard, is not exiled with a void counter. Geo plays a Shadowy Backstreet, surveils an Ephemerate. Jake with a Mutavault into an Unholy Annex. The old standard all-star here, using a post-it note to cover up the second half of the card. Geo playing a Marsh Flats and just passing back. Jake with a Shieldred, it's draw for turn, playing a Swamp. Playing a Thoughtseize, checking if the coast is clear. And Geo using that Celestial Purge as... and then using the Thoughtseize to bin an Atraxa. We'll see what Jake's going to do. He doesn't have triple black, so cannot cast the Necro he's got in hand. When he's a Mutavault beats, love to see it. In for 2. Geo's gonna crack that Marsh Flats, and my guess is we're seeing a third Surveil. Surveillance are good in every deck. Geo's on an off-color one at this point. It does let him cast the Atraxa, however relevant that is. Just still is... it blows my mind how good the Surveillance are. And Goryoth uses them arguably the best of any deck, which is really, really saying a lot. Geo surveils, thinking about the card on top.
If it was Umbreon, I'd buy it. What's under the Metagross? It's Scissor. No, put another card in the Metagross.
Considering what he's doing. And as a land, he does get to cast the Quantum Riddler from exile and then draw 2 cards, which is good. Decides he doesn't want the Psychic Frog. Puts that in the graveyard, draws for turn, and sends it back over to Jake. Jake with a Swamp. Up to 5 mana. 4 of those are Black Pips. Playing the Shieldred. Send it over to Geo. Geo's going to lose 2 off that Shieldred trigger. Making use of those colors. That green does come in handy. Geo's exiling Shieldred with a Prismatic Ending. Got a Polluted Delta in play. Jake with another Swamp. Using that Mutavault again, get in for 2. Just sending it back. believe Geo is out of... Oh, nope, never mind. This should be the fourth one. 4 surveillance in play for Geo. And yes, that is the fourth one. Just confirmed that there, folks. Taking a look. At this point, any action is going to be doing something for him. He does have to consider, though, he does keep it on top. Keeping a card in hand prevents him from getting that additional card off the Riddler. Geo passing back. Jake drawing an Urborg. Full black mana. Actually, Jake does not have a Necro in hand. I was wrong about what he had. He's got a Fella Profane, a Soul Spike, and a Thoughtseize. Geo casting a Solitude. Going to exile the Mutavault. And Jake going to destroy the Solitude with a Fella Profane. Back over to Geo. Very low resource game for both players here. We'll see what they're able to put together. Geo hard casting a Quantum Riddler, drawing 2 cards. Really, really cool card out of Edge of Eternity. It's been showing up in basically every constructed format. Being a huge threat in Modern, shaping some archetypes in Standard as well. Seeing some play in Legacy Doomsday, which you can do some really cool things with the card. Just all around all-star. Multi-format all-star of a card, which is great to see. Love when a format gives a card that's not going to be entirely format warping, but is powerful enough to see play across the board. Geo sitting on Psychic Frog, Ephemerate, and Atraxa. Attacking for 4 with the Quantum Riddler. We might actually see a hard cast Atraxa this game from Geo, which is not what I was expecting in this matchup. Casting a second Riddler. Drawing a card. Geo with a Consign in hand now. Jake playing a Thoughtseize. No way around that for Geo. At this point, I don't know what Jake's going to need to put this together. Is deciding to pull the Attrax out of Geo's hand, stopping that hard cast. Geo has 8 power in play, and Jake's at 9, which does prevent him from drawing cards with the Necro without using the Soul Spikes in hand. The 3 Soul Spikes in hand. Geo attacks, passes back. In theory, Jake's not dead. He can pitch. Actually, never mind. Doesn't have the cards or mana to both cast a Soul Spike and pitch another one. Won't be able to kill a Quantum Riddler and is dead. Yeah, there we go. Showing off the 3-of-a-kind Soul Spikes to Geo. Scooping it up. Heading to game 3. Nice job, Geo. Putting that together without much really going on for him all game. Jake double checking the sideboard, seeing if he wants to change anything there. Jake's gonna make 1 change, it looks like. Geo double checking, see if he's gonna make a change. Geo bringing in... Unsure what that was from the art there. Making a change for it with him being on the draw for this game. Shuffling up one more time. Getting ready to go back in for game 3 here. Jake's going to be on the play. See if he can get enough of a board state together, be able to choke Geo's resources, resolve a Necro, and either combo off or just keep his hand filled with enough gas to ride through for the rest of the game. On the other hand, Geo's either hoping just dodge graveyard hate. Jake's led the first 2 games the turn 2 Dothy Voidwalker, which is probably the last thing Geo wants to be seeing. Because Geo has the option to just like slam a fast turn 2 Gorios, in theory, as the deck ceiling, get an Atraxa, and just ride that through to win. Or it can just win like this last game, just kind of playing your cards for face value, was on track to hard cash an Atraxa. Both players keeping their 7s. Jake with a tapped Fellmire, backside of Fell the Profane. Geo starting with a Surveil, just playing the Meticulous Archive. Thinking about the card on top. He likes it. Back over to Jake. Draws and plays a Takanuma. Opting turn 2 Dothy Voidwalker 3 games in a row. Jake is thrilled to see that. Geo is not so much, I'm sure. Jake smartly opting to hold the Urborg in hand to not give Geo black mana. Geo's doing some quick map on what he's looking at doing. I think he has a Consign in hand. I see 2 lands and a Quantum Riddler. I think he has 2 white cards, but I'm not sure if those are Ephemerates or one might be a Celestial Purge. He does have the Gorios as well. Which is the earliest Geo's seen a Gorios this game. This match, apologies. Jake has a few lands. He's got a Surgical Extraction, has a Shieldred, has a Bogart Trawler. Another Urborg for Jake. Looking to attack for 3. That's the first damage for Geo. He's going to go down to 17. Jake is at 20 still after playing the Fellmire tapped. 3 mana, just playing Bogart Trawler is a 3 mana 3/1. No extra effect to exile a graveyard, because there are none right now. Yeah, Geo with a Solitude. I think he's looking at double Solitude. Looking at using those right now. Fetch. Putting that Marsh Flats into the Void. See if he's going to look to pitch and then Ephemerate the Solitude to clear Jake's board.
Oh, that's not
Geo. Yep. Evoke a Solitude. Consign the Sacrifice trigger. Off the Evoke. Fun use of a Consign there. Actually, you know what? Thinking on it, when Geo was bringing in the Consign, you can consign your own Gorios trigger. Resolving the Surveil. Putting a Gorios in the graveyard. Very smart move on Geo for utilizing his trigger timing to do all of that with the Surveil trigger on the stack. So if he wants to bin a card, the Dothy is gone. Geo sitting on Gorios. That Quantum Riddler he just warped. Drawing a Force Negation. Has a Prismatic Ending in hand, and then a Polluted Delta. Sending it back to Jake. Jake untapping. The Torpor Orb, drop return. Good draw for Jake there. Jake in for 3. Looking to see if Geo's maybe interested in making a trade with that Solitude. Geo decides to not. And Jake plays a Torpor Orb. We'll see if Geo actually doesn't have a blue card, so cannot Force of Negation that. We'll see if Geo makes use of the Prismatic Ending in hand to exile. Fetch for a Hedge Maze, Surveil again. Torpor Orb, importantly, only affecting creatures entering, so will not stop the Surveil. Geo likes what he sees. Another Prismatic Ending, so yeah, I like keeping that. Just lets him remove the Torpor Orb and keep another answer in hand. Or even just pass, holding up the Hardcast Force of Negation, preventing Jake from resolving the Necro. Geo passing back. Jake drawing a Thoughtseize, I believe, there. In for 3. Jake still has that Surgical in hand. Geo hasn't put a graveyard threat, or the Goryo's target, into his bin yet. Not really leaving Jake with a good Surgical Extraction target. Geo is fine with Jake playing the Thoughtseize. The Geo revealing the hand we were able to see with the Force, Goryo's 2 Prismatic Ending. Jake choosing to make Geo discard the Force of Negation. We'll see what... Fairly certain Geo's opting to Surveil again at the end of Jake's turn with this uncracked Polluted Delta. In theory, he can get lucky and hit one of his legendary creatures to be able to pull it back with Goryo's, and Jake would not have timing to exile the Goryo's Vengeance. It wouldn't have priority the way that would work. Would not be able to stop Geo from getting a legendary threat like an Atraxa, or which wouldn't have the ETB trigger with the Torpor Orb, but would still get an Atraxa in play. But Jake wouldn't have priority to stop that and Surgical the Goryo's. Jake floating a black, playing an Urborg to Legend Rule the first one, and then play the Bogart Trawler, exiling Geo's graveyard. Geo's going to Surveil, end of turn. There we go. Surveil land number 4. 4 in a row for Geo, all 4 in play. Deck just can't get enough of those. Geo considering the card on top. The land, it gives him the option to cast the Quantum Riddler from that exile with Warp. Use a Psychic Frog to just help push damage. And Atraxa gives him the option to Goryo's, but will have to do that weird little priority, and just won't they dance with Jake having that Surgical Extraction. Geo likes the card. Keeping it on top, drawing it for turn. We'll see if he's going to attack with the Solitude or not. At this point, Chu does have to worry about just getting beat down with the 2/3 ones Jake has. which being at 12 is a very real way to lose the game. Doesn't really have another threat or another way to put back up damage. I'm sure Geo doesn't want to use a prismatic ending. I was going to say, doesn't want to use a prismatic ending to hit a Bogart Trawler, but looks like he's going to. 3 mana, 3 different colors, exile the untapped Trawler, and get in with the Solitude. Then plays a tapped Watery Grave. Jake's going to untap. Another kind of slow, low resource game for players here. Jake isn't able to outrace the Solitude right now. It does play a Necro Dominance, which is a huge draw for Jake. So isn't able to outrace Solitude, gaining 3 life, but is opting to pay 6 and draw 6 cards. Have 8 in hand, gonna pick the 5 best, exile the rest of them. Unless he draws some Soul Spikes. Jake looking to pitch some cards from hand, getting rid of a Inquisition of Kozilek and a second Necrodominance to deal 4 damage from that Solitude, gain 4 life. Kind of offset the 6. He's down to 5 cards in hand, which is the hand limit with a Necrodominance in play. Geo would have to pick between using that second Prismatic ending in hand on the Torpor Orb, which shuts down that Quantum Riddler in exile, shuts down the Solitude exile, stops the Atraxa ETB, picking more cards, and the Necro, which is Jake's engine to help really pull the deck together. And with Jake having a Shieldred in hand, he can pay 8 and go to 1, draw 8 cards, gain 16 life, so just gain back instead of losing 8 life to draw 8 cards, you're going to gain 8 life and draw 8 cards with Children. Geo playing the Quantum Riddler as a 4/6 flyer. Torpor Orb shutting down the draw trigger. No draw trigger for Jake with a Necro when play. Plays a Dauthi Voidwalker. Got a Shieldred, Surgical Extraction. Another, I think he's got 2 Shieldred, Surgical Extraction, and another Necrodominance. Opting to draw 4 cards. Seeing Inquisition, Dauthi Voidwalker, Toxic Deluge. Did find a Soul Spike. Big find for Jake. Can't kill the Quantum Riddler, but it doesn't have lifelink. He's able to fire off 4 damage at Geo's face, have an 8-point life swing at this point. There we go. Soul Spike, pitching a Toxic Deluge, and I believe that was an Inquisition. 5 cards in hand for Jake. Sending it back over to Geo. So Jake finding another Soul Spike is going to be able to put Geo to 1 with Jake attacking with the Dauthi Voidwalker. See a Hallowed Fountain in Geo's hand. She's going to need a really, really specific combination of draws and cards in hand to get out of this right now. Geo might be stuck or priced into exiling the Necrodominance, potentially the Dauthi Voidwalker, to try to slow Jake down. Not in a great spot, though. Yeah, double land, a dead Gorios, and a Prismatic ending right now. Geo looking to ending the Dauthi Voidwalker. Dauthi goes to exile under the Necrodominance replacement effect. Geo decides to get in. Quantum Riddler beats, put Jake to 9. I do like the attack. It's risky being at 8, but also Jake's life is his biggest resource for how many cards you can draw. Attacking with Bogart Trawler, put Geo down to 5. Another Dauthi. We'll see what Geo is able to find at this point. Going to end step. See what Jake's gonna draw. At this point, being at 9 and Geo having a 4/6 flyer in play, Jake has the option to be a little bit greedy and dig for one of the 2 remaining Soul Spike in the deck, which doesn't keep him alive, but is the damage to kill Geo the next turn. And play it safe, only draw 2 or 3. Stay out of reach from the Quantum Riddler. Looks like he's drawing 2 and did find a Soul Spike. A huge draw for Jake there. Oh, apologies. It's a March of Wretched Sorrow, not a Soul Spike. But is more life gain and lets him remove that Quantum Riddler. Going to use it immediately. And I will exile 3 black cards from his hand, paying for 2 each. To give the Riddler -6/-6. Jake's going to gain 6 life. Or sorry, deal 6 damage. Jake's going to gain 6 life. Either way. Killing the Riddler, putting it into the void. Keeping Jake's life total a bit higher. At this point, Geo has this one draw with these 3 cards in hand to either remove some of Jake's creatures. Yep, doesn't have it. Thoughtseize Gorios won't get him there, and there's the handshake. Congrats to Jake for taking it down. Really, really strong showing of what this mono black Necro deck can do. He's absolutely has the reps on it. This has been his deck of choice, and it shows for sure. Geo was churning, didn't always find the best hands. I don't think he resolved the Goryo's Vengeance the entire match, which is really not where you want to be on the deck. But Jake did do a great job keeping the pressure where it mattered and stopping Geo from being able to do that. Congrats to Jake. Great games for Geo. Still definitely live for top 8. This is match 3. Got another 3 rounds of Modern to go. And thank you all for sitting tight, hanging out with us today, watching some great Modern. Sit tight. We will be right back with match number 4. All right, everyone, welcome back. Quick break there, and back at it here. Coming in for round number 4. We got Chaz Tanner back on Eldrazi sitting across from Jacob with some Domain Aggro. Good old Domain Zoo. So we saw Chaz's deck before, ran through it. Just good old colorless E-Tron. A bunch of colorless lands, ramp, 0 color fixing, just pure colorless, looking to play top end haymakers. Jacob on the Domain Zoo deck we have come to know over the last few years. Territorial Kavu, Scion of Draco, Flage, has a Sunset Saboteur in the deck. Jacob playing a Arid Mesa, passing to Chaz with a mine into a map. And Jacob utilizing that Leyline in play to play a Scion of Draco on turn 2. Chaz using Labyrinth with a Devour of Destiny imprinted to play a Glaring Fleshbreaker, passing back to Jacob. Jacob having Vigilance, Lifelink, Hexproof. I always forget all of the text on this. Vigilance, Lifelink, Hexproof. I think it's flying. Get an ability for each card type on there. So we've got Vigilance, Hexproof, Lifelink, First Strike, and Trample here. All relevant, all strong. Having all 5 makes an incredibly powerful 2-mana threat. Jacob playing a Lightning Bolt, sending it to the Glaring Fleshbreaker to not get that out of play before Chaz can get any value. Also holding up a Stubborn Denial, which is very nice for Jacob. Be able to pick off a Command or a Karn, any big top-end non-creature spell Chaz could be playing. Chaz playing a Power Plant, sending it back to Jacob. Has a Consign, a Ragavan, and a Kavu in hand, I saw. So Chaz has the option to just sort of sit tight, crack this map, and step to find an Urza's Tower, and be sitting on 9 mana on his turn. He's got a Command, 2 Ugins, and another Glaring Fleshbreaker. Jacob getting in for 4 mana, Vigilance, Lifelink, doing some damage there. Playing a Ragavan. Chaz looking to crack the map. Finding a tower. Goes to hand. You did drop it out of the deck. It does not go into play. It goes into hand. I'm sure Chaz is aware of. Just trying to save some time for all of us. Untap with a Vexing Bauble drop return for Chaz. Got 7 mana. Casting an Ugin cast trigger is pointed at that ley line. It's a weird decision point for Jacob, because leaving the Ugin in play does leave Chaz with 5 mana. Jacob doesn't have the 2nd mana to replicate the consign. So he's either going to lose his ley line or leave Chaz with an Ugin. Looks like he's going for a counterspell. Ugin's cast trigger targeting the ley line on the stack. Jacob's going to Stubborn Denial the Ugin. Chaz gives the thumbs up. Leyline goes into exile, leaving Jacob with just 2 fetch lands in play, as well as the Ragavan and a 4/4 flyer. No types of mana at this point, so Scion's not giving any abilities. Chaz playing a Vexing Bauble, passing the turn. Land number 3 for Jacob. So he should be able to get Domain back at this point. Although it doesn't help his Scion at all. Scion's going to give some abilities to the other creatures. He does power up that Kavu in his hand. Going to make contact for 6, putting Chaz down to 6. Ragavan's going to reveal an Expedition map. Chaz is going to have a lot to do this next turn, though. He'll have be able to play an Ugin. Never mind. Jacob has held on to that consign. Very, very good sequencing on his part. Used the Stubborn Denial with the single mana he had the last turn, but keeps the consign up for when he's got more than 1. Jacob going to crack the Flooded Strand. Got a Blood Crypt thumbed up in the deck. He's double checking what lands he has available. Fetching for these decks is always difficult. Fetches twice, finds a Temple Garden and a Blood Crypt, giving him 4 land types there. Able to cast the Territorial Kavu, make it a 4/4 creature there. Not the full 5/5 when we had that ley line. So 2 mana 4/4 is not too shabby. Chaz drawing a 2nd command for turn. Chaz has 9 mana. Jacob has 2 mana, potentially 2 mana up, using that Arid Mesa to cast and replicate the consign. So the way Chaz sequences this turn is going to decide the game. Tapping out for Ugin and playing into a consign, which I'm unsure if the domain decks are typically on main deck consign like Jacob is. Jacob's on 2. And if Chaz isn't aware of that, or if decides to not play around it, this could hit it. Chaz just taps out, casts the Ugin. Apologies, not taps out. Has 2 mana available. Casts the Ugin, targets the Kavu. Jacob fetch shocks, find a Steam Vent. Going to use the Steam Vents and the treasure, replicate the consigned memory. Chaz scoops it up right there, knowing that game is done. Strong showing for Domain Aggro, Domain Zoo, from Jacob, taking down this first game. Going to sideboards. We looked at Chaz's before when he was on the other round. He has 3 Stonebrain and then 12 one-of artifacts he can find with Karn. Spread of those 12 are Cityscape Leveler, Disruptor Flute, Ensnaring Bridge, Extinguisher Battleship, Forsaken Monument, Pithing Needle, Liquid Metal Coating, Soulless Jailer, Filigree Silex, Tormod's Crypt, Torpor Orb, and Trinisphere. My guess is Chaz is going to want to bring in just more hate, more removals, have some options to slow down, disrupt what Jacob is doing. Looking at Jacob's board, he's got 2 Mystical Dispute, the additional 2 Consigned to Memory giving him the full playset, 3 Endurance, 4 Force of Vigor, 2 Doorkeeper Thrall, and 2 Pest Control. Jacob is for sure putting those 2 other Consigned Memory in his deck. I don't know if anything else is particularly worth running here. I know he's going to consider, assuming he's going to consider the Force of Vigor some number just to pick off Chaz's artifacts. But it's not a huge hit. It's not going to be able to answer a Planeswalker or any of Chaz's big threats. It's mostly going to be for Expedition Map, Mind Stone, and anything Chaz wishes from a card. Drawn their 7s. I see Chaz with 2 Tron pieces, an Ugin's Labyrinth, Jacob on 2 Leyline Binding, a Kavu, a Consign. So Chaz is happy with his hand. Jacob is not.
It's actually that tall. A lot of them have like a lot of padding, so you open it and it's actually like this big. It's not the case. We opened it, but not this one. And it's that big.
Shuffling it up. Going back in. Ever since Leyline came out in Murders back about a year, 2 years, year and a half ago, the Leyline Scion Domain Zoo decks have just remained a force in Modern this entire time. It's really impressive to see what a single card can do for an archetype in the format. Which, like, Zoo is an original Modern deck. I believe it was an extended deck back in the day. Just using creatures that cared about having domain or multiple types of land. Lots of creatures with higher power than their mana cost. It was just the whole deck. And just wasn't really a thing in Modern for such a long time. And came back with Leyline. You can use Leyline and Scion to power up your whole board. You have Territorial Kavu as another overcosted threat, or overpowered threat for the cost. Bunch of interaction, get benefits from the Leyline Binding. You can utilize Tribal Flames for 2 mana, 2 cost for 5 mana. Jacob doesn't like this one either. Looks like he's going to 5. Luckily for him, it is game 2, so he has a 3rd one, but it's still not a great spot to be on the draw against an Eldrazi deck. They're going to be able... Chaz, in theory, can just start out so fast and so aggressively and accelerate so incredibly hard to be dropping big top-end threats on game 3. There we go, Jacob shuffling back up. See what he finds. A Triome, Flage, Ragavan, Lightning Bolt, double Leyline Binding, and a Plains. Going to 5 doesn't have a way to cast anything other than Leyline Bindings in his hand. Those will be turn 3. He's going to 4. Just, oof. A rough start for this game for Jacob. I do think it was the right move to put this back. If he could play the Ragavan, you could consider that a lot more, just to have a threat that would also ramp and fix your mana. But without the red mana there, he's just the hand's just so anemic, it doesn't get him anywhere. Alright, let's see where he's at. Going to 4. So yeah, Scion, Arid Mesa, Lightning Bolt. I think do they have 3 Scions on hand? I think he had 3 Scions and 2 Leylines. So he's going to put back 2 Scions and a Leyline. Keep 1 land, Lightning Bolt, Leyline Scion. Has the pregame. Put that in play. My guess is Jacob's going to Surveil, look to hit land number 2. Chaz imprinting the Labyrinth, playing a Fleshraker. We'll see what Jacob's going to do, because he can lightning bolt that Fleshraker right now, and then have the option to fetch the next turn. But it looks like he's opting to surveil. Just going to get that extra look, find some lands, hopefully be able to keep himself in the game here. Putting the Thundering Falls in play. My guess is, if it's a land, it'll stay. Anything other is going into the graveyard. Good call by Jacob to find a red source. It is a land. There we go. That would make sure an Arena of Glory, I guess, irrelevant here. If Chaz somehow exiled the Leyline Binding, an Arena of Glory would have come in untapped for Jacob. Binding makes all lands all colors, so he's fine. Plays the Flooded Strand, plays the Scion. Chaz plays Karn, has the Fleshraker trigger. We'll see what he's looking to do. Double checking the text on the Scion. Chaz is sitting on 5 mana right now. Does have a few options for removal in the board. A Trinisphere could do a lot of damage to Jacob, being this land light to start the game. However, Chaz would need a way to take care of this Scion. I think Chaz is going to go down and actually grab that Extinguisher Battleship. Another Edge of Eternities card. Hasn't really made a big impact in Modern, but is another tool to have in the Karn board. Not overly expensive. And just gives another option for removal. Just planning for the full board wipe there. It's 8 mana, destroy target non-creature permanent, then deal 4 damage to each creature. If Chaz is able to get that out, he'll be able to pick off the Leyline and then deal 4 to Wrath the board. Jacob's sitting on Tribal Flames and 2 Lightning Bolts. It's like going to start with a bolt, take out the Fleshraker, attack into Karn. So clear both those threats from Chaz's board, gain some life, send it back over. Chaz has a tower. That's going to finish Tron and give him the option to put the Ugin in play, and then have an additional 4 mana to start picking off other creatures, or other permanents. Ugin does specify colored permanents, so Chaz would not be able to exile the Scion. It has hexproof, is colored, and has hexproof with the Leyline in play, and with the Leyline gone, is colorless.
No way.
Wait, Daryl got it? Daryl got it? Yeah. Oh, and there's a huge crease in the middle. I don't even see it. It's hard to see it.
Chaz has not paid full cost for that Thought-Knot Seer. There we go. Retroactively putting the mana there. Did play the Thought-Knot Seer. Pulled the Tribal Flames out of Jacob's hand, leaving Jacob with just a Lightning Bolt. We're going to assume that Tower was in play when Chaz tapped the 2 other Tron lands. And we are good to go at this point. Tap in 5. Playing Karn. Chaz going back into the sideboard with a mana floating right now. Looking at the Trinisphere. Looking at the Torpor Orb. Looking at the Disruptor Flute. Lots of options that Chaz has in his board. It's such a wide spread of the one-ofs. Grabbing a Trinisphere. Jacob's going to fetch. He's going to find full domain even without the ley line. Just getting ready for Chaz to use that Ugin under the labyrinth. Ugin under his own labyrinth. At this point, it's looking like Chaz has this locked up with so much mana, so many permanents in play, and Jacob is stuck with a lightning bolt in hand, and admittedly a Scion with 6 abilities, which is a good spot to be, but we drew another ley line. No, it's a Kavu. Jacob's not a Kavu. Second threat is good. Clearing the Karn, gaining 4 life. Just able to stop Chaz from using the Karn again to find more disruption. Playing a Waste. Chaz playing a Trinisphere here. Really locking Jacob out of playing spells. He does have the Bolt right now, but doesn't have a great target to use it on. He's just going to spend it anyway. Play his spells while he's able to. Chaz with an Extinguisher Battleship, wiping the board, taking out the ley line. Jacob gets a card, which is a land from that Thought-Knot Seer. Does allow him to play spells and stay in this game still. Also has a Flage. Some decent options for Jacob. Not out of this game yet. Opting for the Kavu, which he will have to fetch for. Good catch by Chaz.
On the screen in a second. On the screen right now.
Jacob shocking in that Blood Crypt. Need to pay the 3 with Trinisphere tax. The least intuitive and weirdest rules for cost adjustment in Magic. Pass back to Chaz. Chaz taps the Ugin's Labyrinth to return Ugin to his hand. Tap the 3 Tron lands. Play the Ugin, exile the Kavu on cast trigger. Gains some life, draws a card with the Ugin plus, plays an Eldrazi Temple. Jacob scooping up. A rough spot to be on 4. Chaz taking down game 2 there. Jacob's going to be on the play. Got one more game here, going to game 3. Looks like both players not changing anything going back in. From what we saw, Jacob does have what seems to be the right choice for his sideboard for this match, but just didn't draw a hand that really did anything, unfortunately. So we'll just need to look to find a hand that has some action and doesn't involve him going to 4 again. Present index. See what they got. Looking at open hands here. See some Tron lands, the snow-covered waste for Chaz. 2 Tron pieces in an expedition map. Jacob's got Leyline. See Kavu, Consign, Flage. Both players are happy with their hands. See an Arena of Glory and some lands. Jacob electing Arid Mesa and then pass the turn. Chaz going Power Plant into map. Jacob drawing a land for turn. Got a mountain there. Looking to not crack that Arid Mesa, just keep the land untapped or uncracked. Keep the fetch land in play. Playing a 5/5 territorial Kavu. Chaz playing a tower. 2 of the 3 Tron pieces with a map in play. Jacob does have a Consign in hand, which I'm sure he's thrilled to have right now, especially on the play. Gives him a threat. Had a threat. There's Chaz with a Dismember, taking out the Kavu. paying for life, giving it -5/-5. Jacob drawing a Triumph for turn.
Oh no, not you guys.
Got 2 Flages, an Arena of Glory, Triumph, and a Consign in hand. See, Chaz has a Chalice of the Void, and he's got that snow-covered Wastes. Drawing an Eldrazi Temple.
Oh yeah.
Going into the deck immediately, finding an Urza's Mine. Assembling Tron. Thinking we're going to see a Chalice from Chaz. There we go. Chalice on 1. Which does stop the initial cast on Consigned to Memory, but does not stop the replicated copies, which are placed directly onto the stack. So that will let Jacob counter an Eldrazi spell, or a colorless spell with a cast trigger. Jacob deciding to just not give Chaz the Chalice. Take that out of here right now. Unsure on that decision. Jacob's deck isn't particularly 1-drop heavy. He's got the Lightning Bolts and the Stubborn Denials. But you can get around Chalice with the Consign's replicate trigger, or replicate ability. So it's not that big of an impact. Doesn't stop Kavu, doesn't stop Scion, doesn't stop Flage. Jacob decides to use that Arid Mesa now, Surveil the Thundering Falls, which will give him domain between the Triome and that Thundering Falls if Chaz can remove the Leyline. Untap, draw for turn is an Arid Mesa. We're going to see a Flage here. Just cast that, get it in the graveyard, and have that option for another turn. There's an Arid Mesa for Jacob. And there's the Flage. Just 3-mana Lightning Helix. Trigger there to sacrifice it because it was not escaped. Chaz draws as a Mine for turn. We put him up to 9 mana.
Oh yeah.
Sees some other lands. Karn, Thought-Knot Seer. Thought-Knot's going to pick off that Flage. Chaz knows about the arena now.
Alright,
Good catch. That Flage is in exile.
Round 3 starts now.
My guess is Chaz is going to go in and take care of Jacob's graveyard just to keep that Flage out. Yeah, there's the Karn. Minus Karn. Go hunting, find that Tormod's Crypt, crack it immediately, exiling Jacob's graveyard. Jacob's going to Surveil here. Another Triome. Just fixing colors. Jacob making sure he can cast his spells if he loses that Leyline. Has all 4 of the pips prepared for Flage. At this point with Jacob's hand, he's really looking for a Scion. He needs some sort of threat to really help push him forward. There's an Arena. Didn't see what the draw for turn was. Chaz playing an Eldrazi Temple. Going down with Karn. We're going to see... Ooh, here's the Forsaken Monument. It's a very fun sideboard choice. Jacob understandably reading this card. It's one where you... Definitely not going to be familiar with it unless you're playing these colorless decks a lot. It's a 5-mana legendary artifact that gives your creatures +2/+2. Colorless creatures +2/+2. Adds an extra colorless pip when you tap a permanent for colorless mana, and gains you 2 life on casting a colorless spell. Jacob deciding didn't want to deal with it and playing that consignee he had in hand. Chaz playing a command, scrying and making some spawns. Not interested in anything there. Bottom of them all, draw a card. Chaz going to untap, draw a tower. Bunch of mana there. Plus Karn for 2. Play that, or up to 2. Play the tower, get in for 4. I believe I see an ensnaring bridge in Chaz's hand, which is a one of target that he would have brought in out of the sideboard. Jacob tapping 3, playing another Flage. Flage number 3 for Jacob. Clearing Karn. Chaz, look at the sideboard one more time. Checking out the Disruptor Flute. And the Soulless Jailer, which does stop Flage from entering from the graveyard. Power Plant to draw for turn. Tapping 2 Tron pieces to cast a Karn for 4 mana. Going for the Soulless Jailer. 2 mana to play that. Attack for 4. Get in with that Vodnatsir. Soulless Jailer is out of Lightning Bolt range. It's a 0/4. Jacob's going to need a Tribal Flames or a Leyline Binding to be able to do anything about it. Or if he wants to get that Flage back. And we'll still need more cards in grip. Putting a 2-step safety measure on Karn is a good spot for Chaz. Kind of rough beats for Jacob again, unfortunately. Chaz taking another look forward, seeing if he wants to go back in again with Karn. Eyeing the Cityscape Leveler. Not a bad option. Be able to destroy the Leyline Binding. Chaz going for the coding. He's going to look to hamper Jacob's ability to tap all his lands next turn, shut off the Arena of Glory, is my guess, is the big thought. There we go. Jacob's upkeep. We're gonna turn that Arena of Glory into an artifact. Jacob with 3 cards in hand, unsure of them. I don't think he loves them, though. They've been placed face down and stayed there since they've been drawn the last few turns. Only 3 cards in graveyard, including the Flage. Chaz drawing a command here. Chaz turning the Triome into an artifact, popping it with Karn, getting in for 4 again. Bunch of mana here, Chaz. It's 16. It's a for any spell, or 18 for an Eldrazi spell, I believe, not including the spawn. Jacob with a Lightning Bolt. Jacob with 2 Lightning Bolts. Take off the Thought-Knot-Seer. Sitting on 3 Wooded Foothill. Jacob scoops it up. Rough draws for Jacob here, unfortunately. More strong showing by Chaz from this Eldrazi Tron deck. And with that, Chaz advancing to 4-0. Jacob at 2-2. In theory, not out of top 8, will be a tight battle for Jacob to get in there. So we'll see what happens. Thanks again for watching, folks. Been a blast so far. 4 great rounds of Modern. Got another 2 rounds of Swiss, and then we'll move into top 8. So stay tuned, sit tight, and we will be right back.
Then go away.
So what? Can I see you a minute, please? Leave the car here. gas, what I smoke, boy.
A man ought never to go hungry. I have everything here.
Don't cry.
Five people.
We're adding this for Pokemon. Fourth. Last. I'm gonna go hand out the prize tags. Okay, can you tell me if they're ready? Yeah, reset the clock. Oh, well. No, you're okay. Which sheet? I was gonna check. Four? Oh, gotcha. You're good. And for work, we're doing it like 3 hours. Okay.
All right, folks, welcome back. We are here with round number 5. Back for some more modern action here, and we have a Team Rockets face-off. Got Team Rockets team members Patrick on the left playing some Ruby Storm, and Michelle on the right playing some Red-White Energy. Both players are currently 3-1 live for top 8. Very high stakes match for this first event. Going to watch and see our store's players face off here. Connect with Ragavan for Michelle, get a treasure, exile a glimpse from Patrick's deck. Going to remain in exile. Looks like Michelle is deciding in Ether Hub, get an energy, using the treasure, playing a Guide of Souls, and then we got 2 mana, playing a Johnny. Incredibly strong turn 2 for Michelle here. Connect with the Ragavan, make a treasure, use all 3 mana, use the Ether Hub to get up to 3 energy. It's a good 4 additional power in play. End of Michelle's turn, Patrick's gonna crack a fetch and find that Elegant Parlor. It's sort of like round 1, where we're talking about with Yawgmoth facing off against Storm. Energy is sort of in a similar position where it's not. It's a fast, aggressive deck, but it's not as fast or as linear as Storm. But this is the kind of hand that an energy player is going to want to just really, really accelerate hard and set up for a quick kill. And Patrick is going to be looking to win before Michelle can just pressure him enough where he's going to have to change how he's using his resources. Patrick keeps that Ral on top of the Elegant Parlor. Shocking a Sacred Foundry, going down to 15. Using some tokens to track what's going on. 2 mana for a Pyretic Ritual. Gonna have a 3rd red floating. Patrick is looking like he's trying to go off this turn. So we had 3 mana off the Ritual, down to 1 to cast the Ral. And using Ral's cost reduction, Patrick is going to start storming off. Using a die to see whether or not he's winning the Ral coin flip. Manamorphose gives him 2 red mana, drawing a card. And now Patrick is able to play reduced spells, up his storm count, increase the mana in his pool. Look to just load up on instants and sorceries for his Ral. Doesn't win that flip, takes a damage. Looking to be able to win that coin flip. And flip those 8 cards with Ral. Past in Flame's a huge draw for Patrick. Able to just go off again. Up 2 mana with the Desperate Ritual. Another coin flip for Ral. Another damage. We are watching the Ruby Storm deck in action. We had some partial Storm turns with Gabby in match 1. But this here is really, really showcasing just how fast this deck can go and what it can do. Patrick is showing what the deck's capable of. Another Storm count, cycle a red mana into a treasure with his Strike It Rich. Still got a coin flip for Ral, another damage. Got a treasure there. We see a Ruby Medallion and the Past in Flames in Patrick's hand. We can drop down to 1 mana and the treasure. Able to just cycle back through. Replay those rituals. Go back up on mana. Draw some more cards off the Manamorphose.
At the very longest, yes.
Patrick's starting there. This turns 1 mana into 2 and drawn a card. Wait and see for him to win a coin flip to transform Rao. Try to look and see if he can stock up on his resources first, because a Planeswalker Rao doesn't let him reduce the spell cost without using that ability. Patrick holding priority to cast both Manamorphos. Lose 1 coin flip. Gonna resolve this one. Got his double red. A really smart play by Patrick here. This lets him cast the Manamorphos. He's looking to... I'm unsure what he's doing here. Make some energy, win a coin flip.
It's pretty easy when you work at a comic book store, but I did not know.
Yeah, because casting the rituals with those triggers on the stack, it's going to let him have them cast for the cost reduction, and if or when he wins a coin flip to transform Rao, we'll still have those there for more mana without needing to use the Rao Planeswalker ability to have the cheaper reduction. Those spells were all flashback, go into exile. Make some more red mana off that Manamorphos. Got a Wish in hand, which should lock this game up once Patrick can flip the Rao, fire off that minus. Play the Strike It Rich, held priority, casting a ritual. Gonna have another Rao trigger. Miss that one, take a damage. Won the coin flip on Strike It Rich, with Patrick was holding priority on. Transforming Rao.
Probably not, because
Patrick's sitting in a storm count 13 right now.
yeah. Let me see.
Graveyard is just that Pyretic Ritual, which he casts from hand. And assuming Patrick doesn't entirely whiff here, he'll have this locked up. We've got a Past in Flames in the graveyard, which will give him a second copy of Wish that's in his hand as well. So, reasonable chance he's got it anyway. -8 loyalty on Rao. Gonna exile the top 8 cards, able to cast instant and sorcery spells among those for free.
Spell it.
8 cards there.
Let me
Double checking the exile. See what he's got. Some lands, got a ritual, got a resolve, a glimpse, and a Strike It Rich. He's able to play these for free, accumulate some more cards and mana, and has a Wish in hand. Look at another 5 cards.
solution.
3 here. Resolve. Another 2. Patrick's also on 9 mana right now. And a treasure. Storm count to 13. Free Pyretic Ritual up to 12 mana. Strike It Rich. Storm count 17. Second treasure. Show a Wish. This should do it. And Patrick with a turn 2 win. Strong showing for the Storm deck here. Hard to beat what Michelle did on turn 2. And Patrick just did. Very, very impressive showing for the Storm deck. In Patrick's sideboard, had another copy of Past in Flames, had 1 Grape Shot and 1 Empty the Warrens. He would have had the option to play the Grape Shot with Wish, Grape Shot Michelle for the I believe it was 19 at that point. If for some reason it wasn't lethal, had mana to flash back Past in Flames from his graveyard and Grape Shot again. So a good 40-something damage there could have been headed Michelle's way. Looking at sideboards here. We'll start with Michelle. She's going to be on the play for game 2 after that rough loss with that incredibly strong hand she had. Michelle's on 1 Blood Moon, 1 Deafening Silence, 1 Magus of the Moon, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Orum's Chant, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Sun Cleanser, 1 Surge of Salvation, 1 Untimely Malfunction, 1 Wear Tear, and 2 Wrath of the Skies. The Orum's Chant is one that she will definitely want to bring in. Just shut down Patrick once he starts dumping his resources and burning his card draw spells or his mana. After that, it's going to be some mix of hate cards to shut down also the Deafening Silence. This is the deck this is for. It's going to limit the spells Patrick can cast per turn. Beyond that, it's going to be some mix of hate cards to pick apart Patrick's Row, his Ruby Medallions, just really cut down on what he's able to do, his ability to use his graveyard. And she'll probably cut down on the number of removal spells she has in the deck. Storm deck doesn't really commit to the board too much, isn't going to have a ton of creatures in play or really good targets. Looking at Patrick's deck, it's got 4 Prismatic Ending, 2 Flage, 1 Past in Flames, 4 Orum's Chant, 1 Grape Shot, 1 Empty the Warrens, and 2 Brotherhood's End. The endings, the Brotherhood End, the Flage, like all great cards, all help him remove Michelle's threats and hate pieces. Supposed to buy him some time and clear the way for him to go off. The Storm deck is one where it's a little tricky to sideboard, though, because the deck is so redundant and built to just be so all-in and consistent with what you're doing. You do need to sort of pick and choose what you're siding out. It's not like a mid-range deck where you can just cut your removal spells in a matchup where you don't need them. Because if Patrick goes down on his card draw spells, that hampers his ability to have a selection of spells to cast. Cutting the rituals cuts his mana ability, so he can't really not play as many spells. It's going to be a picking and choosing, seeing what he wants to be doing. It's like Patrick is ready to go, has presented his deck to Michelle. One last little shuffle for Michelle. And here we go.
What you think? Anything else?
Michelle is not happy with that hand. Going back immediately.
I will take the top one.
Patrick's looking happy with his. Gotta mix the land and spells. Gonna be able to do have some selection ideally, and then looking to pull off his plan.
I remember specifically the fates for the shiny ones.
See, Michelle's 6. Sacred Foundry and Ocelot Pride. It's a Voice of Victory, Seasoned Pyromancer, Arena of Glory. The second Seasoned Pyromancer? Oh, she has a deafening silence. That's a good one to have there. Putting the second season pyromancer down, and we're good to go here. Playing the Alcoven encampment. Comes into play tap to start us off for Michelle.
To help with that, to help hit that $3 limit, right? I suggest this Umbreon right here. Yeah. It's just
Michelle playing an Arid Mesa. Playing a Deafening Silence. Getting the strong walk piece down early. So that limits players to playing one non-creature spell a turn. Which doesn't do much to stop Michelle, but really hurts Patrick's deck. Shocking again. Or shocking in. Playing the Ocelot Pride. Cracking the fetch for Patrick. Going to find a Surveil Land is my guess. Storm deck really likes those. It helps smooth the mana base. Patrick is only on one, actually. A lot lighter than Gabby's list was from the first round. This Elegant Parlor here is the only one. Other than that, he's on a Gemstone Caverns, one Sacred Foundry, and one Sunbaked Canyon. 9 fetches and 4 mountains. Patrick has the Prismatic Ending. Firing that off, gonna exile that Deafening Silence. Draw for turn for Michelle is an Ajani. Also has an Arena. Can't make full use of that. But a hasted Voice of Victory does push damage fast. Michelle's getting in for one. That Ocelot Pride. I'm gonna play an Ajani. Make a 2-1 for Ajani when it comes into play, and then instead make a 1-1 for the Ocelot Pride, because Michelle gained life. Patrick fetching again, using that Bloodstained Mire. Putting a tap Sacred Foundry into play. I apologize. That was an Elegant Parlor there. Patrick the Brotherhood's End. Strong showing from one of the sideboard cards. Testing to see if Michelle had a removal spell in hand. She would have been able to Lightning Bolt or Galvanic Discharge her cat token to transform the Ajani. She did not, leaving her with a Mountain, a Seasoned Pyromancer. I do still think it's a Voice of Victory. We'll see what she plays here. See Patrick on a Desperate Ritual. It's hard to make out a lot of the other cards in his hand, unfortunately. Michelle playing the Voice. And choosing to exert the Arena of Glory. Making it hasty and getting in with those 2 1/1s. Okay, so Resolve, a Manamorphose, Sacred Foundry in Patrick's hand. Draw for turn is an Arid Mesa. Starting with a Reckless Impulse. Revealing double Ritual. I do like Patrick's choice to just sit on these and wait until next turn. Can't really do anything with the mana right now. So this lets him wait, see what he draws. Look to find another card draw spell or a Rowl. Ideally, maybe a Wish, something to allow him to use this mana. So playing an Arid Mesa, bracket immediately, and I think she's looking to play that Season Pyromancer, just going to draw 2 cards. Maybe try to dig for an Orm's Chant. Do her part to lock Patrick down. 3 mana, find the Season Pyromancer. No cards in hand, so no discard, but draw 2. Michelle in for 3. Attack with the Voice and make those 2 warrior tokens. Sacrificed on her end step. Patrick draws a Ruby Medallion.
Pairings are posted.
And you can see with those Mana Morphos if he's going to draw anything. But unless he doesn't, if he plays those and doesn't find anything, just kind of leaves him with a lot of mana but nothing to do with it. Starting with the Ruby Medallion. Play both the rituals. It's going to go up to 3, tapping that mountain, and then up to 5 off that second one. Storm count is 3, shown on the top of the screen there. So Patrick's just going all in with these Mana Morphos. Is smart to use the rituals that he had in exile, because this will put them into his graveyard rather than having them remain fully in exile and uncastable. So it sets up and better positions him for a Past in Flames this turn or later. Also looks like we're going to have some white mana made. Spend a red, make that red back, make a white, draw a card. Mountains, unfortunately not what he's looking for. Michelle's kind of just crossing her fingers here, hoping he's not able to put anything together. Storm is very much one of the decks where you need to be fully on top of your counting. If you miscount with what you're doing, ooh, and there's a Wish. That's a huge draw for Patrick. Keeps him in this game, potentially sets him up for a win this turn. But again, this is exactly what I was just saying, where you need to know your math. Because if you miscount the mana it takes to, like, for example, play this Wish and then play a Past in Flames, you've just spent your resources and probably lost yourself the game. Like, you've dug yourself into a hole that is really, really hard to come back from at that point. So Patrick playing the Wish, able to cast a card from his sideboard this turn. Looking at the Empty the Warrens. I know he has a Past in Flames side he wished for. I'm wondering if Patrick... Oh, no, there it is. Never mind. Going to see... Was concerned for a minute Patrick had wished for a card and then left it in his deck. Having a judge call here. So, once again, we are in the middle of our Modern event, kicking off the Rocket series. Got a bunch of events, one per month, from now through April. Variety of formats, from Modern to Standard, have some Legacy, some Pioneer, have a sealed event in there on the schedule this season. Players are going to play these events, accumulate points for their wins, and at the end of the season, in April, the 16 players with the most points make it into an invitational tournament. Winner of that tournament get to design a token with their likeness on it. Huge prize, really great big incentive for players, especially if they're local, to stay, play, show up on for all of these events. Every point matters. I think every season so far, the leaderboard has been decided by 1 to 3 points for the last few slots. It's an incredibly tight race. So all of those little points matter. Other than that, it's just a typical competitive REL Magic tournament. Show up, we get to play a 1K cash tournament. We've got 51 players here today for Modern, a really strong start. And if you're in the area, if you're nearby, come out and come play. Would love to have you, would love to see some new faces, and just come make a run and get your token out. What I am trying to find right now is that deck archetype breakdown. We had... There we go. Out of the 51 players have a huge spread of decks. Lots of singletons out here. Nothing more represented than 6 overall copies of energy. Most of those being red-white. Judge Culver's all back in the game. Patrick's Wish is going for an Empty the Warrens, it looks like. Opting to not Past in Flames. Gonna put out a bunch of Goblin Goblins. The die is covering it. Looks like that was the 7th spell, so we got 14 goblins. And Patrick's shifting it back over to Michelle. Unsure what's in Michelle's hand. Whatever she has is going to be important. She needs to either put pressure on Patrick through these goblins, or be able to survive. Drawing the Flage is nice. I don't know if it's enough. But picking one off and going to 21 is going to give her some time for sure. Try to just be going for Patrick's face and just look to burn him out, ignore the goblins. Yeah. Patrick down to 8. Still has... Oh, actually, apologies. It's... No, 14. 14 goblins. Flage is going to die. Michelle's going to be 21. Should be able to block 2 goblins, and then we'll be taking 12. There we go, Flage to graveyard. Got with 2 cards in hand, 2 mana up. Don't think he'll be attacking here with the Voice and the Pyromancer. Facing down 14 goblins in play. Yep, sending it back over to Patrick. And we got a mountain. Just do that ritual. There's an arrow. Yeah, Patrick has goblins. Not much else going on for him right now. 2 rituals, 2 lands in hand. Has the Ruby Medallion in play and 14 1/1 goblins. In for 14. Michelle blocking 2. Taking 12. Down to 9. So Michelle has the option to just escape Flage. Either pick off a goblin or put Patrick down to 5 and just look to dig for a lightning bolt. If she's able to draw one, she can escape Flage with the arena and just use the bolt and double Flage triggers. Draw for turns a Ragavan. Actually, with Patrick swinging in there, Michelle having a Flage in her graveyard, she just has lethal. We use the arena. Escape and haste the Flage, and it's 12 damage alone if it connects. I think Michelle was just thinking through what Patrick could have, which has to play around at this point. Which is definitely a benefit for being here in the booth, as we know Patrick has nothing at this point. Considering her options a little bit more. She can also haste the voice and dash the Ragavan. Yeah, voice does also provide her protection here. Yeah, looking at chat, I agree with both those comments there. I do think Patrick is just dead. I'm not sure what he could have or what Michelle would be playing around with the Voice of Victory in play. And then Patrick opting for the Empty the Warrens line rather than the Past in Flames was likely playing around Orum's Chant. Because if Patrick casts a Wish and then casts Past in Flames, Michelle can just chant and just shut down Patrick right there. The Empty the Warrens line definitely did have a cost. Patrick did all that and wasn't able to get there. Put all the goblins in play, but swinging out left him open for Michelle getting back in. Because I believe she swung for 10 at that point to take the win there. And great work for Michelle, though. Taking down Storm. Patrick stormed off, resolved a Wish and then a Storm card, and took the game the next turn. Going to game 3. Great work, Patrick. Remembering to pull that Empty the Warrens out. Looks like both players are running it back. No changes. I have Patrick on the draw. Oh, he's Patrick on the play. Michelle on the draw.
Yeah, how'd it go? I've seen Sean. So, are you going to the event tonight? Yeah, for us, he's going to Oh, one? You didn't just have to Yeah, what round are you in? 5.
Shuffling, cutting. Let's see opening hands here. What do we got?
No, I don't have a 6 on, and I've never been on 6 on. I keep forgetting that. I'm sorry.
See, there's Johnny, Sacred Foundry, Guide of Souls, Voice of Victory, Ragavan for Michelle. And an Elegant Parlor. See Patrick with an Arid Mesa, a Manamorphose, a Mountain. Both players keeping 7. Patrick, Arid Mesa to start off the game. Michelle shocking the Sacred Foundry, playing the Ragavan. Great sequencing of her lands here, because Ragavan connecting does let her get a treasure and still play a 2-drop next turn, with that tapped Elegant Parlor in her hand. Patrick fetching to 19. Going to surveil.
Right, really, son? Yeah.
Patrick keeps a card on top, untaps and draws. Mountain is land for turn for Patrick. Got a Flage in hand. There's an Impulse. Looking to bottle some cards, put them off to the side. Got a Ren's Resolve for some more cards and a Mountain in exile for next turn. Still looking for some cost reduction. She's also got an Arid Mesa now. It's untapped land. Let's her play basically the same turn two as her first game, if she chooses. Grab a treasure off the Ragavan, and then has the option to go guide into a Johnny here.
So you have the slip coming up for the strat? Or what was the part name?
Back in the Arid Mesa, finding a Plains.
That was correct. Give me 1 second. I'm going to fly now.
Just got a treasure, playing the Guide of Souls, playing another Guide of Souls. Getting a life, making energy. And using the treasure to follow all that up with an Ocelot. Gain 2 life, make 2 energy, make another cat, another 2 life, and another 2 energy. Or 1 more life. Yeah, 2. No, 2 life, 2 energy. The math with this deck is, it just goes over my head completely. I know it is formulaic and it does the same. I can just feel my mind shutting down when people go through the Ocelot Pride Guide of Souls, like life and energy and tokens math that it all goes through at the end of the turn. Double checking life totals here. Going to end step, Michelle announcing her triggers. Back over to Patrick. Better the Past in Flames in hand. The Flage. A Ritual, a Manamorphose. We always got a Mountain and another Ritual in exile. Patrick taking a second and counting his mana. Making sure he knows what he's doing, doesn't overcommit, wants to make sure he can use his resources the right way. Gonna play that Mountain. He's got an exile right now.
All of the correct is block more trigger now.
Yep, there's the Mountain from exile. What do you? got their last turn. He's considering that Flage. I don't know if it does enough for him, unfortunately. Michelle has gone wide very fast. It's going to be able to give some things, probably 2 things flying this next turn. Yeah, going for a Flage. Just going to pick off a Guide of Souls. Gain some life back to help them stall some. Michelle's going to untap. Has another Johnny, another Ocelot Pride. That Ragavan is going to give her a treasure as well. Going to combat, swinging for 5 originally. Going to put another 2/1/1 counter, so getting in for 7 here for Michelle. Pump the Guide. Keep it protected from the Flage. Just out of reach of the 3 damage it throws out. Double checking math.
They're all in there, like. No, but they're all already checking. Like, there's one more.
So gain some life there. That's the Ragavan trigger. Patrick showing a Ruby Medallion. He's just going to hate to lose. Michelle's going to keep that in exile, I'm pretty sure. She just likes having it gone.
Shows you one. Or... Right in. And, yeah, lost round 2.
She'll double check in, thinking about her mana. She does have a treasure token off the Ragavan.
Yeah.
I think she's using immediately to play the Ocelot Pride. Gain a life, make an energy. Play the Ajani. Gain 2 life. Make 2 energy off that cat token coming in as well. I believe she's at 9 permanents. Currently 9 permanents. The Ocelot Pride trigger end step. Alright, she's got 2. Now it gets complicated. She will get City's Blessing. So going to make a bunch of cats, including extra 2/1 cats from the Ajani here. And some treasures. She made Ragavan treasures. So we resolved the first one. We have the second one now. Gonna make a 1/1. And then make more of an additional of everything else she had made. Michelle is well versed on this deck, and she knows what she's doing. So she does know how this stacks and how this works. A bunch more energy, a bunch of cat warriors, a bunch of 1/1 cats, ton of life. Michelle being at 34 is a pretty good spot to be. Yeah, draw for turn for Patrick. He's got some great spells in hand. It just doesn't have a cost reducer to really allow him to accelerate it. And on their face, it's just not... They're too costly to really storm. Yeah, reading chat. Brotherhood's End would be brutal for Michelle right here. I'm sure it was the card Patrick was looking for. Patrick's starting it off with a Desperate Ritual. Going up 1 mana. Going to use 2 of the mana. My guess is the Manamorphose? No, gonna go digging. Here's a Rinse Resolve. A Wish and a Mountain. Mountain is land for turn.
But I also. I don't know. All I can tell you is that you paid for 6 rounds, so you're entitled to play. Yeah. And additionally, if you don't want to,
Patrick just considering his options here, it looks like. Just seeing if he's got anything that would get him out. Doesn't have another ritual, so can't accelerate higher on mana. Playing a Manamorphose. Using the mountain and floating mana.
You're just playing me. Don't have to think, but I don't have to think about it forever since we can change it. Carol Asher.
Considering his colors. I think he's deciding if he wants to make a white or not.
Oh, time?
Talking about something. After deciding on double red, draws another Manamorphose, sort of lets him to go again. Redo that draw.
And then dropping Geo. Wait, Geo,
Use 2 red to make 2 red. There's a Row. Might just be too late. Patrick has a Past in Flames in hand and that Wish in Exile. Doesn't have a way to get mana. Yeah, Patrick just couldn't get there, unfortunately. It's a incredibly strong game from Michelle there. Just really showing what the energy deck can do. Especially when you hit double Guide of Souls. Double Guide of Souls, double Ocelot Pride, and a Johnny, all kind of held together by the Ragavan accelerating her mana, is just a brutal start for a game. Really, really hard to fight through. Congrats to Michelle, taking it down. Unfortunate, we had the Team Rockets team kill here in round 5, but thank you all for sitting with us through this. Michelle is advancing to, I believe, 4-1 at this point, which puts her in a very, very good spot for top 8. Unsure if it's guaranteed. We will see. Patrick's falling 3-2 likely gives him one more round, and that'll be the end, but who knows? We can see. Thank you all for hanging out again. Another great match of Modern. We'll be right back with round 6 to wrap up Swiss.
Swap out, he's gonna do 0. What did he? Oh, did he come up with the same thing? No, he's going to I'm gonna drink a baby girl. So what happened? They filled up the ship, and he realized it's surrounded by South Mountain stuff. He's like, hey, I have ship. They looked at me. I think I think it's I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think you can. I don't think so.
The goal, Zach and Jacob actually. Zach and Jacob. He's winning, but we don't want to fumble through his turn, Zach. He's right. All right, everyone, welcome back. The sixth and final round of Swiss here for the inaugural 25-26 Rocket Series Modern event. We have Jacob on the right playing some Affinity. On the left, we have Zach Miles. Zach has thrown his hat in the ring this season, out of the commentary booth and on the floor. Looking to play, looking to make top 16. Off to a very, very strong start. Currently 4-1, playing to lock in top 8. Zach showing it. Thank you, Zach. Oh, we love that. Showing his hand. We know what's there. Fantastic. Jacob starting out with a fetch, and then warp the Pinnacle Emissary. Gonna make a 1-1 whenever he plays an artifact. Immediately play 3 artifacts. We've got a Mixture's Bauble, a Mox Opal, and an Ornithopter. Going to make 3 1/1s with flying. Remember, it can only block creatures with flying. They're 1/1 drones. Not using the Mox Opal mana for anything. Gonna pass it over to Zach. Zach playing some red-white energy, starting off shocking a Sacred Foundry and playing an Ocelot Pride. Love to see old border for both. Good stuff. Jacob's turn, paying 2 mana for a cranial plating and getting in for 3. Cracking the Bauble. Draw for that, and Zach drawing a Windswept Heath. There's an Arena of Glory for Zach. In for 1. I think Jacob's electing to not block with the Ornithopter. He's able to keep it alive through a Goblin Bombardment, something along those lines. And Zach just passing the turn, making a 1/1 cat. Jacob with another fetch. Finding a basic island this time. Whipping the cranial plating. Zach using the Orm's Chant. Jacob playing a Soul Red Lantern just to keep his artifact count higher, exiling the Thraben Turn from Zach's graveyard. Zach with encampment. Sorry about that, folks. Back at it. Zach played a Flage, gained a life, got made a cat. Jacob with a Springleaf Drum. Playing the Pinnacle Emissary from Warp. Do an artifact count here, just to check and see the power on the drone equipped with the cranial plating. A big hit coming in for Zach. Zach with a Ragavan and a Johnny. Looks like 2 lands, and then a discharge. Fortunately for Zach, Jacob does have 2 black sources, so he will be able to flip that plating around to maximize the damage. Zach with an Ajani return. It's 2/1 capped. Zach swinging for 3. Just getting in there. Jacob electing to not block. Take the 3. Zach's going to gain a life. It was a smart move by Jacob to not block. That keeps the Ajani from flipping. Elegant Parlor for Zach to surveil. Putting another Elegant Parlor in the graveyard. Go to end step and make a cat. Jacob untapping. Flinging a cranial plating. 2 untapped drones, unequipped, and then 1 equipped with the plating. Play another Springleaf drone. And Jacob getting in there. Zach discharge the equipped drone. Jacob paying double black. Flip the plating onto another drone. Doing a damage count, and looks like that hit with the plating is lethal there. Strong showing for Affinity. First time on stream today. Jacob, one of the 2 players on the deck. Really cool to see this as another deck coming back into Modern after being effectively dead for years. Looking at sideboards here. Zach is on 2 copies of Sun Cleanser, 2 Elishnorn, Mother of Machines, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 2 Orm's Chant, 1 Showdown of the Scalds, 2 Wear Chair, and 4 Molten Rain. The Wraths and the Wear Tears are going to be huge here to be able to pick off important permanents. Jacob's side got 3 Consigned to Memory, 2 Damping Sphere, 4 Metallic Rebuke, 4 Galvanic Blast, and 2 Magus of the Moon. Nothing is huge on Jacob's side. More removal with the blast is nice. Also helps him provide a little bit of reach to get in there. It looks like that's exactly what Jacob grabbed to put in.
Oh, we have a bunch of people here for release. It's pretty nuts. Yeah.
Looking at Jacob's list, it's incredibly land light, really held together by the Mox Opals and Springleaf drums, the cheap creatures. Nothing in the deck costs more than, I believe, 2 mana, 3 mana. And you have Thoughtcast, Thought Monitor, Kappa Cannoneer as your card draw engines. Kappa is a really big, your big win condition. You really push 2 damage with that. You can accelerate incredibly fast into it with the Pinnacle Emissary. Emissary also helps to fuel the 2 cranial platings he's on. See a Kappa Cannoneer, see some cheap artifacts, see a Galvanic Blast for Jacob. I'm guessing you will be interested in this. Zach's still shuffling up. Jacob's hand here is definitely not as explosive as we saw game 1. Putting out, or maintaining 6 artifacts in play. and to warp the Pinnacle Emissary. That will be on the play. See Ragavan, Seasoned Pyromancer, Johnny, shuffle it back in. We did see the new Halia Guided by Light in Zach's hand. He's on 2 of those. It's a new Edge of Eternities card that's been seeing some play in the energy decks. It's a 2-mana 3/3. Sorry, a 3-mana 3/3, 2 and a white. Whenever Halia or another creature or artifact you control ETBs, you gain a life. In the beginning of your end step, you draw a card if you've gained 3 or more life. You're able to warp it for a single white mana, so it's a way to both gain some life, gain some cards, kind of be a little bit redundant with your Ocelot Pride's Guide of Souls life gain, and then also just a 3-mana 3/3 you can play later if you need to. Looking at Zach's hands, yeah, Wrath of the Skies. Got 2 Guide of Souls, an Ocelot Pride, Ragavan, and a Ajani. He's on 6 here. It is a 1-lander on the play, but he does have some really good stuff going on. He's putting the Ajani back and is keeping the 1-land, the 1-cost cards, and the Wrath of the Skies. Start with a Fetch Shock Guide of Souls. Jacob's draw for turn. Got an Urza Saga into an Aether Spellbomb. Quick back and forth gameplay here for both players. Both of them are Rockets regulars, absolutely know what they're doing, know the other one knows what they're doing as well. Draw for turn for Zach is a land, which is huge. Keeps him in the game for sure. Gonna let him double spell. He has the option to Wrath of the Skies right now to take off Jacob's Urza Saga. He might wait a turn, see what else is there, and try to advance his own board state.
Yeah.
Looks like that's his line. Playing a Guide of Souls, gain an energy, make a life. We'll have an Ocelot Pride as well. Another 2 energy and 2 life. Zach showing off his comically big D6. It's baseball sized. Going to end step and making a cat. Another 2 life, another 2 energy. Jacob vomiting his hand with these 0 drops. With the Aether Spellbomb, double Mishra's Bauble, a Mox Opal, playing a Spirebluff Canal's land for turn. Gives Jacob the option to make a construct. Unfortunately for Jacob, he is really setting himself up for Zach's Wrath of the Skies. Zach can Wrath for 0 and pick off 4 things.
What are you guys doing? Fine, everything okay? Yeah. I'm on a little bit of a journey. What are you guys looking for?
Zach dashing the Ragavan.
Well, if you guys have any questions or yo.
Using both Guide of Souls triggers, buffing the Ragavan, buffing the Ocelot Pride. And Jacob's taking the hit. Feeling a welding jar off the top.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Check in for City's Blessing. I believe Zach is still short. Ragavan back to hand, the dash. Jacob drawing for turn. We have a Kappa Cannoneer, Shadow Spear, second Urza Saga. Jacob electing to just float a mana and search with the Saga.
I'm doing it right now.
Zach with more comically big D6, although less comically big than the other ones. Jacob improvising his board, casts the Kappa Cannoneer. Calculating damage from that construct. It should be a 7/7. Is that going to chump block with a cat? Playing the Shadow Spear, getting the Kappa trigger. Neat part about what Jacob has in play right now is if he keeps his board and Zach doesn't Wrath, Jacob's able to make a construct to trigger the Kappa Cannoneer and keep it unblockable. Because as of now, it's just a 6/6 with Ward. That extra artifact coming in gives it the additional ability of being unblockable and making it bigger. Zach dashing the Ragavan again. I think he's just looking to get in with damage in the air. In with the Ocelot Pride, the Ragavan, and a Guide of Souls. He's got 8 energy right now. Yes, 8 energy. So able to targeting the Guide of Souls and the Ragavan. Jacob using the Ether Spell Bomb to return Zach's Ocelot Pride to his hand. Zach will be able to still gain life and trigger. Exiling a Mox Opal from Jacob's deck. Zach using the Treasure to replay the Ocelot Pride. Gaining 3 energy and 3 life. And still short of the city's blessing. Ragavan should be back in hand. There we go. Good job, Zach. Jacob putting Urza's Saga up to 2 for his turn. Got a Pinnacle Emissary in hand. With Zach at 38, it's going to be rough for Jacob to push the damage in to kill right now, but he has an unblockable, currently 6/6. It'll probably be a 7 or 8 cost creature. With the Kappa Cannoneer, we can slap the Shadow Spear on, and swing it unblockable. Which is another interesting play. Jacob's just putting it on the construct because it's a bigger creature. Still unsure if that's enough. Gain a bunch of life. Didn't have the mana to re-equip the Shadow Spear onto the Kappa Cannoneer. Zach playing the encampment. Casting the Ragavan, not dashed. Another 3 life, another 3 energy. Playing an Ajani. 6 life, 6 energy. Zach forced to resort to smaller d6s to track his energy. Three Guide of Souls triggers targeting his 3 creatures that are attacking. Going to be swinging for 12 in the air. Just comical with the small dice there. The regular sized dice there. Let's push Jacob to 1. And then I believe Zach finally does have the city's blessing. bunch of life, bunch of creatures, bunch of energy. Jacob's going to need something huge off the top to get through this. Looks like he's prepared to use both of his Mishra's Bauble. He's going to check his every deck. I don't think it matters. And take a look at Zach's. Going to draw 3 this turn. Jacob has a Pinnacle Emissary in hand. The Discharge. Urza Saga up to 3. Another Bauble. So Jacob's going to need to either make enough life to survive another huge hit from Zach, or would have needed to draw into a Wrath of the Skies, which he unfortunately wasn't lucky enough to do. I don't think he's able to push enough damage to get in for 50. Yeah, he's finding an Ornithopter.
This one here is more regular arts, but a lot of more stuff. And if you do want,
Looking at Twitch chat, Zach should have swung with the cat tokens there. I don't think it particularly matters this game. If Jacob drew a Wrath of the Skies at the top, he could be in trouble. Short of that draw, I don't think Zach was particularly worried about anything else going on. But agreed, yes, he should have swung with those 2 cat tokens to push lethal or flip the Ajani. Jacob putting the Shadow Spear on the Kappa Cannoneer in for an unblockable 11. Up to 12. He does have 2 blockers for the flyers as well. Pinnacle Emissary has been warped, goes to exile. Zach with a Flage straw for turn. Flage gives Zach 3 life, 3 energy, sending it at Jacob's face. Zach in for a bunch in the air. Bunch of counters. Push a bunch of damage. Lovely handmade cat token by Zach. I believe this locks it up. I'm personally not interested in doing the math. Yes. Zach gets there with that overwhelming board state fueled by 3 Guided Souls. Shuffle up and get back in for game 3 here. Jacob's going to be in the play. And this is it. Going in for the last game of Swiss. Thanks for hanging out. Have been here for 6 rounds. Last game, I'm going to determine who's making top 8. We'll have a short break. Let the players get a bit of a rest. Let everyone, the other staff, complete deck checks and make sure everything's good to go. And then we will be back in with the first round of the top 8. Good chance we will be joined by another friend who unfortunately unfortunately for them didn't make top 8. Fortunately for us, that means they get to come help out. Jacob looking at his 7 already. An Ornithopter, 2 or 3 Mox Opals. Yeah, didn't, from what I saw, it was not going to work. Didn't have the mana to really do anything there. Jacob taking the mulligan. Zach shuffling up for his first hand. did a bit of a shortcut, but Jacob's got a 6 with an Urza Saga, Cranial Plating, the Lava Spur Boots, and some Memnites, and a Springleaf Gem, I believe. Zach keeping his hand, Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, Ragavan, Double Land, Ajani. Jacob going Urza Saga, Springleaf Drum, Memnite, Mana for Lava Spur Boots, Mox Opal, equip the Lava Spur Boots onto the Memnite. Zach with a fetch into a Guide of Souls. Saga up to 2. Mox Opal into a 1-cost Thoughtcast. There's an island. Let's see if Jacob wants to play that other Thoughtcast to get some more cards. Might also just be interested. Yeah, looks like Jacob's interested in just keeping mana up for a construct. Zach's drawing a Halia return. First time we've seen that. Arena of Glory into Ocelot Pride. Got his triggers there. Into a Ragavan. Some more triggers. Jacob tapping the Memnite in for the Springleaf Drum. Make a construct. So Jacob's starting his turn 3 with a 3, 4, 5 power. 5/5 construct there. Making another one. Make it a 6/6. Then Urza Saga finding artifacts. Gonna make them 7/7s. Looking to Mox Opal. Yep. Mox Opal, Legend Opal to Mox Opal. Still 6/6 constructs. Thoughtcast. Single blue, draw 2 cards. Play another island. We're gonna boots the new construct to give it haste. Big swing by Jacob here. Yeah, 7/6 and a 6/6. Zach blocking the bigger one with the boots on it. Zach with double Ajani, Halia. I believe he's got a discharge in hand. Zach in for pumping the Ragavan, in for 6. Ooh, a Galvanic Blast. Not a bad draw. Would let Zach get a burn spell to either take out the Memnite or just put a shock to Jacob's face and not have to use the blast in it. Oh, actually, I've been misunderstood or misunderstanding. Zach has 2 Goblin Bombardments in hand, but electing to warp the Halia. He's gonna get a life and an energy from the Guide of Souls. Use the treasure, playing a Ajani. Gain life from Halia and Guide of Souls. So Zach will be drawing a card on end step from the Halia trigger. Doing a quick City's Blessing check. Zach's at 8, I believe. Draw for Halia. Put it into warp. Jacob's going to untap the Thought Monitor for turn. Really good draw for Jacob. Another creature, another artifact in play, 2 more cards in hand. Spire Bluff Canal is land number 3. Still comes in untapped. Mishra's Bauble, I have 2 Springleaf Drums, and a Cranial Plating. Gonna play the plating. Has the option to hold the Memnite back and throw the plating onto a creature if he chooses. I don't know if there's much point right now because Zach has the option to block a lot of stuff on the ground and it'll flip the Ajani. But Jacob deciding to just push damage here. So 8 artifacts for Jacob. So Zach blocking the 9/8. Taking 8, flipping Ajani. Jacob using that bobble on Zach immediately. Sending it over to Zach. Jacob drawing a card. Zach with a flipped Ajani and a Goblin Bombardment opens up a lot of damage options. And a Wrathless, guys. Another very nice draw. Let him push some damage and then utilize the Ajani afterwards to either rebuild a board state. So Wrath for 1 does some big damage to Jacob's board. Zach finding a basic planes. Definitely a Goblin Bombardment here. Use a Johnny, make a cat, shoot 4 damage at the Thought Monitor. The Guided Soul Trigger to make some life, gain some energy. At this point, with Jacob's board, Zach needs to be careful, because if he swings out or overextends at all, Jacob will be able to just crack back for lethal. And Zach using the trigger, pump the Ocelot Pride in for 7 there. 4 from the Ragavan, 3 from the Pride. Quick City's Blessing check. I believe he's not there yet. Actually, no, the treasure from the Ragavan will get him there if he chooses to keep that. Ragavan trigger reveals a Mishra's Bauble. Jacob at 8, he needs to be wary of Zach's ability to just reach with the Goblin Bombardment. Another Rajani by Zach. Make some energy, gain some life. Yeah, Zach doubling up on his Ajanis. Flip 1. Puts the other one in the grave with the Legend roll. Gonna 0 to make a cat, hit Jacob for another 5, and then has another 5 damage with a Goblin Bombardment. And Zach takes it home. Unfortunately, Jacob didn't have enough to get there after that incredible win game 1. Zach showing what the energy deck can do to grind out a game, especially when you have multiple pieces of the Guide of Souls Ocelot Pride. And congrats to Zach. I believe this locks him in for top 8, so great run to start out. Great match or event to start out his tournament run. He's going to be out of the booth. I'm glad he's winning. And Jacob is potentially still live. We will see. It's going to be tough, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. But with that, that wraps up our Swiss rounds. Keep hanging out, sit tight. We'll be right back with the start of the top 8. We're going to have another 3 rounds on stream to wrap up this Modern 1K to start off the Rocket Series. Thanks all. See you soon.
What's that sound? It's the waves, angry waves. Day after day, night after night, they meet with savage fury against the rocks below for 20 years. Calling, calling to someone who never answers. Well, leave me alone, will you? Why can't I escape this curse that haunts me with misfortune? Why can't I? Can't I?
Here they come.
I'm going to rid you of your vulgar ways.
I guess he's bled a lot.
Just like an animal. Maybe he's the man.
Now, don't start any gossip of that, Kringle. Heaven only knows where it might end.
I can think of. We were riding in the cemetery. Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light. Why did she send it to you?
She wants to come back. what I smoke, boy.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We are here starting off our top 8. I'm Joe Betty. We've got some company in the booth with us. We're joined by Brad.
Hey, what's up, guys? Brad TCG here.
We've got Kazi and Michael here. Kazi's on the left playing some...
Amulet Titan.
Should be an Amulet Titan.
Yep.
Updating the deck title there. Michael on the right playing some Gorios. Others in the top 8, we have Zach, who we just saw on Energy. Michelle from round 5 on Energy as well. Chaz on Eldrazi-tron. Anthony on more red-white Energy. Matt on a white-black land destruction brew. And Andre on blue-white Energy. So very, very, very strong showing for Energy here.
Yeah, it sounds like we got a lot of energy in the building, Joe.
There were 6 of them in the room today, and we put 4 in the top 8.
Yeah,
So
that's pretty impressive.
wild conversion rate.
Let's see. Let's get these deck lists. See what these guys are packing. Anything super cool and interesting in their list. Get lists.
It should be... It's Michael's college should happen. There we go. Don't think Michael's on anything particularly... out of the ordinary with his.
Yeah, this looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's more Gorios, similar to the other list we saw on stream earlier today. I know Kazi is more recent to picking up Amulet Titan.
Yeah, this list, he's got a green sun in the main. That's he's on the full 4 scape shifts. No malevolent rumbles. That's the other thing that he's not playing.
Because you've played Amulet Titan for a while, so
yeah,
thrilled to have someone in the booth here who knows that the deck works more than all the times last season where Zach and I was like, I think he's doing this,
yeah,
and he's gonna find some lands. We'll see what they are.
Yeah,
looks like Michael's keeping his hand, Kazi's shipping his back, a double bounce land, nothing else. Lovely 1 card on the bottom, cut from Michael.
Yeah, this matchup is definitely just going to be a race to do your thing. Who can do their thing quicker?
I saw a Psychic Frog and a Force Obligation on Michael's hand.
I mean, that's pretty good if he's trying to lead on Amulet.
You have to pick that off, stop a Spelunking, anything like that.
Yeah, just kind of slow him down and get some card advantage going with the Frog. It's like 2 Amulets, 3 lands. During exploration. Oh, yep. There we go.
Faithful Mending picking off. Faithful Mending is the pitch to pick off the Amulet from Kazi. Michael's going to fetch and surveil.
Ooh, Kazi does have another Amulet in hand, though.
Bit delayed from Twitch chat, looking back from comments here. There are a few domain players in the room. I believe we had 2 today. None made it to top 8. And we have just started the top 8 rounds. Michael playing a Psychic Frog, Kazi resolving an Amulet this turn.
Let's see what all he has. Doesn't look like a lot. A couple bounce lands and explore.
Actually, Mycosynth Gardens isn't always stock anymore in Titan, right? Has it gone back in?
Yeah, they play like 1. It's kind of just like a one-off land that you can get for value. Because, I mean, if he draws some gas, he can quickly turn that into another Amulet and start going.
Mm-hmm. I remember when it came out, decks were on 4.
Yeah.
3 or 4 for a while.
Yeah. It was good play with like a Azusa and stuff.
Yeah, and the deck has just shifted so much, especially after MH3 last summer.
Mm-hmm.
Michael surveilling, getting into the Psychic Frog, drawing a card.
And there's also like the issue with like lands becoming like just flavor of the week, where you're like, all right, now I need to fit other stuff in here to, make it work. Yeah, see, oh, he copied it with Vesuva, and then it turned it into an Amulet. Huh. That's actually pretty good. He could potentially have 3 Amulets next turn.
Michael pitching an Ephemerate. Draw with Psychic Frog. Surveil again.
Another land.
Binding the land amulet. He's got a subtlety and an ephemerate in hand. Calls you with 3 mana for a spelunking.
Ooh. Through the Aftermath Analyst. Oh, looks like you can copy the Surveil land.
Ooh, it comes in untapped there.
Yeah.
Get the Surveil. Nice little extra value play.
Michael does get in another hit, though, with the Psychic Frog. Draws another card.
And now his subtlety up. Able to cast that.
Boreal Grazer. It's the draw for Kazi.
It's a Gruul Turf. Let's see what else he has in hand. He's got the Arboreal Grazer and the Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah.
6 mana. Oh, he's got a Titan. Yeah, Kazi looking to cast the Primeval Titan. Gonna eat that subtlety.
Presumably just throws it on top of his deck.
Yep. Makes sense.
Michael kind of has a clock, but the Boreal Grazer is a free block, probably on the Frog. It's Michael.
It still lets him get in for 3.
Away. Yeah. And Kazi's still at 15, though. And with that Titan bearing down next turn, he's
But Michael's got an Ephemerate in hand.
Okay.
Keep buying some time against the Titan.
Buy some more time.
Also, the Leyline Binding, depending on what Kazi looks to do.
Mm-hmm. It's looking like Esper Tempo right now.
Basically, yeah. Esper Tempo with a Gristlebrand in the graveyard.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's something of note in Michael's list, which I think is stock now, but he is on all the 4 copies of Quantum Riddler.
Yeah.
So I think that's the...
Ooh, Goryo's Vengeance for
there's the Goryo's Vengeance.
I'll take 7.
If he finds another Goryo's, I think he had double Atraxa in there.
Yeah. Cast Leyline Binding. Oh, Leyline Binding the Boreal Grazer. Oh, that's
Kazi's scooping that up. I think it's just lethal, because he can just pitch his whole hand for the Psychic Frog.
Yep.
That's the combo there with Gristlebrand and Frog is it's wild. Just push so much damage out of nowhere.
10, 7, yeah, oh yeah, that was like over 20 damage. Alright, sideboard time. Let's see, what does Kazi have in the sideboard for this matchup? Jukabog, Keen-Eye Curator, maybe Vexine Bauble.
You know, Beast Within as well.
Yeah, Beast Within.
It's like not the best, but it has text. So
yeah,
not the worst.
I mean, it's a way to just, you know, kill a big thing so you don't just die right away. Because sometimes you could just avoid dying right away to Goryo's and then you go off with your Titans.
Yeah, with both these decks being combo decks, you can really just need to buy a turn sometimes.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah, and I mean, with 2 pieces of Graveyard Hate and maybe playing the Vexine Bauble to avoid the subtleties and solitudes.
Yeah, able to just buy enough time to combo off or set up some loops of his own.
Yeah.
Michael's got another subtlety, so the second subtlety in the board. Guessing that's coming in. Looks like he's bringing in a lot here.
Yeah.
He's got an Ashiok Dreamrender.
Oh, yeah, that's
that one's in for sure.
Oh, wow. Looks like he's cutting all 4 Quantum Riddlers, 3 solitudes.
Yeah, binding.
And then binding, yeah.
Bringing in 4 Consigned to Memory. Thoughtseize. I think there's some Wrathless guys in there.
Yeah.
I missed that. Got the Ashiok and the subtlety.
Yeah. Really going with the just slow you down plan.
Yeah. Which I guess is fair. You resolve a Psychic Frog, and that'll win you the game.
Yeah. Taking out some of the bigger stuff. Because, like, Kazi's probably just, like, cutting, like, scape shifts. Would be my guess.
It's leaning more into the creature side of the combo?
Yeah, lean more on the creature side. Just because the scape shift can just kind of get stopped real quick. If there's... Actually, is there counter magic in there?
Other than the force negations and now the consigns,
Yeah.
no.
I mean, I feel like I saw him grab a couple scape shifts out at least. I mean, maybe he left in one. Because it's really just you shave a few things here and there. Maybe cut and explore.
Yeah, Titan from the
shade a
decks,
land.
where so much of it is all part of the package, where you can't just trim. Like, it's easy to say, like, oh, I'm going to trim the removal spells.
Yeah.
And you're against a combo deck. You just can't do that with Titan.
Yeah. But luckily, you can just shave one land and be like, all right, I don't need this.
Sure, yeah, when you're on 33 or whatever, you can you can freely trim a few, and it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the lands in this deck are a little bit tighter nowadays, but there's always room to cut a land or two to make room for like hate pieces in the matchup.
Yeah, back when you were on several copies of Cavern of Souls and the main deck Machuca Bog and a Radiant Fountain and all that, you can just like, yeah, I don't need to gain life this game. We can get rid of this. Kazi starting with an Amulet and Michael leading off with the Surveil land, deciding he doesn't want to lay Land Binding.
Yeah. It's like he just has lands and subtleties in hand. Oh,
and
he's
double subtlety, Psychic Frog, and a Binding.
Oh, there's a Vexing Bauble.
Another Amulet.
And a Wrath the Skies off the top would be rough.
That would be brutal for Kazi. Kazi's hand, I believe that's an Explorer.
And 2 colorless lands in play right now.
Moves his hand fast and...
See, Crumbling Vestige.
I'm fairly certain there was an Explorer there, but I think it's some sort of secret lair art.
Yeah.
Which makes it hard to tell.
Yeah, they kind of blend together after a while.
And Michael Fetch Shock playing the frog.
Yeah, that is an Explorer. Draws Shifting Woodlands, but that comes in tapped. Crumbling Vestige.
It also gives a green source.
Yeah.
There's the Explorer.
Draws Forest. I think he has Lotus Field. It's kind of going.
I believe that is a Lotus Field.
Yeah, I think it's Forest, Lotus Field, Beseiju, Shifting Woodlands. Yeah.
Or Land Hand.
Yeah. That happens with this deck sometimes. You're just like, handful of lands. Michael's still sitting on those subtleties. I mean, if he can get to 4 mana and just start hard casting them, you know.
Yeah, so far,
Kazi the bobble.
Kazi's not doing. I mean, Kazi cracked the bobble with the mana, so that's gone.
Yeah.
Even still, Kazi has 3 lands in hand. Isn't really doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
I have 6 mana off of playing the Lotus Field, but nothing else there. In for 1 with the frog. Michael draws a land.
It looks like he's kind of going with that same game plan and just try to be a tempo deck and back up with his combo.
Ride the frog as much as he can.
Yeah. You know, you can draw a couple cards off of it. That can really put someone behind.
Michael playing a Leyland Binding on Kazi's turn. Gonna take out one of the amulets.
It looked like he upkeeped it.
I think he did.
There's a Saga.
Which I guess if Kazi's going to answer it, makes him use his mana on his turn, but I don't know how much of a difference it really makes end of the day. Michael's looking to pitch some cards to the frog, potentially. Speed up the clock.
Yeah, send some more damage.
In for 3.
Card, draws Force Negation.
Not bad. Shock of that Hallowed Fountain.
Be ready for if Kazi top decks a Titan. Ooh, Otawara. I might be able to buy Kazi sometime. Force Pass.
Just good old fashioned tap 6 lands, cast your 6 drop.
Yeah. Oh, just plays a subtlety.
I like that.
Quicken the clock.
Help push damage.
Yeah. Especially that, I mean, he probably has a free chump block out of a construct here. Plus also besage you up and make the construct a little bigger. Not big enough, I don't think.
Yeah, it can be a 3/3, which won't do anything.
Yeah.
Although if Kazi just doesn't need to besage you, but makes 2 constructs, finds another artifact, having 2 4/4s helps push damage pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Michael does have a couple lands in hand. Actually, has he got all spells now?
I think he's got all spells. Force Negation,
man.
Subtlety, Solitude, and it looks like a Faithful Mending.
Gotcha. Makes a construct. Not sure. Was this main phase?
I'm assuming it's main phase in response to the trigger. I think he drew a Teleria West for turn.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I think that's what I see there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's because he just has lands after this 3 or 4 starting spells.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does he have... he doesn't have blue either.
He has access to a lot if he needs.
Yeah. I'm just thinking because then he could transmute to Laria West.
If he plays...
He's actually drawn a lot of his colorless lands.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. Having the Hunger Battlements in play also makes it kind of awkward.
Mm-hmm.
But if he plays the Lotus Field, he can get 6 mana, transmute, and still have enough to play Titan.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's probably the play then.
I think Michael has a Goryo's in hand.
And I didn't see him discard any of the big hits you want. It's kind of just been lands and removal spells.
I am fairly certain Michael did play Titan for a long time.
Yeah.
And even if he doesn't, he's a very, very accomplished Magic player, so knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And so just knows what matters in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And
So it helps being able to follow what your opponent's doing.
Very much. This deck, every deck, but this deck especially.
Yeah.
Um,
Looks like a transmute Teleria West.
There we go.
He's writing down tracking the mana. This is where it can get a little messy.
Yeah, so Kazi's going to have 3 mana of some color floating off the Lotus Field.
Michael does have the subtlety waiting in the wings.
Also has a Force of Negation.
Yeah.
Like really pick apart whatever Kazi's looking
Yeah.
to do here.
Plus Solitude. So he definitely has options
Yeah, I
for
think you just
whatever Kazi plays.
Let Kazi play the path and then subtlety it to
Yeah. Well, if
force him to tap out the next turn.
Yeah. I mean, he's only at 10 life, so I mean that might be game if
Yeah.
you just cast Primeval Titan here.
Yeah, that is not the most exciting match. It's just kind of how it goes for
Yeah.
Titan sometimes. You just play lands and lose without really doing anything.
Yeah. I guess he does have a construct, so I mean that does get him one more turn, but I think he's now kind of pausing to check and see what options he has, you know?
The construct won't help if Michael's getting in with flying with everything. He has enough cards in hand to just discard the other 2.
Oh, yeah.
Or cast the
yeah,
Faithful
the
Mending.
frog, give the frog flying, yeah.
Yeah, I think Kazi's kind of priced into just going for Titan.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's the only other option is you get an Analyst, and Analyst gets countered just like the Titan or Eaten. Same way. We did bring in the Beast Within. Let's see. Weighing all his options.
Yeah, it's always tough when you pick up a new combo deck like this. When you're trying to tutor, it's always... Or if you've changed your list recently, you go through and have to wonder, like, okay, do I have this anymore? Can I take this line that I was looking at? Michael casting the Subtlety to hit the Aftermath Analyst.
What if Kazi still has a blue? Maybe he can bounce the frog. If he kept blue, he can bounce the frog, and that buys him another turn.
Yeah, if we just tapped the the field for 6 blue, which probably wouldn't have done, but
I mean,
yeah,
well,
in theory, keeping a blue up would have been.
well,
the-
if he goes 3 blue, 3 green,
Yeah.
uses 2 blue and 1 green,
yeah,
and then he has a blue and 2 green up, he can go bounce the frog, and that buys you 1 more turn. Unless,
which could just be all he needs.
yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yep. All right.
Unsure why he's tapping 2 for that.
Oh, maybe he floated mana when he sacked the Lotus Field. He
Well, it would have been 3 to transmute, 3 floating, and then just an additional 1 mana to channel Odoar for 4. It doesn't matter. He's not doing anything with what's in his hand.
Yeah.
But
huh.
I think he overpaid there. If he had spells or other options, that
What did he get with the Urza Saga? Just a second amulet?
yes,
Oh, okay.
because
Oh yeah,
that was the
'cause
third one in
one's-
play.
Yeah, the other one got binding. Shadowy Backstreets coming into play. Michael's gonna get a Surveil out of it.
The Goryo's deck uses the surveillance so incredibly well.
Yeah. Ooh, he's thinking.
So it has a Goryo's in hand, so if it's
Yeah.
just a big legendary creature, that'll just end the game here.
Yeah. It maybe it's like some piece of interaction that he's trying to figure out if he needs or not.
Yeah, lots of things it could be. Another subtlety or an ephemerate would be enough to... Actually, no. Kazi has to tap out for Pact this next turn.
Yeah.
So I guess
Yeah.
doesn't particularly matter.
I mean, if he has Lotus Field, but he's drawing the Aftermath Analyst.
Correct.
I don't remember what card he has in hand.
I think it's another land.
Yeah. I mean, is
Is
it?
it-
Oh, yeah, it's Besage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's a Pasagio,
Yeah.
which won't do
Yeah.
anything here.
Yeah. I think he just kind of gets pigeonholed into paying for the pact and can't do much after that. Looks like Michael's just trying to end it here, though. Trying to dig into something to reanimate.
He's looking at pitching the Goryos. Just gonna be all in on playing defense.
Yeah.
Just riding the subtleties in.
Mm-hmm.
6 power flying in the air is
Yeah.
gonna be enough to end the game.
Let it fetch. It's an island.
We've had a lot of combo games on stream today without any combos happening. I think
Yeah.
out of every, all the Storm, all the Goryos, everything that's gone on, Patrick stormed off once. And
Yeah.
that's the one time, we had Goryos on stream, no big creature was hit. Actually, Michael hit the Grizzlebrand. We'd have that.
Oh, yeah.
Second time.
Yeah.
2 times today out of all the combo matches.
Michael swings for 6, putting Kazi to 4. I think Kazi just pays for his pact. Oh, Oh.
Misses the pack trigger.
misses the pact trigger. Actually, we should, right? No?
Doesn't get there
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
There we go. Clean and quick 2-0 for Michael.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, congrats to Michael. End of the road for Kazi here. Congrats for him on the top 8. Michael's going to move on to the semis. Sit tight, folks, and we will be right back with the next round.
Just excited.
Oh, Dahlia, come over here.
Thank you.
All right, folks, welcome back. We got a real quick pop-in mid-match. We got Matt on the left with a white-black land destruction brew, affectionately titled Strip Mine, and Andre on the right playing some blue-white energy. We are in game 3 right now for this match, so we're going to have just one game here to wrap up our quarterfinals, and then be back again in a minute with the semis.
Yeah, we have a fun one here. Blue-white energy versus Strip Mine.
Yeah, white-black land destruction.
It's like a little Karn package.
I know Matt has I think 4 copies of Ghost Quarter. I'm pretty sure he's on 4 copies of Field of Ruin as well. Yeah, 4 Field of Ruin, 4 Demolition Field, 4 Ghost Quarter, 4 Flagstones on 3 Sunken Citadel to cover the mana for those, and then basics and a Shadowy Backstreet.
Yeah, Michael's on this sweet blue-white energy build. It looks like white energy. It looks like white Thalia cards, but then you get Quantum Riddler.
He's on what's the blue stuff he's on? He's on Quantum Riddler.
We got Consigned to Memory in the main. What's that say?
Ephemerate. Thraben Charm. He's on 2 Spell Pierce. He's on 4 Starfield Shepherds, another one. And 3 Halia.
Okay.
And a Mockingbird. Oh, he's looking to consign his warp triggers.
Oh,
neat.
That's fun.
It's cheat on mana, a little bit of extra bonus there.
Yeah. But like still keeping that like almost like Boros energy aggro shell with some added bonus with Thalia to blink.
You get a little bit more card draw, a bit better late game, but you're gonna hit that spot earlier because you're cheating in your creatures.
Yeah.
It's a Starfield Shepherd. I believe, yeah, it lets you tutor for a 1-drop.
Yeah.
Then find an Ocelot Pride off the Starfield Shepherd.
It also lets you find a basic planes, but I'm thinking he's opting to leave it in there to play around the Field of Ruins.
Yeah, very smart. This is an open deck list top 8, so and they're in game 3. So Andre is very familiar with what Matt's looking to do here.
Yeah, I was watching a bit of game 2, and I mean, we got Andre's on 3 planes, 1 island. So essentially, it could get to a point. Andre could still have 4 lands in his deck, or 4 lands in play.
A lot of those lands do target, or like I know Ghost Quarter does target basic lands still.
Yeah.
So just with basics doesn't mean he's totally immune.
Gotcha.
And Matt is on a Crucible main deck, so he can just play cards with the Crucible.
Man, this is interesting. He did finally realize though that this is one of the tougher matchups because his opponent's just aggro game plan and all his stuff costs 1 or 2 mana.
Yeah, it just goes so wide so fast, and the guide turns these small creatures into big creatures.
Yeah. Sure, he's hoping to get one of the matchups last round or earlier that we had between Amulet and the 3-color Esper deck. What he's working with this Karn package. Okay.
A lot of 1-ups, like the usual Karn packages.
Yeah. Torpor,
unsurprisingly.
Sphere, Disruptor Flute, Tormount's Crypt, Soul Guide Lantern, Portable Hole, Crucible Worlds, Ensnaring Bridge. Alright. Let's see, has Rest in Peace in there. High Noon. Okay, everything else artifacts seems good.
We're going to have deck lists available later this week. They'll be on the TC's Rockets website. Not available through Twitch as of this time.
We got a Judge Call.
Yeah, I think Andre shuffled the land in when it got destroyed.
Ooh.
That's what I was reading. They're going back for that. We were not the most focused on the stream. We were reading the deck list to look and see what they have here.
Matt also does have Vindicate to destroy the basic land. That's kind of the black splash in his deck.
Yeah, just pick up Matt's looking to pick apart the dual lands and non-basics, and then use those few other options to pick off the actual basics that remain of that.
Yeah. Andre has been able to hit his land drops, though, so he is on 4 mana, so he's a little insulated right now. 2 blue sources, 2 white sources. Multiple white sources. The biggest thing with these land destruction decks are trying to prey on you, missing your land drop, and then just going for it.
Yeah, as soon as they put you on the back foot there, they're looking to just kind of shut the door at that point. But
Yeah.
if Andre doesn't miss land drops and has enough basics to not get strip mined by the demolition fields and field of ruins, that makes Matt's game plan a lot harder. Especially because Matt, there's a hard cast Quantum Riddler.
Hard cast Quantum Riddler. Man.
So I don't think Matt really has a lot of threats, right?
Yeah.
Got a Witch Enchainer and White Orc and Phantoms, and then Solitudes. Yeah, that's it. Even though he has Karn, doesn't have anything that would help push damage he can grab with it.
Ooh, Path to Exile. I'll get some basics out of your opponent's deck.
And I guess with all the other hate that bringing out basics, it's just going to be a sword supply share to the upside.
Yeah.
Or I guess without giving your opponent life.
I mean, Andre is at all of Andre's basics are out in play now officially. 3 planes, 1 island.
With this being open deckless, Matt knows that too.
Yeah. So now he's picked off the non-basics. So this is kind of what Andre's got.
So Matt, next land destruction spell from Matt is going to lock Andre off blue until he finds some more dual lands.
Andre has a Temple Garden and 3 Hallowed Fountains.
So I think we're down 2 Hallowed Fountains already.
Yeah. So essentially he has 2 blue sources left. Not horrendous, because Matt looks like he's a little behind on lands.
And also, 1 White Orchid Phantom isn't the best pressure to have to close the door in the game.
Yeah, especially because you can just put 2 counters on that cat, and it's a 3/3, or 2 counters on Guide Souls. Solitude.
Exile the Felia. And use the Consign. Keep the Solitude in play.
Interesting.
I don't hate that. Just try to...
Yeah, well, I think he's trying to gain multiple life so that he can draw a card here. There we go. Warp in. Yeah. Okay. It's a roundabout way to draw a card, but it creates a board state.
It also lets Andre use his resources right now and not have to worry about losing lands.
Yeah. It's another cat. 5, 10, 11, 12. That's City Blessing.
Actually, that's a good way to go, too. Just slam the board with this and make sure you get enough to get the City's Blessing and use that Ocelot Pride.
Yeah. Yeah, that Helena started showing up more in the energy decks.
Yeah, I saw some people... I think Andre's on the most. He's on 3 copies, but...
Yeah.
I think Zach might also be on 3.
Yeah.
It showed up in every energy deck that we had on the stream.
Yeah, they started cutting the static prisons, actually, to play that. Just to kind of add more creatures. Another way to, get a card draw out of it.
That is push their ability to pressure the board over the grindy aspects and the removal.
Yeah.
I see Matt has a Vindicate in hand right now.
Oh, he's just conceding.
Ooh, Matt not able to get there. Andre's just got too much going on.
Yeah, he might have been dead on board there at that point.
Andre had a large board, entirely possible. So that was game 3 of that match. Weren't able to get the entire... There's Jer with Matt's envelope with his prize money. We're not able to get the entire match on stream, but we get a little bit of extra magic. Always fun. Love to see that. That'll do it for our quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Sit tight, everyone. Hang out.
See you in top 4.
Yeah, come right back. We'll be here for top 4.
Yeah. 2 bags of Doritos. Yeah. Do you want nacho cheese or puree? Oh, nacho cheese. What kind of chips do they have? They have nacho cheese Doritos. Oh, that works. I don't see a hot Cheeto. One of your finest nacho cheese Doritos, please. And then that's of one of those choices. You want to split it? Okay. That I can work this. Would you like a slip? No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm a water guy. 2 waters. 2 waters. We'll put you to an even $10. Great, that's a lot. Can you please take it up here? Yeah.
All right, folks, welcome back. Starting our top 4 with a Team Rockets showdown, a married couple showdown, and it's Chaz's birthday. Got Michelle and Chaz back on stream again. Chaz on Eldrasitron, Michelle on some red-white energy. From what I remember, Michelle's list is not too far off of the other energy decks we've seen, or with saw hers. She's on a copy of Joshua, Phoenix Dominant, which the others are no longer on, but still does have the Halia Guided by Light in her deck.
Yeah. She's also playing only 3 Ragavan and 3 Flage, which a lot of lists play 4. She's on 4 Voice of Victories, 1 Blood Moon in the main deck, which could actually come into play in this matchup, and she's on 2 Lightning Bolts. So a lot of lists have started cutting.
Michelle starting off with a Windswept Heath into a Sacred Foundry.
Ooh, Chaz has his main deck Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah, Guide of Souls for Michelle. Chaz starting off with a Singleton Relic of Progenitus main deck.
Michelle's also on Aether Hubs. He actually just played.
This was close to the start she had against Patrick in their Swiss matchup, where she started on a Ragavan and then an Aether Hub and was able to just triple spell the next turn, just put a huge board state out, but it didn't matter because Patrick was able to combo off on turn 2. Pull off a full storm kill there. Here, Michelle's got the Guide of Souls and the Aether Hub into an Ajani, getting it for 3 energy for the next turn.
That's a strong start.
Yes. These energy decks have so many tokens. You need to have. It is
the
a massive pile.
Yeah. I've played a lot of games against this deck, and it just, the token stack, it's crazy the options you have. Because, like, she's not playing, what's it called? It makes the Goblin Shaman.
Fable.
Yeah, she's off Fable, the Mirror Breaker. They kind of flip-flop between those and Season Pyromancer.
Yeah, some 3-drop that's grindy and draws you cards.
Yeah.
Chaz playing a power plant. He does have a mine in hand, so he's going to be able to start slamming some haymakers the next turn.
Yeah. What big threats is he playing in his list?
He's on 2 Sire of 7 Deaths, 3 Devourer of Destiny, 3 Ukin Eye of the Storm, and then I guess we can consider Kozilek's Command a big threat. He's on obviously 4 of those, and 2 All Is Dust. So
okay,
lots of stuff you can tap out for a 7 mana and just drop some big threats.
Yeah, I mean, it being an open deck list, Michelle does know, and the fact that
they live together and are married, and
yeah, Chaz will change his deck, I'm sure, a lot, but Michelle knows what cards to play around.
Yeah.
So she probably, won't overcommit into anything.
Michelle playing the 1 of Halia, warping that in.
Let's see, does she have a follow-up? Oh, she got the counters on there. Yeah, she put counters on Guide of Soul last turn.
Michelle getting in for 6 right there.
Yep. I mean, keep pushing the damage. You gotta. Looks like Chaz has. His fault might be Karn.
I think he's got a Devour as well if he wants to do his best to
Oh
hit.
yeah. He
Oh,
hit
well,
the,
Michelle's looking to flip her Ajani now. Not give Chaz the chance to try to find an answer there.
yeah.
Galvanic Discharge on the cat token, net some energy. Get the Ajani Planeswalker here.
Yeah. Now, she doesn't have a red permanent out, so it's not going to deal damage.
It doesn't do everything. Oh,
Yeah.
this card is...
But she gets untapped cat.
Modern Horizons 3 has been out for 14 months or so now, and I am still just blown away by how powerful Ajani is. This card is just absurd.
Yeah. I remember when I first saw it, I'm like, everyone's going to want to make cat tribal decks, and they kind of did.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And back when everyone was like, yeah, I think Ajani's pretty good. Grist is the best one, and Cameo seems unplayably bad.
Yeah. How times have changed.
Oh, yeah. Still, I'm kind of sad nothing's happened with the Sorin. It's like it's always seemed fairly weak, but it is cool.
Ooh, Ugin, Eye of the Storm.
That is the 7-drop.
Yeah.
Chat would want.
Comes down, kills the Ajani.
Michelle's just thrilled to see that as Chaz's play.
Yeah. Maybe telling him happy birthday in response to
yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what she was thinking of doing there.
Ooh.
Ugin with the cast trigger, exile the Ajani, 0 Ugin for 3 colorless mana to play a Glaring Fleshraker. Get another cast trigger. Targeting the Guide of Souls. Only going to leave Michelle with the 2/1 cat.
Trying to see what she can do to follow this up, because now Chaz has a 7 loyalty planeswalker and the Fleshraker out.
Every other permanent he plays is a removal spell. He's going to be able to ramp or just plus Ugin to try to set up for the ultimate there, which will win you the game. You just cast every colorless permanent in your deck.
And she does actually. She has an answer. She has the Galvanic Discharge.
That's true. Yeah, that'll give her 7.
She's got 4 energy. She can 7 to take out the Ugin. Chaz reading his sideboard cards. Looking at what options he has. He does have a Karn, kind of as a backup. Looks like Thought-Knot Seer.
Chaz snapping off the block, take the trade. Lets Michelle burn all of that energy to take out the Ugin.
Yeah, she cleared his board.
Galvanic Discharge and the energy mechanic just continuously shows how strong that is.
Yeah.
Even though the little things Michelle did when she targeted her own cat token to flip to the Ajani gave her that extra 2 energy to be able to burn all 7 here.
She follows up with Voice of Victory and a Surveil land. Okay. All right. Probably something. Oh, another discharge going.
She has one in hand as well. That's her last card right now.
Okay.
She has another Mine.
It's 9 mana.
Karn, Thought-Knot Seer, double command, and an expedition map, I believe.
Some combination of these cards are all going to come out. What are we getting? Oh,
it's a Devourer.
And Devourer. Missed that.
Yeah, also good.
And a map. Shell's kind of playing off the top now at this point.
Not a spot you want to be against your Eldrazi opponent when they have multiple cards in hand. Yeah.
Okay, Helena comes back out.
Send it back over to Chaz. He's drawing a Fleshraker. Oh, man. This might just be game.
Yeah.
Fleshraker with multiple commands in hand.
Yeah.
Like you're doing whatever you can tap for -2, and you do the same thing with 1 fewer.
Yeah. Chaz has got 10 mana now.
So if you use
play a full
3
hand almost.
3 to play the Fleshraker.
Or to play
Can
with
command for
here.
5 and then command for 4. 9 damage right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then play Thought Knots here.
Yeah. Plus you get plus then you get an attack in, was that guy a 6/6, 7/7?
6/6.
6/6.
Yes.
I don't know, I think he's looking at the sideboard to play Karn. So maybe just weighing his options. Yeah, it looks like he's...
Oh. I'm not sure. Looking at Chaz's... Chaz has some removal options in his sideboard, like the Extinguisher Battleship, but that's not really the board state you want to be doing that right now.
Yeah. Maybe he's trying to insulate himself from Flage. Like, get something to keep Flage from coming out, but he's just going Thought Knots here. Get a bunch of creatures out there.
Yeah, having the command in hand, he'll be able to pick apart the graveyard a little bit with the command if he needs to.
Yeah. Yeah, because he can just leave up that tower.
Yeah, at this point, Michelle kind of needs a miracle to stay in this game, unfortunately.
Take 6. She'll get a Surveil here. Yeah, she does have 2 Elegant Parlors. Oh, another. Here comes Karn.
And another damage off the Flesh Raker from that the spawn coming in. Down to 13. And then...
Yeah, grab Stormont Script, yep.
Control the graveyard, get an extra damage in, get to ramp some with that.
Yeah, because now she's facing down lethal on the board.
Yeah, lethal on board, lethal with a command in his hand to just burn her out with spawn ETB triggers, the Flesh Raker.
This is where I think he has to be careful on how he does this. Let's see.
I don't know what Michelle could have at this point.
Yeah.
That he would need to be playing around.
Mm-hmm.
Because normally, like, it would be something to like watch out for Blood Moon or anything to lock him out of mana.
Yeah.
But with the 2 spawn in play,
Yeah.
he still has colorless and still just has 12 power in play.
Yeah. Well, he is also has to go home with her too.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But it is his birthday.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Michelle draws. Looks like
double land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna go to the next
Packing
game.
it up over to game 2. Strong showing for Chaz and the Eldrazi deck here.
Let's see what options Michelle has in her sideboard for this matchup. I see Blood Moon. I see Magus of the Moon. 2 Obsidian Charmaws.
Maybe Wear Tear, maybe
Wear Tear.
Wrath. Don't like love
Yeah.
either, but they're not totally dead.
Yeah, I think it's just the land hate and the wear and tear. You know, you got to be able to hit that ensnaring bridge if it comes down. You got to be able to hit, you know, those key pieces that he searches up with Karn.
Chaz has 3 copies of the Stone Brain and then 12 one-ofs.
Okay, so
we've seen him bring in the Ensnaring Bridge before, so he will bring in a copy of a card every once in a while. This matchup, I'm not sure if he's looking for anything in particular.
yeah, looks like he's just shuffling up and ready to go.
I think I like that. I don't think anything that he has on the board is something he's going to want immediately.
Mm-hmm. The real question comes down to then, what is Michelle taking out?
I guess it's some of the grindier cards, like Trim the Joshua or one or both the Season Pyromancers.
Yeah.
Maybe trim the Lightning Bolts.
Yeah,
or the
because the
Thraben
lightning
Charm.
bolts aren't dealing enough. Thraben Charm. Well, Thraben Charm can answer some of the bigger threats. Because if you have 3 or 4 creatures out, it's dealing 8 damage. So it at least clears your path. But definitely, I think the lightning bolts come out. Probably, yeah, Joshua.
Yeah, it'll... Michelle, if he knows what's going on, that she knows what to cut. Seeing her pull the lightning bolts out. Weird thing with the energy deck here is cards like Ragavan become just useless quickly, but they're so good in your opening hand, you do still want them in.
Yeah. Want to give me numbers on these? Okay. Let's say go on 20.
And Chaz just shuffled back up, no changes. Riding with the 15 cards Karn sideboard, multiple stone brains, but everything's able to be grabbed by the Karn minus.
Alright, we're still in the shuffle cam phase of this.
Michelle just kind of making some choices for what's coming in. Grab the 4 cards that we talked about.
And the wear tear.
And the wear tear. Erase the 5 cards. Blood Moon, Magus, 2 Charmar, and a wear tear. Chaz with no changes.
Yeah. So, I mean, she does already have a Blood Moon in the main deck. So, I mean, that's 5 land hate cards, which she can kind of use to combat Chaz's acceleration.
And potentially lock him off some spells. Because so many cards in Chaz's deck require the actual colorless pip.
Oh, yeah.
So if she's able to stop him from getting a Mind Stone or something like that in play, or the Fleshraker to make some Scions.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Sorry, spawns. It'll just kind of shut him down entirely.
Yeah, and these Eldrazi decks aren't like the ones of old where they, had like some number of forests to like cast spells, but the fact that they're colorless, you need those colorless. So
yeah, they've kind of shifted back to like MH1, like War of the Spark to MH1, MH2 era Eldrazi Tron, where you're just like you're full colorless.
Does he have a waste in his list?
He has 1 waste and 1 swamp.
Okay. Swamp probably for like Dismember.
Can't help with that. You also just respect the Voidmere.
Oh,
someone brings that in, you're not just entirely dead.
Oh, Chaz kept.
Shell starting off with a Sacred Foundry into a Guide of Souls. I see Chaz with an Ugin, 2 Eldrazi Temple.
Vexian Bauble.
I'm kind of surprised he left that one in. I would have thought like you probably could upgrade that with something in the board just to kind of swap it out.
Maybe, I mean, just having a cantrip, valuing that cantrip. So I don't know what free spells.
I don't think Michelle has any, actually.
Yeah, I don't think there's...
It counters his own Tormod script.
Yeah,
but...
she was actually reading the card, double checking it there, just to make sure it didn't stop anything. So we're getting value on the wheel. Right here.
She'll play a Plains, using that for an Ocelot Pride. Making energy, gain a life. In for 1. A cat, another energy, another life. Chaz drawing his 1 of Swamp. Oh, he's got this Chalice of the Void in his hand right now, too. Play a Temple, and there's the Chalice. It's a rough card for this energy deck to face down. Michelle on double land. I believe it's a Galvanic Discharge and a Johnny and a Charma. Charma not anything new, but being able to pick off a land and still being a 4/4 flyer is so good. You can disrupt your opponent and have your threat all in one. Michelle was looking to shock that Sacred Foundry, deciding against it. Looking to plan out her turn here. She can just play the Ajani. Play the Encampment. And there we go. There's the Ajani. Gets her over that 3 energy threshold. Can use the Guide of Souls. Push some more damage.
Alright, what's up?
So what do you want to say? Wait.
Hammers on the guide itself. Swinging for 5 here.
Yeah. Huh? It's 10. You thought of that? Yeah.
Draw for turn for Chaz. We have a tower. Playing a Fleshraker, using mana from the temple.
We're doing that stream right now. Actually, doing the commentating for it. I know, right?
Passing back over. Michelle untaps.
Ooh, it looks like we got a bunch of cats out.
Yeah, Chaz played a Chalice on one to hit Michelle with that. She's got a discharge in hand, so not going to be able to play that. But she did have an Ajani.
That's pretty good.
Chaz played a Fleshraker. Michelle has, I think, just 2 Charmaws in hand now, though.
Really started attacking that mana base.
Yeah.
Probably Temple?
I think the Temple's the move. With Chaz only having 1 drawn piece.
Yeah. Ooh, Hello Kitty's getting into the fray now. Michelle does have a eclectic
wide
of cat tokens.
variety of cats.
Yeah, I like it. I like her style. Chaz cycles the bauble. He is under some pressure now. I mean, he has the Fleshraker, but she's just sending.
Yeah, tons of damage coming in.
Yeah, I guess if you block one of them, oh, and puts 2 counters on the. Yeah, you block something, a Johnny flips, and you have a red permanent.
Domed for
a bunch of damage.
I think it's lethal if he blocks. He's taking 9 here.
If he 8. Yeah, if he blocked, he would have died.
Actually, I think he goes to 1 if he blocks.
Yeah.
Oh, no, never mind. He's going to 4. Never mind. He was super dead.
Yeah.
Super dead if he blocks.
Yeah, that's 9 damage right there.
Making 2 cats on end step, and Chaz scooping it up. Michelle's board just too wide, too much damage coming in. Very strong showing for the energy deck, as usual here. Makes sense the deck having half the slots in the top 8. Going to game 3.
Yeah, he's from one of my friends.
Both players running it back, no changes. Chaz still with his original 60, no sideboarding at all here. Michelle keeping it the same here. Let's see what we got. Michelle with 2 Blood Moon effects, the Magus and the Blood Moon. Flage. It only has 1 land though. Chad's shipping his back immediately. And then Michelle as well going back down. I like the call from Michelle. Even though she's on the draw, just having 1 land with a bunch of 3 drops in hand is a rough spot to be.
Yeah.
Just isn't able to do like live to the deck's potential. Like you really need the second land for that.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha. First name Bureau.
Looking for sixes here. Chaz with, I believe it's at least 2 Tron pieces and a temple. See Michelle with some number of Ether Hub. Arid Mesa. Chaz keeping his 6. Yeah, Michelle has 2 Ether Hub, putting the second one back.
2 left, Carol.
Chaz starting out with an Urza's Mine and the Expedition map. Gonna make sure... Oh, he just has Natural Tron. Doesn't even need the map. Just has it anyway.
Oh, we're off and running.
Yeah, Chaz kept a Natural Tron hand.
Even has the
map. Yeah, and had the
too.
map. Yeah, didn't need it, but still there.
Yeah.
Michelle had... she's on 3 lands, one of which is an Ether Hub. I saw an Ajani.
Well, the thing is, too, with playing map on 2 right here, you can set up some funky plays where if your opponent goes to, like, waste their time, I guess he can just crack the map, so that doesn't work.
Even so, like, I get, if you have Tron in hand, you can still lead with map just to see if you can bait a removal spell out of your opponent.
Yeah. Slow them down.
Michelle putting a Arena of Glory into the graveyard, drawing a Guide of Souls.
See.
Yeah, she has 2 Ajani and a Magus of the Moon in hand right now.
She go fetch planes. I think she's debating between Guide of Souls and a Johnny here.
That's my guess. Yeah, she will definitely need the basic planes if she's looking to set up the Magus, because with the Ether Hub, she'll lock herself out of white.
Mm-hmm.
Chaz using the map anyway, just grab a tower. Just looking to 3 mana turn, 7 mana turn 3, 10 mana turn 4.
1, 2, 7.
1, 2, 7, 10. The extra stuff on top of that.
Yeah. Looks like he has a Karn in hand too, which might be a little hard to pressure coming down. Karn minus.
It's kind of a weird play, but he does have the Soulless Jailer.
Yeah.
Which you can just throw it as a 2 mana 0/4 wall.
Is that a Trinisphere?
Yeah, and then Chaz does have a Trinisphere as well. The Fallout, I think it was a Secret Lair, but Fallout art with the Vault Boy.
Yeah.
Michelle thrilled to see it. Just loves this Trinisphere. Boy.
Very excited. Picked it up, read it, put it back down.
Yeah, great stuff.
I mean, Michelle can also just fetch, get planes, untap, land, play Magus.
Yeah, still can play the Magus and just have both players down to 3 mana and just one spell a turn.
Yeah, and I mean, she's still able to cast her stuff because she'll be at 3 mana. I mean, that
can't double spell, but still has it there. And going for a Surveilling instead. I don't think she's looking to Magus yet. Oh, that's a Charmaw. That's a Charmaw, not a Magus.
Oh, okay.
That changes things. I mean,
the Soul Read is hit Power Plant or Mine.
So I still think the old, like, playing against Tron adage is true, where, like, you don't want to target the tower.
Yeah.
Because if you want to force your Tron opponent to use their tower to have to re-find the Tron piece.
Yeah, it's
like
true.
If they have a second map in hand, you want them to tap their tower to leave them with 3 mana, not leave them with 2 mana, not 3 mana.
Gotcha. I mean, she did also just draw a Blood Moon.
So unfortunately, if she does decide to play the moon, she will be locked off of white.
Yeah.
But is able to clear the Karn now.
Yeah. Get the Karn off.
Yeah, do like Michelle's call to just stick with her original plan, play the Ajani.
Yeah.
Push Guide up to a 3/4.
I mean, this is kind of banking him on not having great follow-ups, because Thought Knot Seer here isn't necessarily the strongest thing, but doesn't look like Chaz has too many things going on.
Yeah, I think I like Michelle's because this is banking on Chaz having something, and he has 4 lands and a Thought-Knot Seer. That's what was his hand.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I would much rather face down a Thought-Knot Seer over a Karn that has the option to down tick in 7 mana.
Yeah.
Or I guess 10 mana, because we know he has the other tower in hand.
What is that? Malfunction?
That is an untimely malfunction.
Oh, untimely malfunction.
What's the second mode on that? I know it's a 4.
It's a redirect and a destroy an artifact.
That's okay. I like it for the shatter effect there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the redirect could be kind of cute. Like,
I mean,
not the best, but
he
kind of cute.
definitely has a lot of options on what he could take. Probably taking the Blood Moon's a safe play because that's what gets you the worst, right? Like,
actually, I don't know if I like taking the Blood Moon or not.
She goes Plains Blood Moon. You're on just 4 red mana, and your top decks are way less live.
But Chaz has a ton of mana in hand. He has all lands in hand. He will be locked out of paying to the colorless pit.
Yeah.
But that would also lock Michelle off white. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't. Like, a lot of.
Well, I think she couldn't play Blood Moon until she got a Plains. To be fair.
Which I think is a reason to leave it in her hand.
Gotcha. She can go Sharma.
I don't think Chaz cares too much of losing a land.
Mm-hmm.
Just Charma being a 4/4 flyer is a big issue.
Yeah.
Michelle's just going to be pushing damage so fast.
Yeah, which is definitely what I think she wants to be doing.
Yes. No Chaz. No Chaz. Michelle's not going to target the land you have 2 of.
Takes out the mine. Or the tower, I mean. Not the mine. Chaz tried to ask her politely to destroy the mine. Putting Chaz back down to 3 mana. She gains a life, gets an energy. Energy's just off screen, so I can't tell if she has enough to...
I think she's at 1 right now.
Yeah. That might be her only energy she has.
Ooh, thank you in chat. There's a 3rd mode for untimely malfunction for the making creatures not block, which definitely can be relevant.
Oh, interesting.
Not huge, but can come in play. And we don't have a deck list command in Twitch chat. We will have the decks available on the TC's Rockets website later this week for the top 8 players. Just need some time to take the paper copies we have with us and upload those on the website. Chaz, considering what he's got, has 9 mana available, has a Devourer of Destiny in hand.
So he definitely has some options there. It might just be taking out the Ajani.
I think he needs to hit the guide.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Take out the guide.
It feels bad with the Ajani in play, but Michelle does just have the second one.
Mm-hmm. She can just, if she has no other play, Legend Rule, and still have untimely malfunction.
I wonder if because of that, if with the Trinisphere, she won't be able to double spell.
Yeah, true.
I wonder, because of that, does Chaz target the Ajani here to stop Michelle from guaranteed flipping?
Yeah. I mean, she'll be able
Interesting spot.
Yeah. So if he kills the Ajani, she can follow up with another Ajani, get 2 more energy to give something else flying too. Maybe to just pump the Charma up or pump up the cat.
I still know that taking out the Charma removes her red permanent, so she can't just start burning Chaz or killing these creatures.
Totally reasonable play. Plus now you have blockers because, the not block probably isn't relevant yet.
It will be very soon. Yes.
Yeah. In the moment, eliminate the red permanent so that Ajani's not just shooting you for a bunch of damage. Because her play looks like play second Ajani to flip Ajani. Depending on what she draws.
Yes. I could see her playing a Blood Moon. There's a land. Fortunately for Michelle. Good to see you're playing a Blood Moon here, though. Just to
Yeah.
Set up for future turns, slow down Chaz a little bit more.
Yeah. That's it. What did she draw?
I'm fairly certain it was a land, but I could be wrong. It's so hard to see the cards people have, and especially
Yeah.
there's so many arts now, and people will look at their cards so quickly.
Yeah. She's debating. Might just be a land. Because then it's like, do you play second to Johnny to flip? But I don't think it's worth it yet, just being a repeatable cat each turn.
It helps. It's a chump blocker every turn.
That's true. I mean,
Attack with the Guide of Souls.
yeah.
Not attack with the Ajani. Legend rule and flip the second one.
Yeah.
Or I should to. There's no way to keep an Ajani around with the counters on it. The attacks first. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Copy everything encampment.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a way to get some more creatures
Her
out.
and Zach both have that in play most games they've been on stream, and it has been a worse planes every time. Nothing has happened with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe you have to have two creatures attack.
I don't know what the ability is. It coming in untapped requires you to have a basic land type of one of the other colors.
Islands, yeah.
Yeah, they're all based around.
Or is it Mardu?
I think it's the Mardu one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Mountain Swamp, yeah.
Yeah, it's all based around the
Yeah.
Turkier clans.
But it makes you 2 warriors. I mean, if you have out... Oh, you know what? If he blocks, a Johnny flips, and you have a red permanent out. Because they don't go away until end of turn.
That's true.
So, I mean, it's good if you have Goblin Bombardment out. You could push a lot of damage. That's why decks have, adopted Voice of Victories. Oh, she gave a Johnny flying and 2+1 counters.
That just stops Chaz from being able to get there.
Yeah. 7,
So
8,
6.
9. Looks like 10. Between Chaz to 5.
Blocked with the Devourer, so I think it was 9 or 8. 9. That's a 2-1.
Oh, yeah. Stacks of tokens in the end step. Oh,
Fire of 7 Death is a good one for Chaz here.
yeah. Gives them a... Does it have lifelink?
It has reach for sure. I think it has lifelink. It has 7 abilities.
7 abilities. That's a lot. I mean, pretty good odds that it has lifelink.
I'm gonna double check. I'm fairly certain it has lifelink. I know it has vigilance.
Yeah.
First strike, vigilance, menace, trample, reach, lifelink, ward, pay 7 life.
Gotcha.
So yeah, chat. This is a big draw for Chaz here. Able to slow down Michelle, make sure she's not able to attack but untimely malfunction in her hand.
Yeah.
Could be relevant here to get Michelle the game.
Wait a minute. Does she just have it?
I think she just has it. Yeah. Play that, make sure things can't block, and can just swing in here.
Yeah. Because one of the abilities that Sire doesn't have is haste.
Michelle has the life to pay the 7.
Yeah.
Was not on my bingo sheet to see that the third ability of untimely malfunction deciding a game today. Usually people play it as the redirect spell to dodge Belcher, or as the other combo decks to sort of get through their hate. Land is draw for turn for Michelle.
Is it for just food stores if Comic-Con ones that we did? Okay.
Weird thing is, I had some.
And the other match happening right now is the two we saw on stream.
Gotcha.
We have Andre on the blue-white energy and Michael on Gorios. Michelle casting the untimely malfunction, declaring Sire and Devourer cannot block. Michelle paying 7 life for ward.
Give me 1 sec.
And I think she just has it there. It has the 2... 6 power in the air with Chaz at 6.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him.
Yeah, there we go. Michelle in for 6. Chaz with one Thought Not Seer on the ground, able to block. And there's the handshake. Michelle takes it down, and on his birthday. How could she? Great play by both of them. Second Rockets team kill for Michelle today. But congrats to her going into the finals here. She'll be facing off against either Blue White Energy or Gorios, depending on who takes down the match with Michael and Andre. Thanks for watching, folks. Sit tight. We'll be right back with the finals to wrap up today's modern 1K.
Michelle. Hey, welcome back to the TCS Rocket Series Modern Final. I'm Brad TCG here with Joe, and we got Michael versus Michelle. Michael on Goryo's Vengeance and Michelle on Boros Energy. Let's get these deck lists.
Both players have been on stream multiple times throughout the day. Very familiar with their names, what they're playing, what they got going on.
Michelle playing a couple spicy ones in her deck. She's playing Joshua Phoenix from Final Fantasy. Playing a Blood Moon. Playing some Lightning Bolts.
Start off another Sacred Foundry Guide of Souls. Just good old classic energy start for Michelle there.
So what does Michael have to do to not get ran over by these energy creatures?
I mean, Surveil into an attract Gorios it immediately is a very good start.
Yeah, that sounds pretty strong.
Also, can Solitude Ephemerate be able to pick off multiple creatures there and have a lifelinker just to sort of stem the bleeding and just stall until they can throw a combo together? Depending on how soon he can get a Psychic Frog into play, also will have the option to just pitch cards and grow the frog big enough just out of removal spell range, or just force Michelle to really commit to a big Galvanic Discharge to kill it.
Yeah. Ooh, he does have a turn 2 Psychic Frog.
Now that the energy decks, Michelle's being an exception, are lower on Static Prison, it does let Psychic Frog stick around a bit longer, and you can rely on that as a threat a bit more.
I mean, luckily she does have a Static Prison in her hand. She's on 2 copies.
Let's see, Seasoned Pyromancer, Ocelot Pride, playing that Sun-Baked Canyon.
It's like double Ocelot Pride there. Static Prison deals with the frog.
Get some energy, and the Guide of Souls is going to help fuel that just to keep the prison around. Instead of just being a 3 turns sitting there until it's gone. Sort of a weird vanishing counter. Going to be able to accumulate energy to keep it up. She'll taking a damage off that Sunbait Canyon, gaining it back with the Ocelot Pride.
Plus an additional one in the instep for the cat. Michael untaps. Draws another land.
I think I saw a second Psychic Frog in his hand.
Yeah. Looks like Psychic Frog, couple lands, Ketramos, and Leyline Binding. Almost looks like, does he have 2? Yeah, he does have 2. 2 the
bindings?
Leyline Bindings.
I'll be able to fetch for his Triome.
Yeah, the Teamer one. Red, green, blue, black, white. Yep. Yeah, that'll make it 1 mana.
I still don't know these Triome names. I think at this point I've committed to not knowing them.
Yeah,
It's a Ketria Triome.
Ketria Triome is the Teamer one.
There we go.
Yeah.
And a Raugrun is the Jeskai one, and nothing past that.
Yeah. Let's see. I know I just still call them their original
Same.
Abzan,
Yeah.
Mardu, all that. Yeah, Raugrun Triumph's pretty popular. The what's the Abzan one? I thought I knew
No
that
idea.
off the top of my head. Michelle goes, another Guide of Souls, another cat. That's 6, 7. She's gonna get 2. Ooh, she's gonna be 1. Oh no, in the Static Prison. That's 10.
She's at 8. The second cat's gonna give her City's Blessing.
So she's
Yeah,
gonna
start
have
going
a pretty fierce board there.
Going to town with that.
Michael, no blockers. I mean, he does have Leyline Binding, so
Yeah, he might need to
yeah.
use that here just to keep Michelle off City's Blessing, maybe save some life.
Looks like he was just waiting to see where she put the counter, so she paid the energy. I mean, potentially he could just hit both Guide of Souls.
I mean, he
And
doesn't
then
have
there's-
double. He doesn't have double white, so he can only play one binding now.
Yeah,
And-
true.
Over the 2 turns, yes.
Because if you hit the Guide of Souls, well, she's still going to be able to gain life in the instep.
Yeah, she'll get some energy back. So he's just going to get the frog right now.
Yeah. Get the frog, get a blocker out there.
I like this play a lot, actually.
Yeah.
This is a good line.
See how many cards he's willing to give up. 2 cards. Make it a 2/3. Give it flying.
It'll be a 3/4. So
3/4. Yeah. Eat the Ocelot Pride.
Yeah.
Yeah. That takes a lot of permanents off the board.
Yeah, very, very heads-up play by Michael there. Now, Brad and I were both tunneled into using the removal spell to take off creatures. But you can use the removal spell, get his creature back.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's going to be a draw off the frog, too, on your turn to kind of keep your wheels spinning after you discarded a couple things.
Or just keep it in as it's just a blocker.
Yeah.
Make it big enough for nothing Michelle has can get through there.
He is down to only 2 cards, so it really comes down to what he draws, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah.
His only follow-up's really another Leyline Binding and Ketchermos.
You might have enough.
Surprised you discarded that of the frog.
I think just choosing with what was in his hand, the Ketchermos is going to draw some cards to be able to keep in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Only 4 cards in exile, though. The 3 with the frog and the static prison under the Leyline Binding.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So Ketchermos not fully up to speed yet. Not a creature. Or sorry, not able to block.
And I feel like
I keep getting the god mechanic mixed up, the Theros
Yeah.
ones, where they change it slightly every time.
Yeah.
These ones are always creatures, but can't attack or block.
Yeah. Well, Wizards did actually mention that they made the gods different in the different worlds because they're on different worlds and they do different things. But I think,
Actually, I guess, yeah, because Ketchermos plays in with the Amonkhet ones, where Aether was. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's same as Apatra and...
Is it
Testing my memory.
Hazret?
I said Apatra, yeah, Hazaret.
Yeah, where it's like you have to
With 1 card or less in hand or something like that.
Yeah, you got to hit a check a box to be able to attack with them. You have to.
Michael pitching the Leyline Binding. Looking to jump the frog to make sure you can get in. Ketchermos can block now as well. Because the 6 in his graveyard and the 7th card is the static prison under the Leyline Binding.
And he drew a Quantum Riddler. Can't play this turn, but next turn he can. He actually has enough mana to hard cast it and potentially draw 2 cards.
His other cards will land, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, land, Quantum Riddler, draw 2. Now you have a really big flying blocker.
Yeah, it was something I was talking about in an earlier game. I think it was Geo's game when he was playing, also on Gorios, where Quantum Riddler does so much in these decks where you are able to play out your hand and just really leverage drawing 2 cards.
Yeah.
You can play it, get your 4/6, attack the Psychic Frog, draw another 2 cards, so you're drawing 5 cards across that turn.
Yeah, I mean, this Guru's Vengeance deck, I don't think is necessarily straight combo deck. It's definitely a, mid-range deck with the potential of, a free win in there with Goryo's out, Grizzlebrand, or Atraxa.
Yeah, at this point, it's definitely shifted that direction for sure. It used to be a lot more all-in when you were on the Tainted Indulgence, a lot more looting cards.
Mm-hmm.
And now decks are down to just 4 copies of Faithful Mending.
Yeah. A monkey.
Hard cast Ragavan, get some energy.
Into life. This might actually... Does this get her to 10 permanents? This turn? 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, she's a 10. It's 11 right there.
Ooh, and the Pyromancer. So
no cards in hand, so
draw 2.
Just a draw 2. There's an Arena of Glory.
Like 2 lands, though. Shell just looks like she's about to just send them.
Yeah, Michael's scooping it up. I think that she just has lethal. Just swinging with the flyers and can grow enough threats to push in there.
All right. Going to sideboard.
Good showing by Michelle to wrap that up.
Let's see. What do we
Yeah, so
have?
we just saw Michelle in. Orem's Chants are nice. Good way to shut down if Michael's going to, like, keeping the cat either in response or setting up, preventing him from casting Agorios. Got some
Wear Tear, Soul Guide Lantern.
Soul Guide Lantern's a big one. Sure.
Yeah, Soul Guide Lantern for some graveyard hate. Wear Tear to maybe take out the Leyline bindings. So I mean that's 3 cards.
Nothing, no
4
like
cards?
major slam dunks, like nothing on the level of the moon effects against Tron.
Yeah.
Looking at Michael's side, he's got a Nihil Spellbomb if he wants to kind of keep Michelle off of Flage. Pest Control could be huge here. Wipe all the Guide of Souls, the Ocelot Prides, all the tokens. Wrath of the Skies as well.
Yeah, definitely some good options.
All the Wrath effects are the ones that I'd be reaching for if I were Michael. Some other things are defensible, but nothing.
Yeah.
No other slam dunks, I'd say.
You know, maybe, I don't know. Teferi's probably not good enough.
I think it's a bit too slow.
Yeah. 3 mana bounce draw card.
I guess
Good
if
old
Michael's
repel.
sort of the same approach he's had before. He's gonna be trimming some copies of Quantum Riddler, I'm guessing. Just kind of looking to be a little bit more streamlined and less grindy long term.
Well, I mean, the flip side, Quantum Riddler is a very good flying blocker. But you
For sure, but it's
gotta...
also the 5-drop.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're not cutting if you're bringing in more defensible cards, you're just going turn by turn, you know, kill something, board wipe, get to your big thing.
That is true, yeah. You're setting up to play the game where you would want a Quantum Riddler.
Because, I mean, there's definitely an option to maybe even take out some of the Gorya's Vengeance stuff to be more of a mid-range deck, more of a controlling mid-range deck.
Which we haven't seen him do before.
Yeah.
Trimming sort of just across the board, like cutting Ephemerate, cut a Goryo's, cutting a Traxa.
Yeah, just kind of shave off some of that stuff and go more control the board, put down threats that are just bigger than the Boros Energy creatures, and play that game. But, I mean, I think it's pretty much him bringing in Wrath of the Skies, Pest Control for sure.
Yeah.
And, you know,
maybe
might have
some
spell bomb,
yeah.
you know, to combat Flage. But, I mean, he does kind of have a lot of answers. I mean, does he have Solitude? He's not playing Solitude, is he?
He's done 4.
He's done, yeah. So Solitude's a clean answer to Flage.
That is true, yeah.
Huh. So maybe he doesn't go that route. I mean, I think a lot of it is just shave a little bit of stuff. We might get a very similar game to what we've seen here.
Yeah, that would make sense.
With just some optional cards to bring in.
Yeah, I'm well familiar with what's in Michael's deck list because I wrote it out for him. He was running a few minutes late and asked for some help.
I actually own the Boros Energy deck and have played quite a few games with and against the deck. So very familiar with kind of just optional cards that are played. Definitely, I think there's about 6 or 8 cards. Maybe it's like 6 cards that kind of interchange between the main deck. Sideboards are usually 4 to 6 land hate cards, and then various anti-storm and graveyard hate pieces.
Yeah, just ways you can shut down the combo decks. If you're in a grindy mid-range matchup, chances are you're favored there anyway.
Yeah.
Just kind of how this energy deck is built.
Let's see, what do we got in the comics? Second Frog isn't as strong as the first Frog. Isn't Solitude binding enough for Flage? Yeah.
Yeah, just tracking what you were saying.
Yeah. Totally think that that's probably like a safe route. I mean,
Michelle keeping a 6
Looks
Michael's
like
starting
quite a
off
few
with
lands.
a polluted Delta. Michelle starting with a Ragavan.
Oh, turn 1 Ragavan. We all seen how powerful that can be, that red 1-drop from Modern Horizons 2. It's like Michael's fetching.
Looking for a survey land.
Yeah.
Oh, it started with a Triumph.
Oh, starts with the Triumph. He might have Leyline Binding here just to take the Ragavan off the board.
Also, just get the Triumph out of his deck into play early. Set up for binding, set up for just having that blue source. Because the Surveillance could be a little bit more helpful later on when he's looking to utilize a Goryo's Vengeance and use his graveyard a bit more.
Yeah. All right, I see a Solitude. I see Quantum Riddler. He's just going to pass here. This might be a Solitude, your Ragavan. Oh, nope, it is a Leyline Binding. That takes the Ragavan off the table. Yeah, you definitely want to sandbag that Solitude as much as you can, I guess. Save yourself a card in the long run.
Or be able to ephemerate it and keep it around.
Yeah.
Just a Johnny.
Turn to a Johnny. Faithful Mending into turn.
I think this is main phase, I think.
Oh.
I did see him pick up a card.
Carding 2 Quantum Riddlers. Slaying pass. Yeah, that was main phase.
Basic Swamp, Goryo's double Solitude in hand for Michael.
Ooh. Draws Arena of Glory, but the only creature she has is the Ocelot Pride, which can't get hasted. So it doesn't cost red mana. That would have been cool if Chaz went with the Trinisphere out. You're like 2 red for
Ocelot Pride. 1-drop.
Yeah. I mean, still getting it down, get some pressure. She still has a removal spell if he plays anything to get in her way.
She'll just attacking for 3, playing the Pride, sending it back.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy, nothing super exciting.
Michael looks like he's debating fetching. He's got 2 Solitudes in hand. I think it's like weighing the pros and cons of it.
I think he was looking
Draws a
to
Traxa. Just passes.
So at this point, he can flash back Faithful Mending and next turn Goryo's.
Yeah. I mean, that does gain you a little bit of life too, so it can buy you some time.
Absolutely.
But that does set up the Atraxa for next turn. Because I'm not sure, what's the flashback on Mending? 3?
3. It just costs 1 additional. Michelle in for 4 here.
It's going to gain her a life and get her a cat into turn. Bringing her permanent count to 8. Yeah, I really want to see the City Blessing. You get a lot of tokens going, you know? This deck board can go so wide so quick.
Another thing I was talking about is just people talking about the math for this deck for when you have a certain number of Ocelot Prides just like shuts my brain off. It just it is so hard for me to follow it, and I know it's a formula. I know it's like Michelle's know what she's doing and like can do it accurately. It's so hard to track for me.
Got Michael fetching here.
Michael brought in the one of Spell Snare from his sideboard as well.
Oh yeah, actually Spell Snare is good into this deck because a Johnny and Goblin Bombardment are very much like go over the top cards for you.
Pick off a Voice of Victory. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Voice of Victory to protect your counterspell.
Land and a Subtlety.
Oh, we're gonna be getting a Traxa out, aren't we?
Yeah, pitching Traxa and Subtlety on Michelle's end step.
Ooh,
it's a Wrath of the Skies.
Ooh, Drew Wrath of the Skies. This might just be a Wrath of the Skies turn.
I think I like that. Ooh.
Oh.
Don't look at that.
Yep. Nothing to see here. Michael drops down a Wrath of the Skies, 2 energy. That's going to wipe Michelle's board.
Wrath also hits Planeswalkers, so that...
Yeah.
Or, sorry, does not hit Planeswalkers.
It's not hit Planeswalkers.
If Michelle plays a removal spell, looks she doesn't have...
Yeah, I think she only had the sorcery speed ones.
Yeah, would have been able to flip the Ajani and dodge Wrath there to keep some out of a board.
We haven't actually seen a Flage out of her yet, either. She's only on 3 copies. But I mean, that's usually a good kind of follow-up. I mean, she doesn't have 5 cards in there yet. Surveil, she keeps on top. Oh, it's a Ragavan. Okay. She can dash in her Ragavan here.
Ragavan land double static prison?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael does have Goryo's Vengeance potentially next turn. Dash and Ragavan.
And Mike will be able to hardcast a Solitude if he chooses.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, still probably pretty tough, but you can actually ephemerate your Ragavan here to keep it around.
Can do that if she chooses.
Not sure how.
I was going to ask, do you know how how the rules work with rebounding a card that's not yours?
My guess is it might just go back to the graveyard because it goes into exile when you rebound it. Let's see. Anybody in the chat might know.
Nothing so far on that.
All right, if you cast
she chose not to, so it's fine.
If you cast a spell from your hand. Okay, so ephemerate reads if you cast a spell
I
from
knew
your
that. You
hand.
can't snapcaster it back and do anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, otherwise, I think we'd see more Snapcaster Mages these days if that was not the case.
Just loop it continuously?
Yeah. So, I mean, she blinks her Did she blink her Ragavan?
No, she just didn't play it. Put it back in her
okay.
hand.
I guess keeping it in exile, yeah. I mean, can he just hardcast Atraxa next turn?
It's in his graveyard, but
he's
1 land short. Yeah. I also do like Michael's being conservative here. He doesn't need to put the Atraxa into play. Like, Michelle's not presenting any pressure. That Wrath slowed her down.
Yeah. I mean, definitely kind of took the wind out of her sails on pressuring him. So now she's just got to Michael's gonna wait and see maybe what she plays out, and then he kind of has a better idea of what he attracts us for, because he can also go in-step Goryo's, untap, cast Solitude, you know?
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Depending on whatever else he finds. Dashes in Ragavan.
Yeah, we might see hardcast Solitude here.
Yeah. Trade, that gives you trade with both creatures. Yep.
Yeah, cast a Solitude.
Exile the Ragavan.
Gain some more life from Michelle.
She's 21.
She's on double static prison?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of lists have been starting to actually cut static prison for Helena from Edge of Eternities, just as like an extra draw engine.
Michael looking at a Surveilland. Yep, grabbing Shadowy Backstreet.
I also kind of realized, like, I haven't seen a lot of Goryo's lists play Leyline Binding, which is kind of interesting addition to the stack.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah,
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah, I like it. Because you're already trying to have that extra, that green anyways, to have the option to hardcast Atraxa. Plus it gives you the red. And then, I mean, blue. I mean, blue's your base in there. And then just the addition of the green to cast Atraxa and the red just to be your 5th color for the 1 mana bindings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's making the swap from Geo's mana base, who was also playing Goryo's. We saw him on stream round 3, I believe. Round 2?
Yeah.
Round 3. Where Geo was on the Hedge Maze for that green source. The Force Surveilland option to cast the Atraxa. And Michael just swapped that over for a Ketria Triumph.
Yeah. Kind of wondering what he cut for leyline bindings out of a lot of the lists.
So I wonder if decks are on it now. I want to say Geo was on it as well. Decks might just be on it now because they're on the one of Ketramos, so you just get the exile to draw some more cards.
So it was funny actually. I got Goryo's Vengeance 2 weeks ago, and I was kind of throwing the list together, and I was waiting for the Quantum Riddlers, and I'm like, I haven't touched the deck. Still waiting for my last Quantum Riddler to come in the mail, and it's like, oh, they've already adapted.
Yeah, changed around a little bit more since then.
Yeah. I have the leyline bindings, and I'm like, I think this might be, the next sweet deck to come in and play some Modern with.
Yeah, I haven't cast a leyline binding in a very long time.
Yeah. Well, during the standard season, I was playing the Let's hard cast Atraxa last standard season, so the leyline binding was in that standard domain deck. I'm also a fan of blue-white control, which sometimes will sneak leyline bindings in there.
Yeah, Michael just playing the third Solitude. Just looking to just pick apart Michelle's board, gain some life, chip in for 3. I think he's got an Atraxa in hand as well. So we might just see that hard cast some point soon when he finds another land. Shall crack in a fetch, grabbing the Sacred Foundry, coming in tapped. Two mana for an Ajani from Michelle.
Ooh.
Definitely useful here. Makes a good wall to slow down or stop the Solitudes from getting in.
Yeah. I mean, the cat's a good blocker.
Exactly. Yeah, it's definitely a price to pay for Michael to attack into it.
Yeah. I mean, Michael does have a Atraxa in hand, though.
And a Leyland Binding.
Yeah.
You can hit the Ajani with, too.
Yeah. A little bit of an uphill battle here. It's just so hard. You don't want to static prison one of those Solitudes. Too many things can go wrong in that scenario.
Also, yeah, the 2 energy drain a turn can be rough for sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's one under a leyline binding. What if she brought in that wear and tear? In a pinch. She's got to be pressuring. Michael's just offsetting her life loss, though, with 6 life land on his side.
So much.
And Traxa makes another 7.
Yeah, looks like Michael's just going for a binding.
Oh, target the cat token? Yeah?
Yeah, no benefit for that binding leaving play.
I mean, that also makes it so there's nothing to trade with the Solitude.
Yeah, he can just attack now and doesn't really care about what Michelle does for blocks.
Yeah, I mean, she can double block, but, that doesn't work out too well.
Michael's going to be thrilled if that's her choice.
Yeah.
Psychic Frog's a really good follow-up for Michael.
And she does have the static prison for that, luckily.
It's an unknown she drew as well. Wasn't quite able to see.
Looked like a white card. Might be Voice of Victory. Seen that static prison.
So I guess you might have just answered. Oh, got a Galvanic Discharge.
Alright. Just gonna let it go. 2 damage. Goes up to 5 energy.
Yeah, I guess you might have just answered this, but if you were playing today, would you have been on Gorios? Like, tried to find that other Quantum Riddler? Do you know what you'd play?
Oh, man. Today, if I were playing, I would definitely want to look for something that would try to combat the Gorios deck and the energy deck. Because a lot of people have been playing Gorios. Last time I actually played, there's a lot of Gorios. And a lot of people
there were 4 today on them?
Yeah. I mean, 2 of the more popular decks, but I mean, like, I would definitely either be on a Goryo's deck, or I would be on, tough question. What about you? What do you think, Joe? What would you have played today?
Probably Brood Scale. That's all I've played recently in Modern. Have not been playing the format too much. But
Yeah, I'm a little on the outside looking in as far
Same.
as
and not in the trenches as much as
and I mean the fact that I
past.
just built this deck kind of is like a hard to be like, and it's in the finals, be like, oh yeah, I totally play this deck. It's in the finals, you know. But I mean, I definitely, as a person who's played a long time, have a few options on stuff. What I kind of do is I like to look on like MTG Top 8 and look at, some of the challenges, definitely like to weigh my options. But I mean, with an event like local where you get a lot of regulars that come into the store, you definitely kind of get an idea of what people play.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm definitely a fan of the Prowess deck. The Prowess deck, I think, is... You know what? I think I'd probably pick the Prowess deck. Like, outside looking in, I'd probably play the Prowess deck. Because I feel like it is great into the energy deck. You play 4 Lava Darts, which just kind of eats up a lot of their 1-drops for Lightning Bolts. And you kind of have this quick clock where you can pressure. And you kind of negate a lot of people's, like, big removal spells. There's definitely cards that hurt you, but I think you can combat a lot
what a
of them.
last card for Michelle here. I've had a few beats but back and forth here. Michael's last turn attacked with the Solitudes. Michelle double blocked to lose the Ajani. Michael hardcast an Atraxa, which ate the Static Prison in Michelle's hand. And now Michael and Michelle's. It's rough to say going back.
Yeah.
Michael played the Goryo's Vengeance to reanimate the Atraxa in the graveyard, and Michelle's last card was an Orum's Chant. So she just kicked that, meaning Michael is getting a lot of cards.
But he can't play any of them.
Or kill Michelle with the Atraxa.
True that. Michael's grabbing 4 cards here. He's getting the Priest of Felright, which is a spicy one, able to reanimate the Atraxa maybe on the 2 turns from now.
Pest Control, another Faithful Mending. Instep Atraxa goes to exile from the Goryo's trigger. And Michael will need to discard down to hand size. I do like discarding the Priest because you can unearth it.
Oh, yeah.
It has the unearth ability. You can pay, I think it's 5 mana to reanimate it and give it haste.
Yeah, and then I think it's 2 life and tap it.
It's 3 life.
3 life and tap it.
Take some life and tap it. Michelle does pack it up. I think it's a fair point to call it here. We're gonna go to game 3.
All right. So game 3, definitely look back at the sideboard, just double check, make sure that's the game plan. Michael could change his game plan a little bit based off play draw. I think Michelle might kind of stay pat on what she has. Just, go aggressive, try to get under what Michael's trying to do.
Yeah, her being on the play is always, it's modern. Always, you always want to be on the play.
Yeah. I mean,
especially so with his energy deck.
I mean, being on the play with a very proactive, deck that is about getting onto the board, being on the play, I think favors you a lot more. Looks like Michael looked at the 4 cards he cut. He cut
2 negations,
forces, a Grizzlebrand, and a Faithful Mending.
I like cutting the Grizzlebrand.
Yeah.
It sort of lowers his reliance on the graveyard and the Goryo's Vengeance, and then also helps save life, because he might be at a low enough life total where he can't really use Grizzlebrand to its full potential.
It's also dicey if your opponent has a Goblin Bombardment in play.
Absolutely.
Michael's looking at is that a 1-land hint?
See, Ephemerate. Got a mulligan here, going down. This one's for all the marbles. Here for game 3. Before we get started with Game 3 here, just wanted to thank everyone who's hung out today and watched. Thanks to you all watching online and helping to participate. It's why we do this, why we put the stream on. Looking at Michael's hand, this one seems land heavy. 5 lands, Psychic Frog Atraxa. And all 3 basics. I think he's going to keep it. Bottoms the island. And Michelle starts off with a fetch land into a Sacred Foundry. Ooh, Judge Jer showing off the winner's pin. Whoever takes down this event comes home with that. And we're going to have one of those for each of the Rocket Series events this season. All right. Michael playing the Undercity Sewers, leaving a card on top. Back over to Michelle.
I think she has a pretty aggressive start. But
when your first 2 cards are Guide of Souls, it's a pretty good place to be. But yeah, a single land is rough.
Hand. Michael also keep? No, he
Michael mulligan once.
Gotcha.
Oh, Michelle. Okay, has a second land, comes in tapped though. Decides she does not want the discharge right now. Yeah, Michael's 7 was 5 lands, Psychic Frog Atraxa.
Okay.
His draws have been Ephemerate Solitude.
Okay.
Pretty good draws.
Yeah. I mean, he could just go plains, pick off both these Guide of Souls.
Honestly, I don't hate that.
Leave a Solitude back, or you can go swamp, just play the Psychic Frog. Kind of leaves them a little more open. Her draw hasn't been as quick. Still a great start out of the deck. Yep, Psychic Frog and pass. Maybe this kind of baits out some interaction. Ooh, shit. A Johnny. Oh, and Flage.
Double a Johnny, has a Flage, has a Voice of Victory. Lots of big threats in Michelle's hand right now.
Yeah. I mean, you could go Flage, but if he discards 2 cards, which I don't know if he has 2 cards he wants to discard, but she's just going to Johnny. Get that board started. I guess if he deals with her board, she has a bunch of stuff in the graveyard for Flage.
Yeah, I do like her sandbagging the Flage a little bit more. Just sort of set up for later turns.
Yeah.
Sort of push for the late game a bit more. Maybe force Michael to use some of the interaction he has on what she's got going on now. Because Flage is for sure going to close the game quickly.
Yeah. He's 6 energy, puts 2 counters, turns them into angels.
In for 6. Michael not interested in doing anything with the Psychic Frog right now.
I mean, that's some good pressure, and he doesn't have a board wipe. A little land heavy too.
Yeah, when you keep a 5 land hand, your hand's gonna be land heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Locks with the cat, pumps the frog.
I wonder if Michael's going to be ephemerating Solitude here. Looking to pick off the Ajani before it flips. There we go. Yeah, exile Atraxa. Hit the Ajani with the trigger on the stack, and then look to ephemerate it.
Sets him up for next turn ephemerating the other creature that is left behind.
Yeah, it definitely was a bit risky if Michelle had a burn spell in hand.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely was holding up like she had something.
Also telegraphed by her putting the discharge in the graveyard with the surveil.
Yeah.
So if she was needing removal for sure, she would have kept it.
I mean, I think you have to flage the Solitude now while there's no chance to ephemerate it.
Agreed. Yeah, I think Michelle has the right idea there. Just don't let Michael get any value out of the ephemerate. I'll stay in exile.
Keeps your Guide of Souls around. Keep forcing the damage. Another land.
Yeah, just keeping that in exile, declining the rebound trigger.
Ooh, Michael draws another land off the top, but he's going to get to draw a card here.
Is that 3 lands? That is
Three
lands for Michael.
Oh, 4 lands in a row.
Oof.
Let's
He's on an
overrun
overrun too. Interesting.
Michelle draws Voice of Victory. This is a double spell turn.
That's my guess. Just set up.
Yeah. Make him have it.
Yeah, bank some energy, and if she plays the voice, it's gonna shut down Michael from interacting with her on her turn. Force him to commit to any removal now.
Yeah. Which we know he just has 2 lands in hand, so kind of gets off there.
All this Gorios has that like incredibly high ceiling where it can just turn it around immediately. Just draw a Faithful Mending and draw the right cards off that, and you just there you go. You have an Atraxa.
We drew another land.
Oh.
She put 2 counters on the Guide of Souls, making it into a 5/6.
So Michael's gonna fetch.
I'll get a Surveil land.
That's what I think.
Try to see if you could draw something.
There we go. Blue-white Surveil land. Yeah, just see as many cards as you can, because at this point he just needs to get lucky off the Psychic Frog.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely has some outs.
Wrath of the Sky is another one.
Yeah. Draws the land.
Another land was not.
Now, I think he literally has to attack.
Yes. Yeah, he is dead on board if he decides.
Yeah. I mean, I might have blocked the cat there.
Oh, he gave it flying.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, nothing for Michael. Yeah. Rough beat for this game 3, unfortunately. Well, congrats to Michelle, taking it down. Strong start with a win for the first event in the season. Had to kill 2 other Team Rockets team members to get there.
She got there, made it to the finals, played against Gorios.
And took it down.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, that's going to do it. We're going to wrap up our Modern 1K, starting off the Rocket series with that. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for watching throughout the day. Hope you enjoyed. Got to see a lot of really cool Modern games. And stay tuned. We'll be back next month with the October event for the series. I think it's standard.
Yeah,
I remember right.
Standard. Yeah. All right, we'll see you guys then. Thanks for watching.
Thanks all. Have a great rest of your weekend.